Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to AngelOfThyNight radio show, and this is your host, Lord Rick, and we're going to kick it off with a song by our new band that's signing a release with us. They are called Winter's Thrall, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put on one of my favorite songs by Jez, and it is called Cold. Live in Las Vegas, AngelOfThyNight radio.
Summer, I watch the days drawing, the pale light so full of questions, I cannot move on. 3 years of sinking slowly, I can't take another day. I will give anything to there's nothing worth believing anymore. There is no place I haven't been before. The little things that matter passed away and leave our garden fragrant with decay. Just empty space inside now, under the barren trees. Your absence fills the silence, and your voice still haunts my dreams. I can't find a sense of purpose, I can't seem to get a hold. I can't find my peace of mind, it leaves me feeling cold. So cold. worthless and must be despised. I suffocate slowly and surely, sucked under by my own life. Just do not bear my distrust, you must go. Do not turn back, my dear, for I fear I cannot let you go. No forgiveness or peace, no respite in the least, just the rain and the cold and the grey. No repentance, no grace in this terrible place that I'm going to take it away. Destiny embraces me in arms as cold as snow. Kisses me, caresses me, nothing is time to go. Brush me like dirt, I am worthless and must be despised. I suffocate slowly and surely, sucked under by my own life. No forgiveness or peace, no respite in the least, just the rain and the cold and the rain. No repentance, no grace in this terrible
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Angel of Thy Night radio show, live in Las Vegas. That band you just heard was Winter's Thrall. They're actually a metal gothic band, I believe up in the New York area, if I'm correct. Maybe California. There's a lot of great bands here out west. We'd like to sign some of you bands. Go ahead, sign a we got more bands that'll be signing releases with us. What we'll do is we'll be promoting your music for the entire legacy of Angel of Thy Night Radio. Whether it's 5 years from now, we're still going to be promoting you. And that's the best thing we're offering to bands right now. There's a lot of bands out there that are interested. We had another band contact us, but the guy really wouldn't tell me the name of his group. It's like, what's the name of your group? You got music, but you don't want to tell me who you are. It's like Mystery Men, Men in Black. But anyways, we have a new co-host. We have a new way of promoting things. Of course, if you're in the chat room here on one of our sister sites, I'm going to push this live. Angel of Thy Night Radio. And of course, for those viewing tonight, I want to thank you for coming on out. You're all motherfucking great. We're going to have a good time because I just got done smoking one. Call it Stoner Radio. Call it what the fuck you want. But I call it Angel of Thy Night Radio. And anyways, we're not playing on our sister site tonight, so if you'd like to come on over here, we'll go ahead and check out any of the widgets on the Paranormal Ghost Society. You can go to MySpace, /Angel of Thy Night. Actually, you can almost type in anything on the web, Angel of Thy Night, and there'll just be sites popping up left and right. So just go to Google, It has everything. It even has the life of Lord Rick. But anyways, I want to give you guys a good show tonight. We just brought in a new band, like I said, Winter's Thrall, and I had the privilege of talking with Jez, and he writes the music. He's a total musician, and there's a lot of other songs that we'll be playing. We'll be playing 2 more songs for the rest of the night, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to take callers. Which I thank you guys for calling in. I had like 4 callers right in the beginning when I started the show. It's like, wow, you guys are great, Right there, 7 o'clock, bada bing, bada boom. Uncle Joe's knocking at the fucking door. Of course, Aunt Missy is with us no more. We had a little bit of a fallout, you see. She got a little scared on the last show, because then when she got off the air, she said, I got to protect my family. I'm deleting my chapter. The woman has gone nuts. She ain't part of the Paranormal Ghost Society anymore. And I know you bastards are sitting back and you're cheering me on because you're like, that woman takes over the air. That woman's loud and annoying, always talking about people in the ass. Now, I've done a little kick-ass. Kick your ass out of here. But we got a good show lined up. I have a whole fridge stacked with Guinness. I have wine. It's for my classy side later tonight when I'm talking about Sasquatch running through the forest. And I got green. The green that's going to be legalized in this country in the near future. That is why you must sign my petition. Go to the paranormalghostsociety.org. Lord Richard, I don't know, Millie could plug the link. Lord Richard Rowe for, I don't even know my own presidential link. Do you know why? It's been a long week. You have no idea what happened this week. I went in for surgery on 4/20. And anyways, I'm going to tell you about that in a bit, but I want to patch these callers through and see what everybody's got to say tonight. Caller 706, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
What's up? Welcome to Angel of Thy Night Radio.
Not much. Hey, this is Angel.
You know what I'm going to do?
What?
In front of me, I have a Hurricane high gravity lager. If I drink this tonight, I'm going to be fucked up. And you might just have to take over the show. What do you think about that?
I can handle that.
Good. Very good. I got them trained well for you out there. Anyways, if you're in the chat room, I just plugged a set of tits in our chat room here. And they say Angel of Thy Night Radio. And excuse me because I just guzzled this lager down. And now that I'm a little less parched, I'm ready to have a good time. Had a little bit of cotton mouth. It happens, you know, you smoke, you get a little 420. It's good shit. You forget to take a drink. Tonight, we're getting Cheech and fucking Chong and stoned. And I want all you people to hold up your pipes who are out there, man. Say, God bless America. Or you could say, God bless Lord Rick. Anyways, we have Angel on the air. She's here to help co-host the show with me. And I really owe her a major one because she is the one that found Winter's Throw. And, you know, he had written me, and we had corresponded back and forth. And we're not going to be playing Hollywood and Troy anymore, probably. I went ahead and I went to write them on MySpace, and I said, you know, I've been playing your music for 4 months. You know, I need your email address to sign a release. And they never wrote me back. I was like, you got to be fucking kidding. I was robbed by the hood. You know, here I am playing the rap music. I'm not a rap music guy, you know. I like Gothic, VNV Nation, Incubus, Succubus, and Fuck You-Is. Like all kinds of bands. But it's nice because Angel could go ahead and get Gothic type of groups that can play for our show because, you know, everything's a little bit dark and mysterious. You never know what's going to happen on a night like this. Of course, you can come in here and you think you could intimidate me. I had death threats, which I'm going to read later tonight to you. You know, people think they're going to assassinate me, and I show up to the meetup. I'm like, why the fuck hasn't it happened? Why didn't you assassinate me, you bitches? But no, they couldn't follow through with their threat. I got news for you. Fuck off. I'm Lord Rick. Can't beat that. But anyways, I'm all glad that everybody's here attending. We got Angel. I don't know if we're playing over at our sister site tonight. We were supposed to run it from there also. But maybe a show ran over or something like that. But, you know, if Bobby is out there, Bobby T, you know, come on in. I know your show probably went a little bit over because you've been running a couple pretty good shows recently. We went ahead and, you know, I was at Bobby's show. We had a pretty good time. He played some Pink Floyd, and he got some good up-to-date news, and it's just a good time, you know. That I love going to other radio shows, and I know there's other radio shows like Steve from Baron Cheerios. You know, if you're out there listening or whatever the case is, you know, thank you. Thank you. It means a lot to me. You know, a lot of people take for granted internet radio. You got to understand, nobody pays us, man. We don't get paid to do this, but we come on out for you. We're doing it for you. You know, and that's the wonderful thing. It's like the gift that keeps on giving, you know. Fucking priceless what's going on. Say what?
The gift that keeps on giving. I thought that was herpes.
I sure the whole fuck that, man. You know, I could at least say one thing. I'm clean. I've been in and out of the hospital a lot lately, and they're like, you got strong vitals. You strong man. Asian girl come up to me. She go, you strong man. And it's like, well, I better say, you know, she better be saying love me long time. But, you know, the whole thing was that I was in and out of the hospital. I had surgery. All right, it was 4/20. It was 4/20. I always like to party on 4/20, you know. Wow.
Okay,
That was weird.
cool.
Yep. It's all right. It's cool. It's cool. It's, I'm going to tell you something, though. It was 4:20. And I've been sitting here and I was partying. I was thinking, damn, I got fucking surgery today, And I'm lifting weights, I'm smoking, I'm exercising, Fucking, I couldn't eat nothing because, they had to take biopsies inside of me and everything else. But my trip was wonderful. Boy, was it a trip. I got really fucked up. I got in a sports car, was speeding all over fucking Las Vegas. It's like this. It's like I may not make it to the hospital. All right? Good times, though, The weather's hot in Las Vegas, and everybody's having a good time. Everybody's out clubbing on the rooftops like our meet at the Rio, at the Voodoo Lounge, which I always go and I have a good time, even if I go by myself. Girls, they're fucking shaking it in my face. Can't ask for more. You're only going to see that kind of shit in Las Vegas. And that's where we host our show. This is AngelOfThyNight Radio. And I want to welcome all the new members that came out tonight to listen, or new fans. There's a lot of new people. But anyways, we have Angel here. And, I didn't say much about my surgery, but what do you think, Angel? What do you think happened when I went to the hospital?
You always have some kind of adventure everywhere you go that no one else, I think, would ever be able to reproduce. So I'm at a loss. I'm sure it tops any adventures that you've had lately.
Oh, I had a lot of adventures. I got there to the front office, and I went to go take a leak. My zipper wouldn't go back up, and all the nurses are calling me over, prepping me for the surgery, and my zipper won't go up, And there's another guy, he's like sticking his fucking tongue out like a lizard. He sees some like fucking young dancers on TV, and I watch this guy's reaction. His tongue fucking comes out of his mouth. It's like, what the fuck? I'm sitting next to a fucking lizard, and pretty soon a prostitute comes in there, and the prostitute sits way, way over. Prostitute's all looking around. Prostitute, sees old people sitting down. She looks at me, she smiles. The prostitute sits next to me. So now I got lizard on one side, prostitute on the other fucking side of me. I couldn't wait to get into surgery. I'm like, let's do this thing, I went to surgery high as a fucking kite. I was smiling. I walked in there and I got lost. I got lost around the hospital. I'm fucking high. I'm going in employee areas, where they do janitor and cleanup and sterilize the fucking equipment. I got a hat that says, fuck me, I'm fat. Fuck me, I'm fat. And I'm walking around. I got a whole, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in 2 days, right? So I got a bag full of goodies. Treats, fucking candy, M&Ms. I mean, how scary is that? You're fucking working in sterilization, and some guy with a bag full of fucking treats and a hat that says, fuck me, I'm fat. How scary is that shit? Fucking nurses were shitting their fucking doors, man. I didn't know where I was going, and she goes, go in this fucking door. Well, the thing is, the automatic doors, I just slipped in. I wasn't reading. I slipped in the doors, and I was in surgery. There's like fucking patient on the fucking table. They're all standing around the fucking patient. I'm like, it's like, Lord Rick is out of here, man. You got to play the stupid act. I'm sorry, I haven't eaten. I was like, I'm drowsy. I haven't eaten. I wasn't fucking drowsy. I was just stoned. Straight up stoned. And I get in there, and there's a fucking nurse, And it's like, you can tell when someone's making a little bit of a move on you. This girl pampered me to fucking death. I was at the goddamn Bellagio in Las Vegas temporarily. This nurse puts me up, pats my pillow down. The needle in my hand hurt pretty fucking bad. I was like, don't stick that shit in my knuckle. I guess she felt bad because then, I was getting little rubs, man. She walked by the bed and she grabbed my foot and started rubbing. I'm like, God, central fucking foot rub going on here. It's not sexual harassment if you fucking enjoy it, right? Well, she enjoyed it, all right. Oh, yeah. But anyways, another nurse comes in there, and they send the crazy nurse, because I'm like the crazy guy. I'm sitting there in sunglasses. I'm sitting in sunglasses laying in bed. I'm thinking, shit, my camera. She lowered it so I couldn't get to my camera, and I wanted to take a picture of her in bed. But I didn't get to take a picture in bed. I woke up all fucked up, high, fucking anesthesia. I went to the fucking bathroom, and I had to snap a photo of myself in the gown. And wearing the gown, women have said I'm very cute, Well, yeah, I'm the good fucking Lord. I got the gown on, man. What more evidence do you need, you haters out there? You don't need no more evidence. It's the logger talking. What do you think so far about my story, Angel?
Like I said, only you.
Yeah, well, the nurse comes up to me and she says, she goes, I'm going crazy today. And I'm thinking to myself, you think you're goddamn going crazy? I'm in the fucking surgical room. How many people make it there walking without the fucking mask? I didn't even have the mask. I was standing in front of patients. It's like, hey, Dr. Rick in the house. Shout Angel on Night Radio and then tell him, hey, I'm doing your anesthesia. So anyways, I get in the operation room. They inject me. Well, it's like a poison, And they inject me, and I'm fighting the goddamn shit. I'm holding my hand, shaking it because it burns when it goes into your hand and wrist. It's like, fuck. It's just really weird feeling if you ever get surgery or go under the anesthesia. The white chemical goes into your veins, creates some sort of chemical reaction, and you're knocked the fuck out. It is like being dead. Total black, total silence. And I woke up. From that. And I said, something like, I was high. They were just like, Mr. Rowe, something about getting up. It's like, good morning, good afternoon, what the fuck day is it, I don't know what fucking day it is. You know what was on my mind when I woke up on 4/20? 4/20. Weed was on my mind. I got up, I looked around. They said, if you want to stay here a little longer. I said, no, I'll get right up, I'll get dressed, and I'll go. And that's what I did. I got dressed, and I went. After taking a few, pictures in the bathroom, posting them on MySpace. What the hell, right? It's all part of the radio program. We're all brothers and sisters linked together. MySpace, Lord Rick space, this space, fuck space, fuck space. I'm getting a patent on that. But anyways, the nurse got really fresh with me. Another nurse right before I went down for anesthesia. She's the crazy one. She's like, I'm the crazy nurse, And she's telling me about her life, how she came here as single and fucking gambles all her paychecks, works a professional job. She goes, it all goes in the machines. Telling me gambling stories. And then she says, ooh, you got tattoos. I said, yeah. I got them about 6 years ago, 7 years ago. Girl loved my fucking tattoos. And, next her fucking shirt was coming off. She's like, I'll show you my tattoo. Do you really want to see? She's shaking her head. I'm like, yeah, I want to see your tattoo. I pulled down her shirt and all the way fucking down, and I looked at her tattoo. I felt it, too. I was flirting with the nurses, man. I'm serious. I was talking about all kinds of fucking shit. She already knew I was stoned, She could tell. Older woman, she lived those days back in the 70s, peace, Cheech and Chong, and everything else, man. What happened to the days of peace? Nobody wants peace anymore. Everybody wants to fight. There's so many jealous differences and so much hatred. Why does it exist? Mankind is destined to end. You can fight it all you want, but while you're alive, It's very important to create a utopia of a life so that your afterlife is less miserable and that your journey takes you to a far-off place. You people don't get that. People coming in my chat room hating, people on my sister site who, they talk poorly. It's like, what the fuck? We don't get paid. We come out here to have a good time. You can hold up your beer tonight. Because I say, rock on, motherfuckers. This is Angel of Thy Night Radio, live in Las Vegas. Your host, Lord Rick, and co-host, Angel on the line. What would you like to contribute to all this, Angel?
There's really no way to top your story. But I found out why you should stay out of hospital basements. I got lost at a hospital once and ended up in the morgue.
Well, I may have almost gotten to the morgue, I mean, wouldn't that be a funny story if I walked in the morgue? Think about it, man. Toe tags and shit. It would be like... I mean, you should see it. When I got to the hospital, I was disorientated. I was, like, walking in circles. I said to the lady, they messed up. Like for example, on the form they wanted my birth date. I said 5/28/75. They put 5/20/75. So they put a wristband with the wrong birth date, and it was wrong in the computers. And the girl comes up behind the bathroom, gets all close to me, and I said to her, honey, my 8 probably looked like a 0. I said, she knew. She knew what I was talking about. She knew I was stoned, Because these are older nurses, but these nurses, they take care of you real good. It's like, God damn, if this is surgery, I'm going to go every fucking day. It's like, so, they're putting me under anesthesia, right? And I hear a hot nurse come up behind me, and she sees the tattoo on my ass. And I heard her kind of giggle as I'm fucking passing out. It's like, God damn, what a fucking tease. But the anesthesia is very scary, but at the same time, you're like, give me the goddamn white stuff, all right? Inject it in me. Knock me out. Give it your best shot. That's a Lord Rick surgery, folks. And we have other callers on the line tonight. And I guess I can be fair and patch caller 2. Nope, muted, my bad. Are you still there, Angel?
Yes.
Okay. Caller 219 wasn't talking, and it says muted. I'll try to patch you through, caller 209. Wolfinator, 209, welcome to Angel of Thy Night Radio. What's up, man? When they're silent, they're deadly. Somebody's being silent out there, Angel. What are we going to do about this?
Well, I guess we need to move on to the next one.
If we get callers that call in and don't say nothing, I'll only give you a second chance to call through. Then I won't patch you through for the rest of the night. So if you're going to do it, get it right. Hell, I came on time tonight. That's the first. Everybody's like, Rick. It's like, Rick, you're late for your own shows. But anyways, caller 209, you're on the air. Caller 706, you're on the air.
I'm here.
Yeah. Okay, well, they're not speaking, so we'll go on with the show. But anyways, surgery was really weird. Like, my eyes were all drowsy, or not drowsy, but clogging together. And I see the sign, endoscopy feast. And I freaked out. I got paranoid. I was thinking of fucking zombies eating me before I got in the surgery room. It was my eyes playing tricks with me, because when I walked up to it, it wasn't feast. It was like something else, some other word, you know? But, I mean, I got fucking scared. It's like endoscopy feast. It's like, what the fuck? Or am I going back there with the goddamn fucking cannibals? I've been reading about cannibals in the news. It's getting a little more popular. I guess people think that the world's ending, so now they're eating each other, you know? They're, like, preparing for the end times. It's fucked up shit. But anyways, I was, you know, if you are a Manson fan, go ahead and check out his music. He's got a new CD that's out. And I heard one of his new songs, and, you know, my roommate asked me, he's like, do you like Manson? I'm like, yeah, he's all right, because he switches up his music a lot. You know, these are good musicians. And, you know, we're trying to promote as many bands as we possibly can. So if you're a band out there that's listening, you can talk to our co-host, Angel, or you can talk to myself, and we'll get you set up with or released with the Paranormal Ghost Society and Angel of the Night Radio. People think because, you know, you're called the Paranormal Ghost Society that everything has to be on the paranormal. Nothing has to be on the paranormal. It doesn't matter what we're called. We could talk about the goddamn moon, stars. We can talk about the sky. It doesn't matter. Our show is just a network off our main site. And the show is a privilege because, you know, we're able to get our members together. We're able to get people gathered. And, you know, new friends are made, and my fans are like family to me. You know, Paul out there, I was going to tell you, when I went to the meetup, there was a group of guys from England in the elevator. You know, and I one of them looked like you. I was like, what the fuck? Paul's riding with me, but I was stoned. So you have to make the exception, the excuse, you know. But anyways, we're going to go ahead on break, and I'm going to go ahead and play another song by Winter's Thrall. And we're going to go ahead. I would like to play something a little more hardcore. So I'm going to go ahead and play the song Ride. You're listening to Angel of the Night Radio. This is Lord Rick, live in Las Vegas. And I give you the song Ride by Winter's Thrall. If it ever boots up, you know, system's a little slow. We're working in the old times, folks. Just like in the 70s, smoking a little bit of herb, having a little bit of a good time. And it someday will come on. Ride.
I've tried my luck at keeping hope alive. I've tried my luck
Winter's Thrall, music by Jez. Check them out, wintersthrall.com. And we're glad to promote you, Jez. We're very glad to have you on board. And I really, when a band comes to me, the only thing I want to see you do as a band is succeed. And I love promoting you. I love music. I'm not a musician myself. I understand the art of music. The keyboard's always been an interest to me, always has. You can see my piece on YouTube. I'm playing the keyboard. Go check it out. YouTube.com, AngelOfThyNight. As a matter of fact, we uploaded some videos from our meetup. Yeah, the meetup. And I can talk about surgery for a little bit more and go to the meetup, or I can mix the two up. It really doesn't matter. But anyways, Angel, are you still with us on the line?
Yes, I'm here. And speaking of going to the hospital and going to the doctor, I have a story that one of my friends told me, if you want to hear it, about a trip to the gynecologist.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay. Well, she'd gotten her kids, off to school on the bus, had already taken her shower, but, went in the bathroom, grabbed the washcloth for a quick, clean up before going to the doctor. Gets to the doctor's office, waits, gets back in the exam room, gets everything off below the waist, feet up in the stirrups, doctor comes in, and, any type of conversation at that point in time is just awkward anyway. And so the doctor looks down there and says, "Oh, well, you really went all out and spruced yourself up for me this time." And she goes, I guess. He does his thing, giggles a little bit, tries to make a little more conversation. She goes home. Kids come home from school. Her daughter goes upstairs. "Mommy, where's my washcloth?" "Oh, I put it down the chute. Just grab another one." No, Mommy, I need my washcloth. That was a special washcloth." "Well, honey, just grab another one." "No, I need that washcloth. That's the one that had all my sparkles and sequins in it."
Chat room, I don't think they like those kind of jokes. I don't mind those kind of jokes. I'm a dirty bastard. I had sex with school teachers last month, okay? Fucking professional school teachers. That's what I do, It's kind of funny because I end up with women who are very professional, girls who work for the court system. I mean, I'm telling you, in Vegas, I've had sex with all types. It's like, she's an attorney, yeah, Crazy madness in Las Vegas. But anyways, I went to the gynecologist myself. See, last month ago, I got lost in one of the buildings that has 6 floors for doctor's offices, and I couldn't find my doctor, to prep me for the surgery thing or whatever. And I walked into the gynecologist's office, and all the moms and women were staring at me, and I'm like, is my appointment here? How fucked up is that, It's like I got to end up, out of all offices to walk into, I got to walk into the gynecologist? What the fuck? Rough times, I tell you.
Better than the proctologist.
Yeah, really. They shoving nothing up my ass. Well, nowadays, they do everything through the ass and the pussy. It almost sounds dirty, But now when they give hysterectomies to women, they, medical science are able to go in the vagina. It's like, whoa! It's like, it's just the way they do things now. And even when I went under anesthesia, I didn't notice a thing. I got up. I was a little sore the next day, but it was like, damn, Give me the white stuff. That's all you need. Just the white stuff that they pump through your veins. Like every day, you want to go to the anesthesiologist. Because that's and some woman woke up out of her sleep and she says, "What's in this shit?" And she's looking at me, smiling. I'm in bed with sunglasses on and a beanie, and I'm smiling. She's like, "What's in this?" I'm like, "Lady, I beat you to it. I was already high long before the anesthesiologist put your ass under." Pretty good shit. But anyways, I don't watch the news a lot, but lately, when you get up in age, you start to watch the news, right? And there was an article on the news. They had that from now on, young kids from like 10 years old, 11 years old, they're smoking Smarties. They are lighting up the Smarties, and they are smoking them like cigarettes. Why? Because it looks cool. I guess it just causes problems with your fucking teeth, no shit, and a little bit of dust in the lungs, which can create breathing problems down the road. So if you have kids like I do, be careful. Do not give them Smarties. I'll tell you what, you ever smoke plastic? I smoked plastic. I got high off plastic once or twice. But hey, I turned out normal, and so will you, all right? Just don't overdo it, all right, folks? You're listening to Angel of the Night Radio live in Las Vegas. We're here having a good time joking around. We have Angel on the line. Angel, to you.
Hey.
Hello.
I'm sorry, it's a really choppy connection on this end.
Well, what do you think about smoking Smarties?
I remember sniffing pixie sticks when I was younger, so that's kind of the same thing. But I guess I'm sure it still kills brain cells.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. It's plastic wrap that's around there. I was pretty shocked. Back in my day when we were kids, we went up in the tree houses and, had these BB guns and pellet guns. And, I mean, back then we were kids, and kids can't be kids anymore. It's just, we live in a different world. We live in a different society, which I'm going to talk about something later. I got a long show ahead of me and a lot of things to talk about tonight. But we're having a good time. We play Winter's Thrall's music by Jez. Check them out, wintersthrall.com. Make a donation. These musicians work very hard. You can go ahead and you can make a donation to us as well. But we host two shows. We host 2 shows a month, and we host them. We have sister sites that we host them on. Angel, you may have to stream in 2 weeks' episode. I haven't heard from Bobby. I don't know what's going on. I'm not going to read the chat room or whatever's going on because I'm not going to do drama. I host a good show. I work very hard, because it's all about promoting one another. And I love to promote certain shows. I'm going to be putting up a widget for some of the shows that would like to ally with Angel of the Night Radio. So if you want to go ahead and have me put up a few widgets, because I did read in the chat room something to do with drama and me, and I'm going to tell you something right now. It doesn't matter, man. If you don't want to be my friend, you don't have to be my friend. But when I have a friend, whether it's a female or it's a male, I consider my friends like brothers and sisters. When I go investigating and I go with a female, which we have a female investigator, when me and her go out, she's like a sister. And I make sure that she gets home safely and drives home safely, and I stay awake on our trips home, like when we went to El Dorado Canyon. But see, people don't want to be brothers and sisters out there. They want to fight. Everybody, there's this jealous thing going on. I had sex with some girl, and people dies from fucking sites, getting jealous over me. I got a death threat, It's like because I'm producing good radio. We care about everybody, and that is why, if any of you want a banner done, I'll do you up a banner. Because I'm here to make peace. I'm not here to fight. I'm not here for war. I don't know why everybody thinks that everything's got to be a war and a competition, because it's not. But of course, everybody keeps track of the stats, who's in first, who's in last. Oh, Rick's moved up to second. I don't care about what spot I'm in. I just am glad that people out there are listening to the work that we do. We do this for you. And therefore, you should give us, in return, the peace that we deserve. And go with it. And if you don't want to go with it, that's fine. But I guarantee if you come to the show and you listen, it's like a wild ride. You hold on to your seats and you never know what you're going to get. And that is Angel of Thy Night Radio. We're hosting a good show. And that's all that matters. And if anybody wants to download this and keep this episode, you're more than welcome to. But anyways, are you with us still, Angel?
Yes, I'm here.
Anything you want to contribute?
You were telling me about a news article earlier today, and you had posted it up with your news group. Did you want to talk a little bit more about that article?
You mean the alien find?
Yes.
Right? I would definitely like to elaborate on that. I believe Edgar Mitchell of NASA, who was in the Apollo 14, had claimed that aliens do visit this planet, that we are visited by extraterrestrial life. You know, it's something I've said many years ago. Do you want to know something, Angel? We don't have a lot of people listening, but here's a real confession. A few years ago when I was running my group, I was still new to running forums and dealing with people. I've gotten much better over the years. I treat my members like family, We'll eat spare ribs together. But anyways, hold on a second. I wanted to pull up the article before I get too much into this. Oh, here it is. Because we have to pull them up. We have them all listed, and I didn't expect to jump this early into it, but it's We're Not Alone, ex-astronaut says, and he grew up in New Mexico where the Roswell crash had happened in 1947. He was a 10-year-old kid back then, So he, like he said, they trusted him. He wouldn't speak the truth. The military told everybody to hush, that it was indeed Roswell, a UFO that crashed back in the 40s. And he came forth, and this guy's been pushing it. I've been keeping track of him. He's been pushing it, trying to, do these little UFO conferences, and nobody paid attention to him the first time. But this time, this hit CNN. And now the government and other governments are about to reveal all UFO records. They're going to hide some stuff still, but it's going to be to an extent, yes, the Roswell crash did happen. Yes, aliens visit this planet. That's where it's going to stay. But the UFOs are increasing, and the year of 2012 is near, where a solar storm is going to hit this planet and cook everybody, and it's going to be a radiation storm. The sun is swelling up, and by 2012, that storm will be here. And it's the end of times, It's like your ass better be underground. You can't come out for 20 years because everything's going to be radiated. But, there'd be parts of the planet that wouldn't get hit, like the poles, for example. You might have the most minimum radiation level because they don't get that much sunlight, and that's what this is. It's a harmful radiation type of rays that's coming here. 2012, we'll take you right through the end times, Angel of Thy Night Radio. And I appreciate those listening out there. I got Angel here. And Angel, I'm going to have a few drinks right now. So if you want to take over for a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and grab me a drink, and I'll be right back, okay?
Sure.
And you can elaborate on that. Yeah, I'm gone.
Okay. I'm trying to get the article pulled up right now about that, and it's just not loading real quickly enough. But yeah, for years, there's always been this back and forth pull with the media with all the military cover-ups whenever anybody sees something, and it's always a weather balloon. And it's funny how whenever anybody sees anything that they claim is a UFO or have proof of it or take a video of it, the military is always there to jump in, and exactly at that time, they have so-called proof that it was one of their planes or a secret mission or a test or the weather balloon, excuse how many times. And it's just, anyone who had any sense of logic would think, how are they always in the right place at the right time to have their cover story whenever anything like this is seen? And after 9/11, it was a few days after that, we were driving, and this was in northern Ohio, and as we're driving, we had the sun setting behind us, and all of a sudden, in the sky ahead of us, there was this orange, large, glowing object. It was up maybe the right-hand upper corner of the windshield, and it slowly descended, and as it descended, it went across the windshield to the other side. All the cars stopped. Everyone saw it. It was this orange glow. It was falling too slowly, and the decline that it was in, it wasn't necessarily like a plane that had been shot down or something that was crashing. And, I mean, everyone saw it. You know, but there were police there. They saw it, too. And then on the news that night, no mention of it. At the end credits, right when the final credits were rolling, they said, oh, yeah, there was a meteorite in the sky tonight that had the phone lines jammed at several police stations. And that was the only mention they had of it. And you would think if it really was a meteor, it would have made, you know, a headline story. That would have been their main story. Like they had to mention it just a little bit like that, so that way people wouldn't be all thinking it's a big cover-up. But, you know, just that very afterthought type mention was just ridiculous that, you know, like they're just mentioning it just so they can say that they mentioned it. And ever since then, we've been trying to figure out exactly what that was that we saw, if it was something that had been shot down by the military or, you know, what could it have been. And I had an ex-boyfriend who was military, and he had gone and looked up all the different records that aren't available to the public yet, and a lot of it was still blacked out even of what he could see. But yes, he looked and saw that there was definitely proof of the U.S. aircraft shooting down different objects that they've seen that other people have seen and reported as UFOs. And yes, the U.S. military in recent years has shot UFOs out of the sky. So, are you done with your drink, Rick?
Yeah, I'm done. I'll take over.
Okay, cool.
Just give me one more second. Just talk a little bit more because I'm setting something back up in the chat room, and I had to reload it.
Sure.
You know. Okay, so just I want you to elaborate a little bit on with Roswell, just a little bit more. And my question is, do you think there's a government conspiracy?
I think there's definitely a government conspiracy, and I don't think that Roswell is the only government conspiracy that there is. I think that the mandatory vaccination plan is a way of tagging us and labeling us and putting dormant DNA in all of us so that way they can have different actuators to go and activate these different viruses or whatever it is they're putting in us at a later date when they want to. It's the perfect way to control the masses. And I think it very well could have something to do with Roswell. And there's been definite leaps in our technology that wouldn't be a normal progression that, okay, you go from this point to this point. No, there's been definite advances there, like the silicon chip, that, you know, we didn't come up with that on our own. It's definitely alien technology that we're using.
Yeah, because after that, all these prototypes were being built, the stealth, for example, and other types of craft, because they could be used as weapons of war if you can build the right craft. It's nuclear. It's hard to say what kind of energy they use. It could be. I'm trying. There's a word I'm looking for. Maybe someone could plug it in a chat room, but it's like a nuclear fission. And sometimes they hover over lakes to absorb energy, and that's why people see lightning and storms. I had to turn it off. I had an echo, and I had to turn that off. I'm reloading the chat room right now, and we'll go ahead and see who's in there. Angel, hold off on a second because I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to discuss Roswell for a little bit. And I am back in the chat room. Okay, I fixed it. We sometimes get a little bit of an echo, you know. Sometimes I have to go in and fix it, and you know, basically for free services you can't complain if it echoes or whatever, because you know we appreciate the services that host AngelOfThyNight Radio. We appreciate you very much. I'm sorry on my sister's site that my show is not playing over there. You know, that's just ridiculous, but whatever. You know, we're always going to host our show. You can be a part of it. You can get along and have a great time, or you can shun it. We're not going to make anybody stay here, but 2 weeks ago I did 8 hours of radio, and I brought you solid radio for 8 solid hours. And people should love that. They should be happy about it and realize we're just entertainers. Just entertainers, man. If you believe in everything you hear in life, you go crazy. You'd be like, that guy jumped off the bridge. I'm going to jump off the bridge, I'm going to jump off the higher bridge. But anyways, we have Angel on the line, and you're still with us, right? Because we had a couple other 706 callers. It got a little creepy. I was like, who are all these 706 callers?
It's just me.
That's good, because, it's great having you on the air. Last week you got cut off. I've been following a story in the news that the government gave $30 billion to GM to bail them out. And they need to be bailed out again, Angel. And this time they got $2 billion more from the governor. And we're talking billions. These billions could be used on the space program to go into space and do research on how to prolong the human race, perhaps. Because if you can survive in space, you can survive anywhere. Once you're in space, that's it, You got the technology to go up there. And that's the whole thing. We're dealing with alien species, folks, that are millions of years old. All right? This is a scientific perspective. They are millions of years old. Man is a couple 100,000 years old. Compare the races in evolution. If you were millions of years old, how do you think you would evolutionize? Your organs would change, your height would change over millions of years. It is proof that the human body over generation changes consistently. It's like these fucking girls that got like fucking tits that hang to their knees. It's like when I was growing up, no girls had tits. No girls had tits that hang to their knees. What the fuck's going on here? What are they putting in our food? I have no idea, caller 203. Or Butch, rather. Sometimes, a lot of people don't tune in from our chat rooms. They actually tune in from our widgets. And it's not, we cannot keep track of people who tune in from the widgets. We just hope that you're out there tuning in and listening to our show. But anyways, as I was saying, $30 billion goes towards GM and all for cars. Another, I guess, Ford's in trouble. They're all in trouble because, they're making more cars and they're just not able, they're going in debt doing it because it doesn't matter how much money they got coming in. They're expending so many cars because people don't buy cars right away. Times are changing, and now I see people with these cars. They're electric cars. They got these small fuel-efficient cars now that run on a different type of fuel. And, the fuel is cheap. It's like 23 cents a gallon. But the car is like $500,000. You're like, whoa. Something's wrong with this picture. I don't use millions of dollars in gasoline to go to the fucking supermarket, all right? But anyways, you're listening to Angel by Night Radio tonight. We have our co-host, Angel. She's on the line with us. We welcome any other callers who wish to call on in. And we're going to give you a good show tonight. The show's not going to be over for a while, folks. So for those that have just tuned in, we got a hell of an episode. And we're also playing a new band, Angel's Thrall. Go to them, Angel's Thrall, Winter's Thrall. You got to correct me, Angel. I'm high. You got to correct me. wintersthrall.com. That wacky, I tell you. Anyways, I got Paranormal Ghost Society and Angel of the Night Radio is going to move our headquarters. If you want to call them headquarters. That was very odd. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna move to a different location. We're probably going to be hosting the show from Sacramento. Things are going to change. We're going to be doing our investigations outside of Sacramento. I had gotten an offer online. I was sitting there, I got one of these roommate offers. The girls, I own animals, lots of animals. I got property up here, and the woman wanted me to basically take care of her animals. And then it turned into that I would write her a book, and then us making bread together. That's a good one, me making bread in the kitchen. Come on. Because I'll put on the fucking chef hat. I'll put the chef hat on, and I'll take pictures of that, too. Maybe I'll get something stitched in it, like Angel and Night Radio or something, right? We could run our cooking show, like, live on camera. Creamy alcohol. Who's got creamy alcohol in the chat room? Somebody's got some creamy alcohol. I had to do surgery on my own thumb this week. You see, I went up to El Dorado Canyon to do an investigation, and I was, walking up. There's these cactuses. They're little tiny balls, and they have a lot of spikes, and they can go through boots, almost pierce into bone. They're extremely sharp and very painful. And I was hiking up a side of a mountain or hill. It's all stones and rocks, and it's the desert, so you have these cactuses that grow like a forest out there, and pretty soon you get one caught in your hair, one in your shirt. It's poking through your jacket into your skin. Well, I had 3 cactus balls stick in the side of my calf, and my calf got pierced with about 140 needle holes on the investigation 2 weeks ago. And I had pulled it out, and it hurt like hell because my jeans were stapled to my leg. And my investigator, she's a good person. I haven't heard from her. She said it would be a busy week, but my investigator, she was like, "Are you all right?" I'm like, no, not exactly, because to pull that out was just so excruciating, and you could see all the blood dots in my leg, I pulled it out. I walked back down, and I had some of them secretly stuck in the heel of my sneaker, and I bent down to check my sneaker, and my hand swung on my heel, and my thumb absorbed 3 cactus needles, and they were deep inside my skin, and I tried pulling them out, and they broke off in my thumb. And so this week I had to become a doctor and do surgery on my thumb. And I took my knife, I sliced open my thumb a little bit, and I had to go really in deep to get those cactus needles out, because my thumb was pussing up, and I'm thinking, if you get it infected, you got to go on antibiotics, you got to go, but then again, you get another trip to the fucking nursing room and nursing home, emergency room, and guess what? You're back to flirting with the nurses, slapping them on the ass. And that's how we do things at Angel of the Night Radio, folks. Everything's good. We're having good times tonight, and everybody's tuning in. Fucking God fucking bless you, man. Or I bless you, rather. Thank you for coming out. We're here to have a party, man. We're at our studio right now. My fridge has got Guinness in it. I don't know about you, but a little bit of Guinness, a little bit of wine, a couple cigars here. We're all having a good time. It's all good. It's all good. And I give it back to you, Angel.
Hey. You're taking a break again?
No.
Okay.
You can respond to whatever I say.
I found a good
Are
way
you high?
when you have to go to the emergency room. No, I'm not high tonight, unfortunately. But when you go to the emergency room and it looks like it's just going to be a forever wait and it's just so crowded and, it's just going to be hours before you're seen,
Yeah.
Start acting like you have the worst itch, and they will put you in your own private room and get you out of there so fast. You wouldn't believe it.
You know what the sad thing is that I flirt with women, and I actually have good luck at it. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's just really weird. It's like, yeah, keep sending my ass to the fucking hospital, you know? Nurses, I love nurses. I've always been, you know, the funny thing is most of the girls that I've kind of dated, you know, have been nurses. Maybe I just like that pampering. I don't know. It's like slap me on the ass a little, you know. But we're all here to have a good time. I'm in Las Vegas, and it's been a month of fucking school teachers. I apologize, but the Clark County school system has some wonderful ladies, guys, and you should check out them ladies, as those ladies are looking. I know there's a girl in my heart. I don't know. I mean, you know, there's a couple of good people, I should say, in my life. We got Paul, we got Millie, we got you, Angel. You're all good people. All the people that come in the chat room, even caller 203, I know you're good, man. You know, you don't have to be the way you're acting in the chat room. Everybody's here to have a good time. And it doesn't matter how much you people out there screw me over. It doesn't matter, man. You're just jealous. You're just jealous because I work hard at what I do. And you know, the only fool is the jealous man. The guy that's not a fool is the guy that befriends the person they're jealous of. And that way they can both help each other roll along together. That's how it goes. And, you know, if people want to kick me out from what I heard in the chat room of the network, go ahead. I promoted you like 15 times in the last show, 10 times in the show before, you know, giving shout-outs and everything else. You cannot complain about that type of radio. There's very few radio show hosts who care about, you know, they don't pay attention to who's who, but I pay attention. And the callers calling in and everything else, we know who you are. We value you coming to this fucking show because we're here to have a fucking good time. We're here to rock. It doesn't matter where we're on. We're here to rock and roll, bitches. And you're listening to AngelOfThyNight Radio live in Las Vegas. This is your host, Lord Rick, and co-host Angel on the line. If you want to call in, we'll gladly answer any questions you got. You can remain anonymous, like I said, if you're a little bit radio shy. Call on up. And, of course, some of you who are listening from the widgets don't, like I said, you have the number. Punch the code in, call us up. Ask a paranormal question or ask a question about life. I just might have the answer. And Angel, too. But anyways, I did a meetup. Because what we do in Las Vegas is if we're based in Las Vegas or we're based in Sacramento or New York or wherever we're based, we like to have parties every month. You know, Ghostbusters don't get paid for what they do. It's not, you know, you don't get paid. It's just the love of the heart. And we're so glad to go out there and party with you guys, you know. Our team, myself, friends, just get together and have a good time because I'm telling you, I almost fell to my death, and I always talk about this, but it's just a lesson for you guys to learn. Try climbing a cliff in the dark. Try. The horror in your fucking heart. You don't know how deep down each cliff and ravine is, and you got to climb these rocks, and you're on the edge, and you're on the edges of cliffs. It's fucking raining, and I was crawling on all fours, man, and I was fucking hopping down barefoot and everything, and there's lessons to be learned. And that is why we host the meetups, is we want to come out, we want to meet you motherfuckers. We want to say, hey, what's happening? What's up? Because we love our fans, and we love our people, and we love the people who are part of our society. And even if it's me by myself on an investigation, please support what I do. I risk my life. There are things in the desert that are not human, like my last show I was discussing the skinwalker. It was a skinwalker. I came face-to-face with it. I'm a good paranormal investigator. I'm very strong. And I'm still 6, 7, 8 months later, I need knee surgery. And you know what? I'm walking with no brace, and I'm hiking out there, and I'm looking for this stuff for you guys. And then you don't attend the show, or you fucking screw me over. You know, what the fuck's up with that, man? I'm friends to people. I'm friends to everybody. And I, you know, it's like the old saying goes, true colors show. You know, you could be best friends, and then you start, you know, you get a pretty girl and your best friend reacts. Like a lot of women I date, you know, their best friend gets jealous because the other one makes a pass at me. Too much fucking drama, man. Everybody needs to just fucking chill and get along. And just ride. By Jez of Winter's Thrall. And I played it earlier, and it's a pretty wild song. You know, and I'll tell you, those biker bitches rule. Because biker bitches know how to party. And that is the truth. They'll, you know, get stoned, they fucking drink, they love fucking right after. I love biker bitches, man. And you know what? A lot of my friends up in New York were bikers. I had friends, you know, it's like I went out to California and I met some brothers, man. And I drank with some biker brothers of mine, you know. At least I consider them biker brothers of mine because it's just a bonding experience. You know, you hang out with bikers and you realize they're not bad people. They're just like you and I. And, you know, I'm more on a biker side than anything. I've always had them biker friends, you know, and they're just the greatest people, man. Tattoo artists, fucking smart, very smart. All the guys in the biker groups all have professional careers, but they just like to ride. And I'm here to ride tonight. I'm here to ride with the fucking wind, high in the sky. I am hosting a great show tonight, regardless of what any of you motherfuckers think. Because you're listening to AngelOfThyNight Radio live in Las Vegas. And we're going to bring you the story, and we're going to bring it to you very fucking good. Back to you, Angel.
Hey. I don't know, I keep getting a feedback on my phone
Caller
here.
203. Caller 203.
Rick.
Yes, I am, Butch. Yes.
Just out of curiosity, I've been listening the whole time. What kind of knee surgery are you having?
I don't know. The
What do you
doctor,
think you
I had an
got?
MRI done. MRI done, and they said, the doctor had told me it looks like I may have torn a tendon, and I've been walking on it and climbing on it for 6 months. I fell down the stairs a few days ago, and I fell I went all the way down the stairs. Let's just leave it at that. My knee had given out, and I fell all the way down. But it doesn't matter because tomorrow, if my investigator, she hasn't corresponded with me, but if she shows, we'll have an investigation out in some ghost towns just outside of Las Vegas. There's a canyon that has some historical sites in it, and supposedly, you know, a graveyard. So we're going to go hiking in that.
Well,
You don't have, you scared away Missy. She's very frightened of you.
again?
Yes.
Well, what
never
I'm getting
coming-
at, Rick, I'm trying to help you out here. Don't put it off with your knees. I did. I tore my ACL, and I didn't know it. 6 months later, I tore my other fucking ACL, and I didn't know it. So I walked around on 2 torn ACLs for 6 years, and they kept actually re-tearing. And I actually tore my meniscus as well. So I walked around for over 6 years with both my ACLs torn, and they kept, you know, I got to a point where walking upstairs was killing me. And my doctor said I was lucky I was still able to walk. So you got to get it taken care of, man.
Huh. I'll take your advice. I'll call, because I'm supposed to have an orthopedic surgeon that I'm hooked up with right now, and I think I will call them, well, it's the weekend, probably Monday, because I know I do got to get it taken care of. I hike on it, I climb on it, I try to ignore it, and you can't ignore it. One give, man, and you're down the stairs. It's like, holy shit. I wasn't even stoned. I just went down, man. You know?
I know it.
But it's all
Same
good.
thing happened to me. I'd be hiking, and you know, you shift your weight one way, where you jump down something and you're not prepared for the hit. Your knee just buckles. But what I found helped. If you have surgery, stay in fucking bed.
Yeah.
Keep your knee elevated above your heart, or else that fucker is going to swell to the size of a fucking tire.
Yeah, well,
And
you know,
funny thing,
I'm a person that likes, I'll take a lot of pain. I'll take a lot of pain, but you know, I'm telling you, it's just at times, if your knee gives out and you fall, that's death. I climbed a cliff a couple weeks ago, you know. I climbed it. I don't know what gets in me. I just see something and I got to climb on top. And that sounded bad, so don't even think about it.
even with women,
No. You know what, though? I'm just going to keep pushing on, man. I'm going to keep pushing on. We're going to be going to California soon, and we're going to be doing our investigations out there. We're going to go out there, and we're going to have a good time. I had an offer for a house today.
I'm not telling you to stop.
I had an offer for a house, you know, so that's a start. Well, a couple weeks ago, or a week and a half ago, a woman wrote me, and it was like misery, you know. I felt like if I would have lived in her house, she would have probably broke my knees and said, "You ain't going nowhere, son." It was an older woman, you know, and she wanted me to take care of her animals, and she kind of went like, she started to scare me. She said that she is doing his bidding, and she's like claiming that she had blood from her eyes and fucking, you know, she's like, my ribs have broke, and I lost 50 pounds overnight, and she started telling me she had the wounds of Christ in her wrist, and I'm just like thinking, God, you know, and then the next day she's talking about fairies and fucking griffins and dragons out in the backyard and telling me that if I live there I will be terrified because there are things that go on out there. I'm like, all right, I'll take care of the farm. I don't fucking care. Let the things come in. I will party with the things, all right? That's what we do. That's what we're here for. We're the real Ghostbusters.
50 pounds overnight?
Yes.
That must have been a big shit. This woman, I'm telling you right now, this woman is going to go across the country on horseback, and that's what she's given up all her animals for. And she was going to have me move in and take care of the property, and then she started like saying, "Lord Rick, you're going to write me a book on my journey across country in the name of, you know, Christ." I'm just like, I'm going to write a book? So now part of the roommate situation is I got to write a book. Okay, so the girl went a little bit nuts, and she sent me something from her mother. And the mother's like, it's my property, there's stuff in there, you know. Because I scared them, man. I scared them. Because you see a guy with tattoos and sunglasses, you're like, whoa, I don't want that motherfucker living with me. I know how people think. People are not open-hearted anymore. You know, I'll go work on a fucking farm, man. You know, I'll go work on a farm for a while in California or something, just to fucking have a place to stay. You know, but people are not like that anymore. So this lady tells me, you're moving to Copperopolis. You're gonna be shoveling shit, you know, horse shit, and you're gonna be cooking home. I want home cooking for my dogs while I'm away 7 months riding on horseback across the country. So now I'm cooking for the fucking dogs. I'm writing a fucking book. I'm shoveling fucking horse shit. She says, don't worry, you can use my horses and you can go ride them to the grocery store. So I was going to be riding to the grocery store on horseback, and I took the position. I said, yes. I said, I will take care of your house and your animals. You know, at first she wanted rent, and then she didn't want rent. And then she wanted half of the utilities, which is fine, but then she's like, you know, part of that deal, son, is you got to write a book. So it definitely did not work out in my favor. The woman scared the shit out of me, all right? The shit came out my ass. She scared me. That's the fucking bottom line. I was scared, and I'm like, I really don't want to move in with this broad, all right? She's like, she got a picture. She's got no teeth in the picture, and she's smirking. She's got the pipe hanging out of her mouth, and she's grinning at you like an evil fucking Santa Claus or you know, and I'm fucking scared. I'm like, you know, I'd rather live in the fucking Central Park here in Las Vegas on a fucking bench. Because if I go in there, folks, the good Lord, he's not coming out. That'll be the end of AngelOfThyNight Radio. And that's what I'm talking about. There is no end. We are forever. And I bless my fans, and I'm glad you're out there tuning in, and I'm glad you're out there listening. Angel, you're still on the line?
Yes, I'm still here. The fact that somebody could scare you, That's saying something. Yeah, I'm drinking.
Well, yeah, she definitely scared me. You know, these people, like, she thinks that she's on a mission. She says, I'm not religious. But then she's telling me she's on a mission of God. She's going to go across the country and spread His word. His? Divine energy is not a his or a she or a he, she, or whatever. You know, there are powers beyond our universe we don't understand yet. And the universe interests me, and, you know, I was listening to a show about a week ago, and I found this interesting. Of course, I feel ditched tonight, but about something that Bobby had mentioned, that you cannot go past the radiation field outside the Earth. Well, they said that they were talking about that radiation field. You know, I can't even put it into words because I sent out the article on it. And in 2012, it is gonna reach us, because that radiation field, whatever there, is opening up and is letting harmful rays in. But these type of rays in 2012 would literally give you radiation poisoning. That even if you had a suit on, an astronaut suit, you would still be radiated, poisoned. And this is just a fact, and it could happen in 2012. And we're going to keep covering the story as long as Angel of the Night Radio exists. In the minds of men and women and all you horny folks out there who are listening, this is Angel of the Night Radio. Angel, feel free to butt right in.
Doesn't the Mayan calendar end in 2012?
Yeah.
Hello.
Wolfinator.
How's it going?
Not bad, man. How's it going with you?
You know, I was just hanging in. I had to take a break to give my dog a treat, so I heard you were talking, so I figured that'd give me an opportunity to take care of my puppy. Nothing. Just checking in before I do my show at midnight, so.
Cool, man. I appreciate you calling in. I appreciate everybody who calls in the show, including Butch Caller 203, who we have on the line. I'm sure you've talked to Butch before, Wolfinator, right, man?
Probably. You know, I do end up talking to a lot of people from time to time. Sometimes I get challenged to matches, of course. Speaking of which, September 7th at Donnie Palooza in Florida. Supposed to be taking on Double R. Yep. Ron himself. So we'll wait and see if that happens. Either way, I'll be there.
What kind of match?
Supposed to be some kind of MMA match. He claims he can go ahead and take care of me, and I tend to disagree. So we'll see what happens if he shows.
What kind of training do you got? Jiu-jitsu, or you go to the training school?
Oh, I've done a little bit of everything. See, I'm well, not so much now because I'm 43, but at one time I was a professional wrestler. So,
Really? What was your finishing?
Wow. I train in all different styles. Well, you know the move that forgive me, Chris Sabin uses on TNA's Impact?
No.
That move that he uses? Okay, well, it's kind of like a flipping twist pile driver maneuver. Petey Williams uses it quite a bit, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, in my career in Michigan area, I grew up around these guys when they were growing up at the same time, coming up before they became popular and got on TV. So, you know, we switched off and traded off moves between us. And around here, that's what I normally use. But I trained in MMA style back in California back in the late 80s. I was trained by Samoa Joe. And his dojo, that's what you do. You either do that or you don't go. I'm open.
You know, I saw Samoa Joe.
Cool.
Yeah, I saw him play CM Punk here a few years ago.
Oh yeah, 60-minute draw. I remember it.
In Ring of Honor Wrestling.
Ring of Honor. Oh, yeah, he was a former Ring of Honor champion, almost 2 years as far as that goes. TNA has fucked him over, basically. Because he had that and he beat Kurt Angle for it, as far as that goes. In almost an MMA-style bout there a couple years back in that cage match they had. And then once he had the belt, they fucked when he had that TNA belt. So I kind of like the way his
Rick,
character
you ever watch
turns
UFC?
What's your question,
Rick,
man?
You ever watch cage fighting?
Yeah,
man.
man.
Speaking of which, Brock Lesnar is fighting in for XFC this Saturday. I'm not sure who he's fighting. Yeah, well, he showed up at the end of TNA's pay-per-view. Well, not actually the very end, but this past Sunday on TNA's pay-per-view, there was like a big matchup between two big factions in the company. And after the match was over, they did like a video screen thing, and then Brock Lesnar comes walking out. So he was actually at a wrestling show this past Sunday, but he was supposed to be wrestling Ken Shamrock, excuse me, and then Shamrock got that steroid ban in California, probably everywhere by now would be my guess, but apparently he's competing against somebody this Saturday. Tomorrow, I guess, as far as that goes. I think it's on HDNet, so if you got digital cable or digital on your cable or satellite, you ought to be able to check it out.
I'll tell you what, a lot of that stuff nowadays in the UFC all seems like everybody almost looks the same and they've got the same sort of training and everything. I remember back in the original UFC, it seems like they just take fighters from around the world, almost like it was Street Fighter. There's these big, fat Asian guys. Way back when
the one thing 400-pound guys, you know.
The one match I'll never forget, there's this Asian guy, and he's got all these submission holds, and he's just taking people down and wearing them out with chokeholds. He's fighting some big
Chemo?
dude from Texas. No, I don't know who. I don't think it was Chemo. He's fighting some big, like 7-foot-tall barroom brawler from Texas. He's wearing out the guy from Texas and chokehold, and the Texas guy turns around and starts, fuck this, and starts punching him in the penis repeatedly over and over until the Chinese guy quit.
Yeah, this was back when you could still do that, and before UFC started banning knees to the head and stuff like that, you know.
You can't punch a guy in the dick.
That's cheating, man.
Would you ever do that?
Well, back in the early career of UFC, when they first started up, they were only allowed in so many states for that very reason. Before they got their national exposure, and Dana White bought the company and made it into the big, huge juggernaut that it is, where they eventually bought Pride out.
Rick, would you ever punch a guy in the dick?
No, man.
To me, that's off limits.
I'm not gonna fucking punch somebody in the genitals, man. If I'm gonna fight you, I'm gonna smash you right in the goddamn fucking face. Fuck kicking you in the nuts, hitting you in the nuts. I want to smash.
Say you're down on the ground. Say you're down on the ground then, and someone's got their arms around your neck, and you're about ready to go out. What's your options there? What are you doing then?
I like your way of thinking. You got to
do whatever's necessary to get out.
To do whatever's necessary to get out of. To survive, you're going to do what's necessary.
Okay, well,
but in a fair fight, no,
essentially
not
what was being
man.
done back in the early days of UFC. I'm not trying to defend it. Don't get me wrong. I mean, but that's essentially the way things were done back then.
Well, then if that was true, I would have just take shit, put it in my hands, and smash it in the face.
Yeah, I mean, if I was to apply that to a wrestling ring, I would just take the steel toes right to the nutsack, cup or not, and that's it. The match is over. You know what I'm saying? So, double Double R better watch out. But no, as it turns out, he was just joking. That's part of Double R's deal, doing what he does. So no, there's no match. There's no match. I am going to be down there at Donnie Palooza on September 7th, though, just to be in Florida, if for no other reason.
Sorry to interrupt,
Rick, did you hear
guys. Sorry to interrupt, but this is a news bulletin. The Hooters that are on our page that I keep playing are a very sweet friend of mine. She's a sweet girl, and she's gorgeous. She's very pretty. That's not a rash. She went to the beach. She goes to the beach to suntan, and she wears skimpy little bikinis, tiny little bikinis, and she got sunburned in that area. But she wanted tonight for the show, she wanted to write Angel of Thy Night Radio across her boobs for all you fans who are listening, man. It's
that's just not fair.
She's got
I'm
beautiful
on a
tits.
landline phone. Can't even see it.
She's got beautiful tits. Tits, all right. I like her tits. A lie. She got fucking.
Now lie. So I get a kiss.
They're sunburned. Her tits. They are tits, guys. It's not like you're looking at a fucking dick in the projector and you're like, whoa, I don't want to see no fucking sausage. Fuck, man.
Does she look like a candy cane now? Is that what you're trying to say?
I don't know anymore what I'm trying to say. I can, you know what, Wolf?
She should have worn the same bikini that she got burned in. Then you wouldn't have seen red and white like that. It would have just lined up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you just tape off the word you want to have come up while you're tanning, and then you got it covered, or uncovered, as it were.
Well, on the beach, man, it's different. On a lot of these beaches up in California, they can't. She's got kids, so she can't have any. Well, you know what I'm saying.
Inappropriate.
But there are new beaches. Yeah, she's not gonna just pull her whole bikini off the suntan. I mean, obviously, in this day and age, when you do shit like that, you go to jail. We're not living in the 70s anymore. Not the 70s, man. But we are living in the age of Lord Rick, and you're listening to Angel of Thy Night Radio, folks. And we got a great show, and you make it what it is. But anyways, we have Angel on the line. We have caller 203. I have the Wolfinator on the line, and of course myself, who's always on the line or out of line. But if I get out of line, you just tell me.
Some of that hospital.
And I'll get more out of line.
Funny shit. That was some funny shit, man.
Hey, Rick, there's a couple news stories I wanted to run by you, see if you heard them.
Sure. Go for it.
Did you hear about the woman in, I think he was in Mississippi, where her husband shot her in the head, and then he ended up shooting himself and killed himself, but then she survived, and the deputies showed up because I guess someone made a call.
Yeah.
She survived with a giant hole in her head, and then ended up making herself tea and offered the deputy tea. She didn't even know she was shot. Giant fucking hole in her head. Shotgun.
like a walking donut.
That's messed up, man. But that is the miracle of the human being, that is able to heal itself and survive through traumatic incidents. Yeah.
To want to do that, exactly.
Yeah.
There's another story.
Like all the military.
Okay, try me.
Yeah, there's another story. I think it was in Germany. Some guy killed another guy. He shot him with a nail gun in the head 30 times.
Want to make sure.
There's actually a picture of. There's actually a picture up there, the X-ray of.
Right.
30 nails to the head. Do you think he felt the 20th one?
How can he not feel them, man? They're all in his head. They're all in his head. How can you not feel that?
How long do you think it took him to bleed out?
With 30, I would probably say inside of 15 minutes.
Years, man. I would say years. I don't think it would be an instant thing. to have
you
that.
think
I mean,
with their nail guns, it plugs back up? Is that what you're saying?
you have to let them work themselves out. If you were to remove those nails, you could sever the nerve even more, and the person could be brain dead.
Yeah, you
so
could,
you
could
have to.
more damage pulling those out than they did going in. That's for sure.
Yeah, I had a nail go through my foot on a paranormal investigation, and it was so painful, and I continued the investigation. I always get hurt. My investigators don't get hurt, but I get hurt pretty bad. And I have a friend who works with bones and joints and things like that, and people break their ankles in their own kitchen. And, I got to be very grateful that I go out there at night, and I haven't broken nothing, but, man, I mean, anything could happen in any...
Yeah, no
Say what?
shit.
Yeah. But, we go out, and we went to El Dorado Canyon, as you guys heard. And I had met up with some friends, okay? They live out in El Dorado. It's a very secluded town. It was an 1850s, 1860s town. A lot of miners live there. They killed over gold. There's been people throwing down mines, mining accidents. We went out there. It's a mysterious place. A lot of cult activity many years ago. This was like my fourth or actually fifth trip out to this region. And I was looking for mines in the dark, man. And I found an abandoned house with a shed behind it built into the rocks. We heard talking, whispering. We don't know, but we went into this ravine. It was spooky. Somebody out there was with us, man. And they were out there, and you could hear talking and movement. And they sounded like younger kids. And I went in the abandoned house. It was all fucking falling apart. And we did the investigation, man. We did it. But I met up with some friends. And when I got to my friend's house, they asked if I wanted to smoke a bowl, all right? So I want to thank Debbie and her daughter and everybody else for smoking me out by the campfire. You're cool. You're good people. I want to thank you on my show if by chance you happen to tune in tonight. Bless you, man, because I needed the smoke when I got there. I was stressed, They didn't have what I wanted at the fucking store. I like to get subs when I'm hiking and certain types of beer, and I'm like, God damn it, I forgot the beer. I was stressing, so I needed the smoke, man. I had no beer on me. And I went and I found out Boot had hurt his ankle, so he couldn't hike and show us some more places. So I took my investigator in a canyon for 20 miles. And we end up in this hidden area with like a trailer, and I'm sitting in there, I'm like, just keep going, man, unless you want to be fucking food. Because, you got these people that live out, they're like staying out in the middle of the canyons, man, and I'm scared shitless. I'm like, it was, man, and I came up to a bunch of people drinking and partying at a little inlet with the river nearby, and the guy says to me, he's in his cowboy hat, and he looks at me, and he says, keep going, and he smiled at me. And I told my investigator, I said, we are not getting out, we are not hiking with this trailer here and like 20 dudes, man. It's like fucking meat market. I'm like, we'll just keep going. She was feeling sick, my investigator. He couldn't breathe. And we were hiking and we were driving, and I left her in the vehicle because she said I can't do anymore, Left her in the vehicle, and all of a sudden, I went climbing up the side of a mountain like I always do, and I climbed, and I found a mine entrance, and I went in it. It curved to the left. It dead-ended about another 20, 30 feet, and there was dynamite sticks that were used. So I found used dynamite sticks, and I'm like, shit, if there's one entrance, there's got to be more into this hill or this mountain. And all of a sudden, I see a light buzz past my head. The light buzzes past my head. Then a green laser starts shining near my fucking head. I'm like, God damn, either they got a laser pointer or they got a laser pointer fucking pistol, and they're going to fucking put a bullet hole in my goddamn head for being in the mine. Because, the people down there, they don't always know that the Paranormal Ghost Society's coming. I don't give them no forewarning. I go out there, I check out the shit, You don't. I'm sorry. You know, if you come up to me with the gun, I'll tell you who I am, and we'll shake hands. We'll shake hands. I will say, hey, let's smoke, brother. Let's smoke. Don't shoot me. Let's smoke. That's what would happen. But see, they had a laser pointer like pinning on me, man. It was pinned on me, and do you know what I did? I called it in on the CB. I'm like, I called her on the CB or the two-way radio. On the two-way radio, I said, you know, if it is not you doing those lights circling around me, get in the vehicle. I will tell you when to stop. I went into the two-way radio, and I said to her when to stop. And I started running down the fucking mountain, leaping like a fucking lion, rock to rock to rock to rock. And if she was to call in tonight, she'd tell you I went down that mountain in less than a couple minutes. And I ran, and at the same time she met up with me with the truck, I ran across the fucking road and jumped in. And then the lasers were shining all over her vehicle as I told her, I said, step on it now. And she fucking boosted up to 70, 80 miles an hour. And the lights stopped around the canyon, and we knew they came from people. And the locals run a store, a little ghost town. Say what?
Oh, yeah.
Sure it wasn't Missy?
Somebody
telling
fucking
something.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm glad Missy's gone because you know what? She deleted her chapter. You know, she said the haters are after me. I got to delete my chapter or they'll keep picking on me. You know, why do you got to...
If you get that scared, man, you don't need to be there in the first place. I'm sorry.
She's not really done anything much, you know? I mean, she's been around for 7, 8 years, but she hasn't done nothing. And we tried to give her a chapter because we were going to promote her chapter and all her pictures from all her expeditions.
She just get burned out, basically, then? Is that what it is?
And she burned me. She burned me. And so that's why she's not here tonight or in our groups, because she just...
you're breaking up, man. I'm going to call back.
Yeah, she ended up backing out, and she's like, can I still be a member, though? I'm like, come on. Are you serious? Can you still be a member, you know? I mean, you don't fuck someone, man. Where I come from, I believe in loyalty. And I have yet to see very, very few people that are loyal to what I do, to our show. It's not that many, but, you know, the ones that are loyal, that's valued. Loyalty doesn't go very far in the radio business. A lot of radio show hosts don't want to work together. It's like we don't get paid for this. What the fuck? You know? It's messed up. But anyways, are you still on the line with us, Angel? Because I got to make sure that you're still with us.
You're sounding really choppy all of a sudden, and I don't know if it's my end here, but it shouldn't be. But
no,
yeah, I mean,
there's so everyone in the chat room does as well.
Okay, I'm not in the chat room, so I didn't know. I mean, you know, there's so few people in the world who believe in the paranormal, who want to believe in it. So many people are so closed-minded, and I mean, really, it's, you know, us versus them. It's us versus the majority. So, you know, we really got to stick together. And even if we have, you know, different approaches, different philosophies, still, we can't go turning on each other. We're all on the same side here, and we're all trying to, you know, prove something to everyone else. And if nothing else, we're trying to, you know, we all want to believe that there's more than this, and that we're not alone, and that all this isn't pointless and for nothing. And, I mean, if we're turning on each other and we're too busy fighting with each other and, you know, hating and focusing our energy on, you know, negative things, and where's that going to get anyone? That's not getting us any closer to the truth or to, you know, proving any of this to everyone else.
Well, to sum it all up, the
right.
woman, she was, you know, a few sandwiches short of a picnic basket. She was complaining about things that weren't there, were haunting her. And I don't, you know, she said she had all this evidence about the stalkers and IP addresses. I'm not sure she even knew what an IP address was. I don't know. Everything about her seemed completely delusional and paranoid, but she was funny.
I encountered her just last week, and I listened to some old shows with her on it, and yeah, she was something else.
She's a character. I don't hate her. I don't hate her, man. I don't hate her, but I don't hate her. She's a character, you know. But the thing is that she can't keep her word with me. You know, she says, "Stick up for me, Rick. Stick up for me," and then I defend her, and she turns around and fucking puts the ditch on me. You know, it's like, come on, man. It's like, I don't think she has any information on anybody. I don't think that her family's in jeopardy. She lives in the middle of the sticks. She shoots at birds. I mean, come on, man. Or even if you were, let's say, her stalker, would you really want to go out to the middle of New Mexico? You're not going to get any fucking pussy, all right? There's probably no herb. It's too dry to fucking grow there. You're fucked. Don't mess with it, man. So I banned her. I said, bye, see you later. You know, and that's the end of it.
Well, didn't she say she lived on, like, tribal land or something, and that she was totally safe because she had brothers and cousins and family all around her, and everyone was packing like her and would shoot any strangers on sight? So didn't she make it out like she pretty much lived in a fortress?
You know what? She says she is a descendant of Billy the Kid. She's a descendant. You know what? I just, like I said, I love to have chapters. People can go and get chapters through me or whatever, that's fine. But, well, you know, the people I at least know. And you can be your own original person. That's what I was giving her an opportunity to do. It's like, Missy, you want to be weird or do whatever you say about Billy the Kid, it's fine. Put it on your site. That's the benefit. And I'll promote it. But, you know, she says she's going on her own. She's going to run her own group on her own. But what's going to happen when these people view her webpage? Are they going to be stalkers? Because she told me she doesn't want anybody who don't like her viewing her website. And I don't care if you people don't like me. You can still go to my website. It doesn't offend me, man. See, that's the type of founder and guy I am. And that's why it seems like tonight I've been screwed, blued, and tattooed. Don't ask about the blued. But we're here to party tonight. This is Angel of Thy Night Radio, your host, Lord Rick. We have Angel on the line, and she's been contributing a lot while I'm sitting here stoned and having a good time drinking. High gravity, hurricane, try it. Cheap beer, great stumbling.
You have to try Terrapin. Terrapin beer, if they have it where you live, it's brewed here, and it has several different flavors. They brew it in the old style. They've traveled to the different breweries in Europe, and it's the best domestic stuff you can find.
Someone said blue balls in the room. No, I haven't had blue balls, man. I have fun with girls in Vegas. You know, this is Vegas. If you guys are going to come out to Vegas, you got to play with the girls. There's so many gothic chicks, but I meet a lot of professional women. You know, here I am. I'm a little bit goffed out. I paint the nails black. You know, I'm a little goffed out sometimes, and I don't really hook up with gothic chicks. I love them, but, you know, my idea is I'm going to meet a nurse at the hospital, and the nurse is going to take me home. She's going to make me feel all better, borrow me for a few days. That's the type of girl that I could go for. I don't know about you guys. I don't know about you, Angel, but Angel, come on, you know you like nurses, too.
Oh, definitely. Closest I ever got to one was dating a vet tech.
Uh-huh.
And when he wanted to start giving me a horse enema, that was the end of the relationship.
Yeah, well, you know, we're all a bunch of fucking dirty bastards here in the fucking chat room. We got blue balls swinging around and everything else, you know. You know, I'll tell you what, I've been hosting Angel of Thy Night Radio, guys, a couple years. I've been here longer than most people, and I notice that, like, people out there treat me different, you know, and it's like, why, man? I mean, I'm here for you. You know, it goes both ways. And, you know, I do want to thank some people for coming out tonight. You know, some of you out there, you know, you guys are full of drama, but, man, if you can come together, I can promise you always a good show. That is the one promise I can make and keep. And you're listening to Angel of Thy Night Radio from Las Vegas Angel of Thy Night Radio Studios. This is your host, Lord Rick, live. And, of course, we got Angel on the line who says the nurses, you know, are attractive. And I have to agree, but you know what's messed up about going into my surgery? Every nurse gave me a quiz. I got a quiz like I was a kindergartner. and they were quizzing me. What's your birth date? Where are you from? Where are you born? What's the last 4 digits of Social Security? You're like, whoa, what the fuck? I got quizzed like four or five fucking times, man. I mean, it's just...
Yes, what it is. Who's the president?
That's what she asked me. I said, Obama, man, Obama. I almost said Lord Rick. That's kind of messed up. It's like, oops, I'm sorry, I apologize, But going to the hospital is not so bad. I was laughing every time they quizzed me, just like I was laughing when I had the nurse in the back fucking room, It's like I could do this surgery thing every day. There's my next fucking career. I'm joining the medical field, Can you imagine me cut off fucking scrubs? Fucking, it's like, hey, I'm going to fucking take your temperature now. It's like, by the way, can you watch AngelOfThyNight radio? I'll have you up just in time out of your anesthesia. And then some guy showed me his fucking ass.
Used to wear are hot though, but scrubs are just, I don't know, they're just not sexy.
They're comfortable. I've worn scrubs. When I was in the hospital, they gave me some fucking scrubs. I took them home and I wore them all over the house. I became a doctor. I almost died on that mountain a couple months ago. A fucking doctor, folks. And anyways, I've been through some crazy experiences, I mean, like Angel says, everything's an adventure, and yes, it is true. Everything's an adventure. And I was in the hospital, and some guy showed me his fucking ass, man. He like, came out from anesthesia, and his gown, like, fucking opened wide up, and I had ass fucking hanging out in front of me. I was in the hospital bed. I'm like, Jesus, this is what I got to go through? My ass going to be hanging out? Nobody sees my ass. I show my ass, and the girls giggle at the tattoo, You can't win. But you know what? I got to love you Californian girls, because you Californian girls that are out there are just fantastic, man. I've met a couple of California girls in recent times, and, and when I get out to California, I am going to be having a great time being with the people who care about me the most and the people who are there for me. I'll always be there for the rest of your life, man, from one friend to another, because I'm not your host. I'm your friend when I host AngelOfThyNight Radio. There is no animosity towards haters or people who have differences. There's none, because I'm here having a good time, man. And back in the day, I used to watch Cheech and Chong with some of my girlfriends and stuff, and it kind of reminds you, you look back at that time and things were so much more better. I mean, big cars, the big metal cars, 99 cents for gas, go up to the lake, smoke a little fucking pot, make out with a girl. Those times are gone, and I want to run for president. I want to bring you guys back that day and age. I'm able to do a lot of things, but I cannot do it without people standing loyal to me. And sometimes people mistaken loyalty for, something more, and they get scared of the loyalty, and they hurt other people in the process. When you're on the battlefield and you go to save a soldier's life, as a soldier, you have to be willing to take a bullet for another human being. And I'm going to tell you right now, every time I go investigating, I put my own self at risk for you people. And where are my members, man? Where's 6,000 members tonight? You're not here. We are going to discuss the Mothman in a little bit. I have a special on the Mothman. Because we got to cover that paranormal adventuring when more listeners come in at a later time. But anyways, we have multiple callers on the line. They can butt in anytime they want to butt in, say what they want to say. If they want to, whatever. If they want to comment on something, that's fine, man. It's all good.
Hey, Rick.
Yo.
Have you been introduced to Twitter yet?
What?
Twitter.
Twitter? No, I don't use Twitter, man. It's a very professional service, but I don't use it. I just let me tell you something.
You know what?
I just don't.
I think it would suit you.
I think you gotta have a cell. Yeah, through your cell phone,
no, you
right?
Don't have to. You don't have to. You can do it from your computer.
Okay.
And what do you know how it works? I could summarize it for you real quick.
Yeah, you give like updates all day of what's going on. I'm going to lunch. I'm jerking off. That kind of shit, right, man?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, it's that kind of shit. It's kind of like a mini blog, only you can only put in 140 characters. But if you're sending out all these sends all day, you can just type in your links in there with a quick summary, or you can just upload photos all day long to it, and people will comment back to you. And it gets kind of addictive.
I agree,
I imagine you're juggling a lot.
I don't, to be honest with you, man, at this point, well, I want Angel to comment and then I'll comment.
What's that, like you get up in the morning, okay, I'm getting out of bed. I'm taking a shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm brushing my teeth. Can't you text that to the people who you'd want to share it with instead of broadcasting it?
Yeah, but some
you know what?
people want to share it with everyone.
Guess what, guys? If I use Twitter, I'll ruin the surprises on my radio show. That's one reason also I don't use Twitter. I don't want to ruin the radio show. I want to tell you guys what happened, the full, truthful story, so you're shocked. I mean, I like to put you in shock. If I go on Twitter and I say, the horse died, I killed it by accident, you know, I mean, you don't want to read that on Twitter. You want to hear it on Angel of Thy Night Radio. That's what I'm talking about.
That's true.
But they're using Twitter where there's natural disasters now, like flooding and tornadoes, and they're using it to try to find survivors and check in and follow storm paths and stuff. And so I see how it is becoming a useful tool for the emergency response people.
Well, I think one of the big things that made Twitter big was about a year or so ago, some kid overseas, and I don't know, in Russia or something, and he got arrested, and he tweeted that arrested in so-and-so, send help. And I think that was the only thing that led people to help him get out of prison, the fact that he tweeted about being over there.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to use it or not. Yeah, it'd be something I have to decide or whatever. But, you know, how do you guys feel about hospital socks, man? Because I like put on my hospital socks, I was running all over the place. And you could slide down the halls in those things. I love those hospital socks. And they gave me a free pair to take home. So, you know, that was my 420. And when I came home, do you know what, man? My 420, I fucking, you know, I smoked. I fucking had a stir fry. I had M&Ms. I had ice cream. I had cupcakes, fucking cookies, bread. I ate a fucking feast, man. Because, you know, I can't eat much before the surgery or anything like that. So, you know, it's an amazing thing, man. And we have caller 209, which never says nothing at all. Are you with us, caller 209? This is Angel of Thy Night Radio. Welcome to the show.
Welcome.
You there?
I'm here.
Welcome to the show. How are you tonight?
I am good. How are you?
I could not be better. The only problem is that my sister's show is not showing on the other network. And I'm wondering what's going on because nobody's told me anything. And I count on certain people, man. And, yeah, that's the only thing wrong. Other than that I've been drinking and smoking tonight. And I'm having a good time. And what about you? You having a good time?
Always.
My caller. No.
Sounds like she's bringing a lot to the table, Rick.
She brings a lot to the table. You have a very nice voice while you're on the air with us. And I was just wondering, I have a question for you, but you're new to our show, aren't you? Maybe she's getting stoned, too.
I don't think she heard you, Rick. You were cutting out.
I was dying out?
Yeah.
My question was, you're a first-time caller to our show, aren't you? Maybe. He probably doesn't hear me. If I'm still cutting out, let me know. But anyway, okay. Anybody is welcome to call on the show. Caller 209, I'm glad to have you on with us tonight. Is there something that you would like to talk about with me? Or with anybody who is on the air with us right now, including Angel?
.209, are you there?
What?
All right.
I know what's happening. I see stage fright. Everybody who's new to calling on the show gets a little bit scared. It's okay to talk. I don't care who calls in the show. I just, I like to know who's a first-time caller, who's called in before. Like, I got to know Butch here. He's calling in, caller 215. He calls in every couple weeks. And, he's great on the air with us, smooths me over. Good job, Butch. Keep up the good work. It's not just a job. It's an adventure. I can't even not smile when I say that. Caller 209, come. Do you want to play tonight? She must be like, she must have fell asleep, Sometimes you turn on the speakers and then you just go on your couch and you're drinking and partying. You're like, you missed all of AngelOfThyNight Radio. Then you got to catch the rebroadcast the next day, But good things are happening, man, with the Paranormal Ghost Society. We're investigating. We got good callers who call in the show. We want to thank you. At caller 209, feel free to butt in at any time you want to. And the same goes for any of the callers that are currently on the line. And is also red black dots. If you'd like to call in the show and get involved in this, I more than welcome it tonight. Red black dots. Okay, echo, echo, echo. I was going on Craigslist this week, and a woman had emailed me off a personal ad.
Careful.
Yeah.
Did you hear
Careful
about the
what?
Craigslist killer?
Yeah, man, I was going to talk about that tonight for a while. Yeah, he murdered somebody. One girl, but he robbed another one.
Yeah, apparently.
He was a medical student.
And he was suspected of third.
Right. Well, I guess what it is that the first time he robbed the girl, got away with it. The second time around, I'm sure one of the women fought him off because he was probably trying to rob her, and he ended up fucking killing her. Crime of passion, I don't know. They're going to go easy on the guy because his parents are backing him up. He's a rich kid. They're going to go easy on him. It doesn't, just because this happened on Craigslist doesn't mean anything. The whole world is in peril. People go home from bars and murder each other. It's just, it doesn't matter anymore. This is the new age of technology. This is what it is. It is what it is. Craigslist is a place to find sex, love. I try to find love on Craigslist. That is the truth. To try to find a wholesome girl that can, stand beside me. It wouldn't matter if she was the only one listening tonight. It doesn't matter. See, because I'm an optimistic man. But that's what counts. I go on there, I have a little bit of play because I'm an inquisitive guy, so eager to learn, so much energy I have. And I do meet girls off Craigslist, and some of them I play with, and they turn out really to scare me. It's like, this girl kind of scares me, all right? Because my roommate, a few months ago, we walked up and he said, Lord Rick, he says, you're a pretty normal guy. You're cooking breakfast for your kids and taking them to school. It's like, yeah, man, I raise a family. I'm a family guy. I am the family guy. You ever watch on TV? I am that type of guy. So, and that's life, man.
You know, what blows my mind, this is the first time this has happened. You think all the crazy killers would be out there going to Craigslist in droves.
Well, you know, here's the whole thing. The government wants to propose a deal to shut down the erotic section of Craigslist because they say that the Internet is still new and that it needs to be shut down because the roses symbolize money any way you look at it, and prostitution is still prostitution no matter how you word it in your ad. They want to close it down because they said it's the new age for prostitution. And yes, it is. A lot of prostitutes write me. There's a lot of girls on there who will take money. I had one girl tell me $50, you can have whatever you want with me. We can play. You know, that's the type it is. But it is beneficial too. You know, people who are into alternative lifestyles, who like to be, you know, spanked on the ass, B&D, S&M, fucking ball gags, blindfolds, fucking dildos, all the fucking toys. You know, you go on there, and it is what it is. You know. And you can, it's a good service for people who want to explore. And I meet girls, you know, some of them are inexperienced, and it's fun to teach them new things. It's, you know, there are good people on Craigslist. I cannot say they're all bad. But the Craigslist killer was a guy that had bad intentions with these women. And I don't care if a woman's a prostitute or an escort or whatever. I am not going to abuse her. That's just the truth. And these guys are going around, they're raping the fucking girls on Craigslist. They're raping them, they're killing them because they're like, hey, you know, some of these girls are like, I want $100, no sex. And the guy's like, what the fuck? And he rapes the girl, and he takes the fucking money and runs out because he's like, you know, they don't treat people with human respect. Human respect's so important, man. And I have tried to install that in my listeners. It's like teachings. It's like I install that, and people still haven't learned the goddamn thing. I mean, where's our sister show tonight? Where is all these people from the other radio networks? I tune into them from the widgets. Where are you tonight, man? Where are you? But I'm all about the peace,
Bobby,
man. And I will go on Craigslist, and I will continue to meet women. I will continue to, you know, if I find a great woman, so be it. I found a great woman to have, you know, another child with, or be around my kids and me and have a good time. I don't short myself of people. There's bad people in the entire world. Like there's good ghosts, bad ghosts. There's some ghosts that will push you and scratch you and hiss at you, and there's other ghosts, man, just in the fucking corner, quiet as ever. And you never get those on film. They stay out of the way. They stay in their own little space in the bedroom. And you walk in a haunted house, and that's that, man. That's, you know, and that's what makes a good Ghostbuster. You have to know the difference between different entities. And the active entities is the ones you want to capture on film. And if you can feel them out like I can to a good point, then you know where the spirit is around you. We install these teachings in people. And, you know, what we host here is more than just a paranormal radio show. You know, we're not just extreme, we're not just entertainment. We're here for it all. We're here all the way to the end of the world, motherfuckers. And we're here to party tonight. And we got Angel on the line. We got caller 209 on the line. 203. We have all these callers on the line.
209 left.
You guys? Yeah, I think 209 left. She didn't really say too much. It was the couple times she actually called in. You'll have to hold on, Red Black Dots. I have to restore the chat room, and then I can accept your call. Sometimes it closes out. That's the thing about Mozilla. If you people have Mozilla Firefox, you will notice that if certain things are turned on, you'll have these crashes. And when we host our show, we get these crashes all the time. And it's just like, man, and you got to reload the chat room, reload the callers. It's a real pain in the ass. I just looked here. Hitler painted a self-portrait, and that just popped up in the news. Hitler was a brilliant man. Unfortunately, he was also a man, his judgment was clouded, and he knew how to play the piano. He was intelligent, but sometimes people get a hold of power and they just want more. They're like, we're going to rule the world, And that's what Hitler tried to do. He tried to dominate the world. And all these Hitler articles have been popping up, and Hitler ghost stories and things of that sort. But now they say Hitler actually did escape and did live in paradise, I think in Uruguay or actually South America. And I was really astounded. I was like, Hitler was too bright of a man to just commit suicide, man. They don't have enough proof that Hitler died. So these are just things that, we talk about. Say what?
Have you seen his paintings?
Hitler was an artist. He was an art school student before he got involved in German politics. Yes. And one thing that people seem to forget when they talk about Hitler is Germany voted and gave him absolute power. They decided to give him all the power because of the situation that Germany was in, which is the same situation we're headed into now, where money was more valuable to them as fuel for their fires to cook their little measly government handouts than, being worth thinking how to use a whole wheelbarrow full of money to buy a loaf of bread. Look at the condition Germany was in, and he did do wonderful things for Germany and turn them around and strengthen them and unite them as a country. He just obviously took it way too far, but he didn't just go and, be like Saddam Hussein and, okay, I'm going to take over. No, he was given that power through a public vote.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you know.
Oh, and by the way, I'm saying that as I'm of German descent and I'm also of Jewish descent. So just so you don't think I'm,
Right. Well, I'm German too. I have Italian in me, but I'm also German. My father came from, his father's side was German, And I'll tell you what, I'm a very well-cultured individual, and, I love being half Italian and things because, well, let's face it, what's good in Italy? The food. Not the sex, but the food. Okay. I'm gonna put on another caller in just a second. I'm reloading the room right now. And we'll patch her through and she can give her opinion. And you're listening to Angel of the Night Radio. I got a little bit of an echo. Give me about 30 seconds. There we go. Fixed. Okay, red black dots, call on in, and I will patch you through. Because I had to actually, call on in. I had to actually reload it, and it takes a little bit of time. But like I said, you can't complain about a free service. You just, you got to enjoy it and go with it, and that's about it. But anyways, we have caller 203 on the line. We have Angel on the line, and we have some people in the chat room. Welcome to Angel of the Night Radio, and everybody who's listening is a guest listener. And we were talking about Hitler, which somebody doesn't want us talking about it, but everything we talk about is what's in the news, And I guess they say there's no news like good news, and that is kind of true. There's when you look at the news now, you hear things like they gave away $30 billion to GM. You're thinking, give me $35 billion, give me $30 billion. I'll tell you what, I'll do some good with it. I won't put it in the cars. How about we take $30 billion to save lives? How about we take $30 billion for cancer and to advance our medical so that human beings can live a little bit longer? You're listening to Lord Rick. I'm giving you a dose of reality tonight. So if the caller wants to call back in, I will patch you through. It says I have caller 209 on the line. Are you still with us, caller 209? Because I can see you here. It's very weird that a caller would call in and not say nothing unless they're like falling asleep on their phone, you know. They're like lying in bed, they're talking on the phone, and I know how it's like, but you don't want to fall asleep with your cell phone on the entire show. That would be like, damn, she's got a big ass bill and fell asleep and she didn't even catch the show, you know. Are you with us, Angel?
Yeah, I'm here. I had a boyfriend do that once. He called and fell asleep because he just got back from going out, and I hung up, but it didn't hung up on his end, and he ended up having like an 8.5-hour call bill to his phone long distance.
Yeah, I've ran up some bills myself in my time. I used to be really heavily into calling friends all over the country. I'd call friends, want to talk about the paranormal or whatever. Just, you know, it's about shooting the shit. It's about just having a good time. But, you know, I in my opinion, you know, I'd like to at least say it's great to be here out of all of this tonight. And, Angel, what I wanted to do is take a break because I wanted to get something to drink right now, and I wanted to also promote more of Winter Thrall's, you know, Winter Thrall's band, or Jez's band. I was going to go ahead for each band. I don't know how everybody feels about it, but I was going to make a banner, and I was going to stick it up on our website that you could click the banner and you could go straight to the band's website. That when I promote it in our show, you guys will be able to go to that site, click the bands, and you get to learn a little bit more about each band. So I think that's a really good idea. I wanted to promote more of his music and take a break because even Angel of Night, at least the host here for Angel of Night, does have to take a leak, especially if we're drinking some fucking high-gravity hurricanes tonight and smoking some good green. I don't know, Angel, do you want to play the next song? Do you have the song?
Yes, let me get to that page. What one did you need that you couldn't download?
We'll go ahead and I have Cold Dust, November, and Ride. I'm looking for maybe Down, if you want to play Down.
Let's see, I have Journey's End and Absolution up here. Will either of those do?
You can go ahead and you can play either one. I don't have those. I don't see those on the site. So maybe, are you playing them off his MySpace? Oh, okay. Go ahead and play some of his new music. He's cool with whatever we play. Go ahead, put it on. You know, you can explain to the listeners who they are. He's also a friend of yours. So, you know, go ahead, man. I'd like to get this song out. Okay. He's got some great music.
And then when you come back, I'm going to need to take a break for a couple minutes.
Okay. That's
and I'll
fine.
go ahead, and you said you don't have Absolution or Journey's End, correct?
No, I don't have those ones. And I don't have the Song of the Dead and Down. Those are all the songs I'm missing. I would like to get his entire CDs or the next 2 CDs that I can continuously play of his music. He's a great musician. I want to see
he's from England, too.
Hey, from England. Well, I want to see him be successful. That's the thing. It's not me who cares about being successful. I just like to see other people get successful off of me because it means I did my job. And I hope that good karma comes back on me. I really do. I hope that good karma comes back, trying to do good things for people, you know? That's what it's about. But anyways, go ahead and play some music, Angel. I'll let you take over the show for a couple minutes. Okay?
That's great. Like we were just saying, this is Jez. He's from Winter Thrall. He used to have a band called Dust. He's a very brilliant poet and an amazing musician, and I'm getting the audio set up here. But he has a MySpace page. It's Winter Thrall, also winterthrall.com. It's his website, and he's really just phenomenal. I really see him going places. I'm sorry, I thought I had the audio on here, and it's not. Yeah, this should be good to go now. This is Absolution by Winter's Thrall.
Wow. Coming soon, folks. And then I'm going to go ahead and go on break, and I got some more show I'm going to be hosting. You're listening to Angel of the Night Radio. It's Friday night. What are you doing? I'm howling at the moon. Let's rock. Let's fucking party. We got some music. Says the song's not working. Very odd. But no, Angel, we can't hear the song playing. That's why I grabbed the microphone real quick. Do you have it, or would you prefer if I just play one while you look for the other? You have it? It's here or there? Or it's here or there, everywhere, and I am fucking ripped. Because I can go ahead and I can play, like, November's a great song. And if you want, I'll play November for our fans and listeners out there. What do you think?
My computer one actually the episode will be.
I can barely hear you.
Okay, it's Journey's End right now.
Okay. We're trying a second time, folks. Angel's going to be playing the song from Jez, Winter's Thrall.
It hasn't been loaded, so the computer.
I've seen better days. Why don't I just play November for now so I can hang out with chocolate? All right, forgive me for being dirty, but I got to hang my cock in the fucking toilet because I got to take a leak. And I'm going to piss my pants if we don't get some music on. You know what I'm saying? And in Angel of the Night Radio, the host is going to have a giant P fucking mark here in our studios. And then I'm going to, like, press it against the window when all the cars drive by, man. I'm going to press it. You guys can't see the fucking cameras. You guys cannot see the cameras. So you don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And that's the good thing about having no cams. Anything can happen at Angel of the Night Radio. And I'm going to go ahead and play November. Angel, save the song for the next break that we take because I got to go take a leak. We are approaching, folks, the later... We're
it's playing now.
Later. What? It's playing? I don't hear it. Grandma got ran over by a reindeer. I could hear that song I was singing around Christmas time. You know, Angel, we don't hear the song, so I'll just go ahead and play November. Oh, here we go. Wow. I'm losing you.
Sounds like shit, Rick.
Yeah, it's pretty bad on her end.
Okay. Can we pause it then?
Yeah, pause it.
Too bad you can't
November.
link directly. Do it to play it directly.
I'm going to go ahead anyways and play November on my end. I can always email Jez and tell Jez to give us some more tunes of his that we can play. is not a big deal. We're going to be promoting him for a while. But he's a great musician from England, and I have to say that musicians from Germany and England, they're some of the best in the world. If you listen to a lot of music I listen to, you can actually tell that these musicians, the talent and the emotion that they put into their work, and it's a lot like the work that I do. Put a lot of emotion into it. I put a lot of emotion into the show, and that's what we're here to do tonight is a show. But after I get back from break, I will be gearing to go, and I got a lot more comedy, a lot more funny things coming on up. You're listening to Angel of the Night Radio. It's 9:30 over here on the Pacific Coast. What are you doing? I don't know, but the world is watching. And I will give November. And I'm sorry about the sound quality. You know, over time we'll get better sound. It's just one step at a time. We got to work on things. That's what makes our show an original, you know, is that we're able to, like when Howard Stern first started out, people knocked him and laughed at him, you know, and this will be a catchy thing down the road, our type of radio, what we do. It's a whole new type of radio. I give to you November by Winter's Thrall. This is Lord Rick of Angel of Thy Night Radio. I'm telling you right now, that was Winter's Thrall. And I'm sorry if you can't hear the music really well, but you know what? You can listen to his music for free. Just go to wintersthrall.com and hit listen to music, and you can listen to some of his tunes. You can also go to his MySpace, myspace.com, Winter's Thrall. Check him out. He's got some good music. This last song was so morbid and so powerful. I mean, hear it as it sounds. I know our sound quality isn't that good, but that's what makes a radio show original. Go ahead, hear it directly, listen to November. This guy's, I'm telling you, it's going to be a top hit someday, and I hope Angel of Thy Night Radio at least can help our friend out, Jez. Get this promoted, get it out there. Next week, a couple weeks from now, more people will get involved, and we'll just keep spreading. We'll keep signing bands. We got a couple more bands probably signing with us soon. Angel, are you still on the line with us?
Yes, I'm here.
What do you think about that song, November? Or I can't even.
I think it's very moving, very touching, very deep.
Yeah, it's. I learn a lot about people from MySpace. You add on people and you think it's all about numbers, but when you really read some people's work and profiles, you realize that they're a very unique individual. I think Jez is very unique. I think it's very sweet that he's got a love of his life and she's Gothic. I think that's really great, man. You don't see that too often. You really don't see that kind of connection, and I think he writes his music because he's in love. He has somebody he can bond with, what they call a twin flame or a twin soul. So, his music's very inspirational. And, of course, I would like to continue to promote him. I would like to get more of his music up and playing. I made a mistake tonight because I actually do have a better sound system I could plug in, but it's too late. I'm already doing the show, so I can't, you know what I'm saying? I can't do it tonight. But for the next show, I can get better clarification. We have in our studio a few sets of speakers, and we actually have a better pair of speakers. And you can actually hear the music throughout the studio and downstairs and outside in the backyard. They can put out some pretty decent sound, and we'll probably hook those up in a couple of weeks. I didn't even think about it, but he's been your. How long have you known Jez for? I'm a little curious.
I believe he's been on my friends list for a couple of years. He had sent me a request, and I always listen to the band's music before I accept them. And
right.
He was doing a slightly different project at the time. And, he'd just randomly respond to different blogs that I posted and, send me messages on there. And we just started talking and, got to know each other as people and not just as a little, picture on the screen. And, when he read about what I was going through with my mom dying, he sent me a poem that he had written when his grandma died, and it hadn't been published yet. I believe it's still unpublished, but he just started sharing us and stuff like that. How many people would go and do that? It's not copyrighted yet, not published yet. You don't know if someone could go and take your work and steal it and call it their own, and it was just so moving that just, out of the blue like that he would just reach out like that and, share his soul with me. He's just a really cool guy, and he's just had really some shit luck like all of us with the recession and people not having money to spend with music and clubs not doing as many bookings.
Yeah.
And he's a really decent guy, and it would really be nice to see some good things happen for him because he really deserves it.
There's a lot of good bands out there, and the thing about all these good bands is that they're struggling. It's a struggle. I mean, they're not selling the music. You have a lot of people right now that are struggling. It's the whole economy. But to get his music out there and to get him promoted by a big name, because you never know who's listening tonight, is really a great thing. He could go places with his talent, and that's what it's about. We want to go places with our talent too. Our show is very entertaining, and it's a very good show. And some people are scared to try it, and they try it, and they stick with it, And then there's some people that after 3-4 episodes, they fall on the face of the earth because what it is, they get scared away because like our Easter skit, I mean, it's pretty scary when Lord Rick sings fucking here comes Peter Pecker fucking tail. But anyways, I was looking through some things that I wanted to cover tonight.
Your connection sounds windy.
It did sound windy, didn't it?
Yeah.
No, I'm not hosting the show at the top of the Voodoo Lounge, okay? When I was at the Voodoo Lounge, the winds were really bad, And I went to the Voodoo Lounge, and I got stoned at the Rio. I was sitting in the ramp getting stoned, smiling. I took a few pictures. I went up the elevator and was leaning on the glass. And I'm sitting in the elevator stoned, and I'm leaning on the glass, and all these guys from England come in. Like I said, I like people from England. I like people from other places, other cultures. That's why me and Paul get along so well. I think it's great he's on the other side of the planet. It sucks me and him can't hang out and smoke one. It sucks. The distance it keeps, but it doesn't keep the friendships apart, man. But, the wind, when we went to the meetup, it was windy, and I was like, oh shit, I better not lean on the glass. I'm in a glass elevator leaning, and I get to the top, and I make a video, and I walk outside. There's a hot girl in a fucking skirt. I go sit down. I take pictures of myself because I feel that myself is like artwork, just like you're like artwork. If I photograph you, I always like photography. That's one reason I got into urban exploration. Because of the photography. The photography is what it's about. But anyways, so that's what we try to do. We try to go there, and I try to get funny videos, and I'm sitting down at the Voodoo Lounge, and I'm smoking a cigar, and this Russian female escort with blonde hair and a short little skirt sat next to me with a guy that was probably, I think, half Asian, and his pants came up to his knees, and he was real nerdy, and she was on her laptop, and that usually means, hey, I'm an escort, and I got to check with clients to see who else is on my list tonight. And this guy, he's here visiting on business, so, he's like talking about his wife and 5 fucking kids in some other country or whatever. He's trying to put his hands all over her, and this escort's pushing him off, and I'm thinking to myself, she gets up, she goes to the bathroom, and she disappears. I'm sitting out there, and I'm having I'm fucking just smoking my cigar. This guy pulls the goddamn fucking yo-yo out, and he starts playing with the yo-yo and giggling. I'm like, what the fuck? I almost was like, I'm going to save you, escort, because, see, the escort's there to dance, to fucking have fun. It's like, we might as well fucking, the whole restroom's empty. I'll take the fucking Russian blonde in there, I'll put her against the wall, and I'll give it to her good. And I'll probably get it free of fucking cost. Do you know why? Because and the guy playing with the fucking yo-yo. That's pretty goddamn scary, if you ask me. But anyways, for those that are calling in, I'm going to patch you through. We have red, black dots, and we have another. Hello. Welcome to AngelOfThyNight Radio.
Hello.
Hello, Rick.
Have you been drinking tonight?
I have.
Hello. Who's been drinking tonight?
I have. I told you I was drinking.
You do commit sin.
I know, it's kind of breaking up. Can't hear that well.
I've done some bad things tonight. I've been drinking, I'm smoking, I've been fucking taking the pills for my back. And you know what? I'm feeling pretty goddamn good tonight. So party on up. Party on up, because even though I ache, I'm here to host AngelOfThyNight Radio. And I'm glad you ladies called in. And so what's going on, Red, I can't even talk. Red, black, dot.
Hey,
what's going
on with me? I've been drinking. I can't talk that well.
What's going on with my sister's show tonight? I didn't see my sister's. Now I can't get in with my password on my sister's site. I can't get in. What?
And there was only one
person.
lack of communication, misunderstanding. You never know. So.
Cannot get in on there. I've been writing him earlier. He didn't stream the show, which is a disappointment because I appreciate the help that he gives and his talents and all those good things. I appreciate that. I've always told him I appreciate that, but sometimes people, with these radio shows, there's so much confliction of what's going on, between the shows. You got shows airing 7 days a week. You don't know who's who. And I cannot watch all the shows that are on the network. I can't do it because, see, I have 3 little boys that I raise. 3 little boys, and those little boys are my life. They're way more important than always making a radio show. But it doesn't mean that the Lord does not love your show, but I cannot make every show. My kids come first. So I have an understanding tonight that I cannot get into my live video account, and everybody hits me over there, which, it's like, what the fuck? And how lame is it,
I don't know. Like you said, it could be lack of communication. It could be something else. You never know, but
no, you never know. But people usually come here because this is honestly, I will never go to any service. The services we use, we promote them, and that's what it's about. We send people your way, and we're glad that they host us. We're really glad. But I don't know what went on tonight. I don't really know. But I'm glad that some of you came here to tune in. We have Red Black Dots on the line. We have Angel on the line. We have, I'm sorry that I can't see everything here.
There's a 707 or something. I don't know. I think that person just called at the same time as me or something.
Oh, here, I'll put her through. Hello, 707, you there?
Hi, Rick. It's
Hi.
me.
How you doing?
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
I'm glad.
I'm doing
Glad
good.
you called in. I sound good?
You sound good.
You sound even better. Everybody sounds better to me tonight. You know what though? What makes me better is hosting the show. I love hosting the show, and I love when people call it. So, how long you been listening tonight to the show?
For about half an hour. I've been out shopping, Rick.
Oh, okay. Shopping, huh? What are you shopping for? I'm just curious. What are you shopping for at this hour?
No, went to the mall and went to Victoria's Secret and a couple other stores.
Oh, really? Victoria's Secrets? Are you getting anything for me? Because, see, on this radio show, here's the whole thing. I give out prizes. Just ask any of the previous listeners. Around Christmas time, it was Babylon. I was giving out babies, So, yeah, things are pretty crazy on this. Crazy.
In the chat room.
I was giving away babies. What, babies?
No, we're talking about Victoria's Secrets in the chat room. There's a caller who where she lives, they don't have any, and she needs some. They'll make some for triple D's.
You know what? I love Victoria's Secrets, and I'm a guy, but I'm not shopping for myself. I go into Victoria's Secrets to look at the women working there. I'm just like, God, I could picture her in that lingerie. You go to People Watch. That's what life's about. You just go to People Watch. That's why I go to Victoria's Secrets. I go to watch the women doing their job, which, in turn is
They're cute too.
Pretty funny if you're like me.
Cute girls. I like those. You go in and there's a bunch of cute girls and they have like perfect makeup and perfect hair. It's cute. I like it. It's like I don't know if I've been to Ulta. It's a beauty place. Everyone's so impeccable when you go in there. You feel like crap. You're walking in like, oh shoot, and they're really tall. They're really nice. I like those places.
I like to go in those Asian, I don't have the money, but the Asian masseuses to the massage parlor, and I'm just wondering, you know, do I get a happy ending in all this?
I know what,
I have those where I live.
I don't know if you should ask for it. I'm like, I don't know if do you ask for it? Do you say, hey, can you give me one? I don't know.
No, you say, can I have the massage with the happy ending? There's nothing against the law saying you can't massage what's between my legs, okay? You could go as fast as you want.
Well, there was a really nerdy guy who I worked with, and for his birthday he wanted to go pay for a massage, and he was going to this Korean massage parlor in the area. And I told him, when you go, make sure you ask for a happy ending. And I was just joking. I thought everyone knew what that was. He didn't know. He actually went and asked for that, and they called the police on him. I felt so bad, but still, it was funny.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm not scared of no happy ending. I'm in Las Vegas. I think every day should have a happy ending. You know, when I come to California, it's going to be the same thing. You know, for my birthday, I know you guys are going to laugh, but my birthday's coming up soon, in about 4 weeks. And I take celebrate my birthday for like 5 days straight. 5 days before I celebrate my birthday, sometimes 7. Last year was 7, and like every day I did something special all the way leading up to my birthday, because I feel that birth and life is very special. Nobody ever cares about life. They don't care. They're like, I'm getting older, but you got to be grateful for each being that's in the universe that comes to be. So you should be very grateful. And I will celebrate my birthday. My last birthday? I was fucking homeless for my. I was homeless, sleeping on concrete.
I posted on not my life for you. No wait, YouTube. That's where I posted it for you. I don't know if you don't even remember. I don't know.
You don't know what I did? I was home. I was sleeping behind a church on my birthday.
The video though. I said, hey Rick,
I think I got laid. I got laid a week after for my birthday in a teepee. All right. In a teepee, I got laid. Come on now.
I've seen the pictures.
And the girl was Indian and scared to be in the woods. She's like, there's things out there. And I'm like, I don't care about no things. My ass was hanging out the teepee, okay? The moon was full. My ass was hanging out. And there's shit in the woods watching us. And I'm just busy getting it on. I miss California, and I'm going to go back because I miss the good times out there. You want to have sex in a teepee? You want to have sex in a teepee? Which one of you wants to have sex in the teepee with me?
You have a lot of options.
We can make it an orgy.
An orgy. Now you're talking. That was a word I didn't expect to hear tonight, because when I go on Craigslist, I always see orgies on there, you know. Some girl wrote a letter today on Craigslist. She said, thanks for the orgy. She goes, my mouth is good and fucking sore. It's like, Jesus Christ. Craigslist has become a very entertaining place. Besides the woman that wants to ride her horse across the country and make me her husband, that's not good. You know.
That one was so weird. I just heard about the making bread part and the fairies.
The fairies, man. She goes, you will see them too.
I want you to do my bidding. And then I want the fairies to tie me up, Rick, and you can make bread on top of me. That's so weird. I didn't know that she was saying all this stuff to you. Wow.
This is the Spiderwick Chronicles, my fucking life. I'm telling you. This girl was so weird. I wasn't even reading half of her emails, because she was like telling me her ribs caved in, she's had the stigmata, and she's scaring the shit out of me. And I'm thinking, you know, and then she's saying how some young guy lived with her, and he fucking came up or ran out of there. I'm like, he didn't run out of there. You fucking buried him. You buried him in your backyard, and you were going to bury the good Lord, and then you were going to raise my sons as your own. That's pretty fucking sick. And I'm giving you a dose of reality, folks. You're listening to Angel of the Night Radio. Angel, go ahead and feel free to butt in about anything. I don't care how bad it is.
Well, the local frat boys here use Craigslist for their secret gay meetups at the club. The gym. They post on there what day and time to be in the jacuzzi so that they can meet each other all discreet.
There's all
if
kinds
you look
of
in
shit
the
going on.
Georgia Craigslist, there's some really messed up stuff on there.
I'm going to tell you something. I meet people off of Craigslist, and I had some girl that was 5'4", 394 pounds contact me, and she said to me, "Are you going to eat my pussy?" She goes, "I love my pussy eat," and she goes, "I'm 5'4", 394 pounds. And I thought, I told her, I said, "Sorry, there ain't going to be no pussy eating going on, okay? I'd rather go see the goddamn fucking proctologist than enter that fucking zone." Ay, ay, ay. Madonna mia.
Oh my gosh, he could have swallowed you whole, Rick. You know that?
What?
You try to lick, she could have swallowed you whole.
Old?
No, she could have swallowed you whole.
Swallowed me whole? She would have cooked me for fucking dinner. Okay, that's what would have went on. There would have been no more Lord LeBrick. I couldn't show you girls love out there, By the way, did you ever find that 4-leaf clover to win your massage, or you never found it, did you?
I'm still looking.
You're still looking for 4-leaf clovers, huh?
Yes, I am. And I'll find one, you'll see. Even if I have to buy a fake one.
When are you ladies going to, win this contest, It's like I have all these contests. I'm giving away concert tickets and all this other stuff, and nobody ever just, It's like, damn, claim the tickets, They're scared to come to, Angel of the Night Studios. They're like, if I come to Angel of the Night Radio Studios, I'm not going to just get a massage, am I? I'm going to be fucked. That's bad. That's why we're adult radio, because I said fucked. But speaking of Craigslist, we have an ad. We have a few ads I like to go over. You can comment on them. It says Desert Fun. It's a woman, 33. She says, "Yeah, I know there's a ton of guys here, but this is easier. Would like to drive out to the desert, get it from behind, and come back to the strip and get crazy. Here from New York, 34, blonde, blue eyes. You'd be down for whatever, maybe we'll click." Do you know if I wrote this girl and I said, "Hey, I'm down," because sex in public places intrigues me. I have sex in public places. I do, and I don't find girls like that anymore. A lot of girls don't want to do it in public. I like to do it at the park, the restroom, here, there, everywhere, and I've had a lot of public sex in Vegas. Not lately, just, when I first came here, I'm like, public sex. I stayed with my ex's in-laws. I'm like, public sex. And I almost got caught a few times, sex in the car, sex in the restroom. And this girl wants to go out to the desert, and it's like, I don't want to bare my ass in the desert. I hike in the desert. I know what's in the desert. There are things that will bite your ass and cactuses that will stick in your ass. So do I want to pull my pants down? I don't want to pull down my pants. I'm sorry, but I don't want to get pricked in the fucking balls, all right? Desert Fun, out of the question. Couldn't write the girl. We would have got along. I'm from New York, but no go. Young blonde needs caretaker. This is good. Right near me. She says she's new to the city. I really need a man to take me in, look after me. I'm fun-loving, affectionate, and open-minder. I treat the man in my life very well. Age and weight, not important. For me, attraction is more based on the person inside. But here it goes. Looking for a long-lasting relationship, respond with the pic and details of your life. Here's me emailing this girl, the details of my life. Well, let's see, I host Angel of the Night radio show every 2 weeks. I talk very dirty. I talk very slutty on the goddamn fucking air. And in between, I chase ghosts. And by the way, I drink chocolate milk with my kids for dinner. And we play Xbox Gears of War 2. And, did I mention I jumped off the roof a week ago and I landed on all fucking fours like I was fucking some superhero? We won't get into that, okay? But things happen. This is Angel of the Night Radio, and you're listening to Lord Rick, and we're covering Craigslist, a dose of reality. Does she need a caretaker? Yep. She needs a rich man. She needs a rich man.
That's what she wants.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I look for personalities here in Vegas because I look for people with different type of souls and beliefs because I'm like a sponge. I like to absorb knowledge, you know. That's one of the reasons why I spent most of my life when I was married spending it being polyamorous because each girl I felt like had something to offer. But, you know, I'm like a sponge. There's so much to learn off a person. That's why I host my paranormal groups because I really like to. Some people have great knowledge, some of the stuff that's discussed and everything else. Here's one called Asian Princess wishes to thank all the black guys. This is the one I was talking about earlier. Hi, baby. I just want to thank all the hot black guys who responded to my earlier post today. I wish I could suck all of you off, but the two I did this afternoon were so hung and in control that my mouth is happy but sore. Anyhow, you guys sure show me how a little hotter black guys are than flabby white guys I'm used to. So I'll definitely be doing this again soon. I was so fucking offended when she said flabby white guys. It's like I am not fucking flabby, lady. I fucking hike every week. And that offended me. I'm like, fuck this, you know? Fuck responding to anything like this flabby white guy.
I love white guys. I don't know if he's fucking.
Well, you know, the whole thing is that I read these ads because sometimes I write girls, you know, because, I mean, I watched Journey to the Center of the Earth the other night, okay? I went to the meetup. I had my fun with the Russian girl. I didn't do nothing with her, but I had my fun. I lit her a cigarette, and she was fucking giving me fucking really naughty looks behind this guy's fucking back. She was working me, you know? But I got home, and I rented Journey to the Center of the Earth. And I come home and my kids are like, Dad, there's paranormal shit going on around the house. My son's like, I interviewed all kids, and they heard a screaming coming from the master bedroom, and the kid looks at me and he says, she died. There's a woman that died in this house. I said, how do you know that? He goes, I know. And the kids have been hearing a scream, and ever since I went to the Valley of Fire, something's been haunting this house very terribly. It's beyond anything I've ever almost dealt with. My son seen an arm twitching on the floor behind the couch, and when he ran up, the arm was gone. He's seen a figure go into the bedroom. The kids are seeing shadows. There's spirits in this house that I live in, and the spirits are all around us, you know, and the kids are hearing things. They go downstairs to get a drink downstairs at night. They're seeing things, they're hearing things. And I can feel the presence. It's very strong. And I feel it in the master bedroom even when I take baths. There's mirrors on both sides. I could feel it in there. I can also feel it downstairs. I'm a night owl. I go downstairs after the show about 2, 3 in the morning. I will go downstairs. I will fix myself a stir fry tonight. I'll drink some more. I'll have a couple more beers and have a good old fucking time, you know. I go on Craigslist because, it's, you know, some of the ads are entertaining. But at the same time, you know, people think because you're a single father or whatever, they're like, you can't have sex. The hell, I can't have sex. So I go on Craigslist. And I do meet girls. I meet a lot of professional women. And, you know, every woman is special in her own way. Her eyes, her lips, her smile, her laugh, all kinds of things I notice because I'm real meticulous of a person. I'm an empath. I'm a psychic. So I see, when I look at you, I see your soul. You know, I don't see you as a human being. I see your soul. And that's how I look at people. And there's a lot of people that fear me, and and there's people that want to assassinate me. They want to hurt me. They want to kill me. They want to get rid of me off the face of the earth because they're jealous. Because my teachings and everything else, I'm a very brilliant man, and that scares people. They don't want to be part of that, man. You know, they want to leave things in their simple worlds and lives. This world is not simple. Dating isn't simple. Craigslist isn't even simple. It's astronomically impossible. Think about it. For me, last month, to have 3 or 4 women come to my house and spend time with me on Craigslist, with all the weirdos and the people who are fake. You have to go through 100 women to meet one friend off it. But that's the thing. The government wants to shut down that portion of their site, and it sucks because, you know, I had someone write me on a house today because I'm not going to move in with the crazy lady. The crazy lady wants me to move in. And then she turned around and tried to jack up the price of the rent and take care of the animals and played this little psychological game with me. And it's just like, you know, fuck it. If we go to Sacramento and we're based in Sacramento, we can actually hit some of the underground vampire clubs. And I think I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do an investigation into the vampire clubs. And I'm going to get involved with it. You know, I want to learn about these people that call themselves vampires. And I'm sure they will give me a story for this show because I have no problem promoting other people's ways of life. You're here to learn, and you got one life. And you only got one.
Reporter? There was a reporter, I think, in New York who went underground with the vampire clubs, and she ended up being killed. She was mysteriously disappeared. Turns out she was killed. She was a reporter, and she didn't tell them or something. And she was going to write a story about them, and I don't know how they found out. I don't know what happened exactly. I saw it on the telly, but turns out that actually something happened, and she was killed. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it can, but I'm not saying those people are bad at all.
No.
I'm not saying people at vampire clubs are bad at all. It's what we do. If we're not there to vampire. We're not there to kill. We're there to. I'll go party with anybody. I party with bikers and goths and everything else. I think people in life need to loosen up. Like our radio show. You can take the next 6 hours. We do 6 to 8 hours. Lately. And you can take those episodes and you can listen to those episodes a year from now, 5 years from now. If the earth ends and people have a copy of this, it might be the only great thing left if technology is lost. If we lose TV and internet, you might have on CD Angel of the Night Radio. But honestly, our episodes are one of a kind. And you guys calling in, it makes anything could possibly happen. And we have Angel on the line. We have Red Black Dots. We also have another person on the line. And I believe we have our sweetheart on here. I don't know. Who else is on here tonight? Because I really don't keep track, Are you there with us, Angel?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm taking it all in.
And I see... Okay.
706.
Everything's fine. I got all you guys patched through. Okay, so I got you both on the line. I'm trying to get everybody to call back in so we can get everybody on. But when I patch too many callers through, it's a bad situation, But anyways, we go to a place called the Voodoo Lounge. Sometimes goths go there too. But it's really a very high it's classy. People come from England, Australia, all over the world, and they visit the Voodoo Lounge. 51 stories above Las Vegas. Drinks are $8 a brew. It's $8 a brew. It's quite expensive, but the Voodoo Lounge is a place where we party. We do it once a month. Next month we're not doing it. This is we had our last meetup at the Voodoo Lounge. I take pictures. Everybody's like cool. They love it. But, a lot of people don't show to it. And it's free to get in happy hour. And if you can make it in happy hour, you get a live band. There's a live band. You get, obviously you got to buy your beer, but you get a great view of Las Vegas, and you can really party. They get girls dancing they have these round platforms, and there's hot chicks that dance in the platforms. And I eat that up, and even women that come to our meetup, they're just like, that's hot, that's cool. And they're not kidding. I mean, it is just so fucking hot there. And we had a good time. I went up there. Like I said, the guy was playing with his yo-yo. I caught it on video real quick, and he caught me. He looked at the camera, and I took it away real quick. Because I just was like, what the fuck you doing, man? You got a hot Russian girl with an accent. Cute fucking accent. But that's what Vegas is about. And those people said, they looked at me and they're like, we're at the top of the world, huh? I'm like, you're not fucking kidding. We're at the top of Las Vegas. But when I go to Voodoo Lounge, I have a good time. And then one time, some fucking girl sat in my lap, and I thought she was cute. I seen the ponytail and shit. She turned around, and she was a fucking troll. And I was like screaming, ah! I was scared. I was scared, okay? That's what happened to me. I got scared. 707, are you still with us? Probably not. She's probably not even in the chat room. I was hoping she'd call back in.
There's a 707 and a 706. I don't know who's what.
I'm 706.
Okay, you're 706 and there's 707.
Angel 706.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything, so.
Angel 706. 203 that calls in, that's abandoned. And he's more than welcome to call in any time because he's very courteous when he calls in. You know, he's inquisitive and he's got some good jokes, but you know, I'm glad to have people like that calling the show. And I'm glad that you guys enjoy it. Caller 707, please call back because I'd definitely like to hear from you a little bit more. You know, a lot of stuff is just going on. Like I was thinking about moving possibly to Auburn, which is a historically haunted town in California. And there's a group out there that investigates the paranormal in California. It's a group. And, of course, the guy never wrote me back, so I lost respect for him because, see, now people are intimidated. God forbid two paranormal groups could work together, you know. And that's not the land I come from. I'll work with other paranormal groups. I don't care if you got your own fucking group. We'll share the evidence. We'll say, hey, we both were on board for it, you know. But a lot of groups don't want to work with us because it's the whole marijuana 420 thing, and, you know, and it's too bad, man. You know, marijuana comes from the earth, and we harvest it, and we don't touch it. We don't put no chemicals in it. We don't, you know, you take the buds, you dry the buds out, and you can smoke the buds. And some marijuana has a very good taste to it, just like some lagers, some, you know, beers and ales and things you get. They have a different taste, much like marijuana. And it's much safer than the tobacco and the cigarettes you're smoking, which contain at least 100 to 300 chemicals. And there was once something out there in the Anarchy cookbook or something about how if you were to drain the cigarette's chemicals out of a cigarette, it would be a lethal dosage. The nicotine would kill you. You know, the chemicals would kill you. And so you look at this and you think to yourself, fuck yeah, good thing I smoke weed. Good thing I'm 420 all the way. Because there ain't no chemicals in it, man. And you can go ahead and you can fucking smoke, and it's becoming legalized all over the country slowly, but it's getting there. And when it becomes legalized, I'm going to laugh at people just like I'm going to laugh that Edgar Mitchell, now he stated UFOs exist, and someone many years ago called me a crackpot because I told them, I said, alien life does exist outside this earth. And they called me fucking names, man, and look at where we're at. The government's about to release UFO records and say Roswell did happen, bodies were retrieved, and that technology was used for the stealth in projects like Project Blue Book and all these other little things. You know, so the government's got to come clean, man. Alien life doesn't exist. Yes. And that is why I said earlier, and I didn't forget, I said I would cover Roswell. Roswell, well, Angel covered a good job of it, and it is true. They shot down the disc. The disc split off in two parts. There was bodies on the ground. Back then it was hush-hush, just like the Aurora UFO craft that went down up in Texas. That was hush-hush too 100 years ago. People fear the unknown. They try to cover it up, and it's just like us. Are we covering up the unknown? No. We're going out there and we're bringing it to you guys, man. And you should see the threats that I get. It's just incredibly ridiculous how people threaten to kill me. They threaten to cause me harm. And I wrote this fucking guy, and I'm like, you know, I'm just a guy that chases ghosts, smokes a little bit of bud, and has kids. I am not the world fucking leader. I am not, you know, I am only a part of the universe. But I'm one with the universe because when I look up at the sky, that feels like my home, looking up in the sky.
Yeah, that's
what do you think about that?
Yeah, we were talking about that. I was asking you questions because there's some people who think that beings from other planets reincarnate, and some humans have those souls. And I was telling you about that. If you look at the sky and you feel that's home, this group, I don't remember which group it was, is saying that it's possible that you have one of those souls. And I know you said you want to live in Mars, right?
Mars is one of the most fascinating. It's one of the most fascinating planets. I know there's been, I'm going to tell you, this is the whole thing. I'm going to give you the bottom line. Mars was like Earth. Mars had an apocalypse. Civilizations died out. And Mars was a lot like Earth. What is going to happen? What happened with Mars is happening to this planet. And it may take a couple million years, but this planet will be consumed by deserts. Lakes will dry up. People will starve. Disease will spread. Mankind will end. Unless we can reach for the stars and get outside our solar system and find life on another planet. Finding life on another planet is very...
So we can screw that up.
It's dangerous.
No,
it's not going to happen in our time. I would go to Mars because Mars is a place to uncover life. There's nothing that's probably going to attack you on Mars. But if you went on a planet where there is water, the fish in the water would probably bite you. Who knows what kind of animals are in the woods. If we went to another planet, if I went to another planet, I would have to spend thousands of years learning about its civilizations and its life. Where does their soul go? What's their beliefs? My whole belief system would change. I do believe even after death, I do believe I can go to another planet. And I will not stay on Earth upon my death. Might wreak a little havoc. Then I might go to another planet. But, energy is free. And this energy can probably go anywhere in the universe. It's all linked together. It's all part of something bigger. And I do believe in life outside the universe. I do believe the aliens are visiting here. I actually care very much about life from other planets. I don't think I would shoot it. I don't think I would shoot it down. I do think that if I came across an alien being in the desert, I really probably would rather love it than hate it. It's not. How can you not love it? How can you not love something from another world? It's flesh like you. It doesn't matter if it looks different. And I'm going to tell you something that you listeners out there who are listening. A lot of people hurt me. A lot of people out there hurt me. They say a lot of bad things about me and they put me down. And that means that they're very inhumane. They're haters. They're inhumane. And you're gonna fucking when you fucking die, I'm gonna fucking eat your soul and spit it out like a piece of fucking bubble gum, man. Because karma bites people in the ass. And I'm all about karma, man. And I know when you do good things and you help other people and children, you help other people, because that's what I stand for, is helping others. I know it's going to come back on me. And all you people who have ever fucking fucked me over and mistreated me, you're not going to be part of it. You're going to be left out, because I don't forget who walks on me, and a lot of people do. Your radio show is better than mine, so I'll just fuck you over. That's not how it works, man. And you treat alien life like you treat another human being. You won't treat it any different. And if you do treat it any different, it's because you're acting out of fear instead of knowledge. And there are things that can hurt you, but that is the risk you have to take. Even if your last thoughts are dying with that alien, I'm sorry, but man, it's still the experience all the way to the end. It's still the experience. And I'm giving you folks a dose of reality. This is, I am a treasure trove of knowledge when dealing with the paranormal. I hide my knowledge a lot, and I send out a lot of articles. But if you ask me an honest question, I'll give you an honest answer based on experience. The problem is people are going to form chapters that are like me, people who are just open and they have love for this. And it won't work if you don't have love for the paranormal. So, for those out there who are intrigued by the paranormal, this is something that once you get involved with, there's no way out. I'm sorry. There is no way out of my life right now. The paranormal is part of me. I have seen things. I have done 800-something investigations, and yeah, I've slowed down the last few months. I'm walking on an injured knee, and but I'm still going out and seeing shit. And it's out there, man. It's out there for the taking. The aliens in the desert, the skinwalkers in the desert, Bigfoot in the woods, ghosts in old abandoned historical hotspots and cemeteries. The truth is out there, and that is what the Paranormal and Ghost Society brings you as listeners. we bring you the truth. You may not like it, but that is just part of who we are. And you're listening to Angel of Thy Night Radio, and we got a great show going on tonight. We still got a lot more going on. We have Angel on the line. We have Red Black Dots. I'm going to let them take over for a little bit because even the host here needs a little bit of a break and to get some paperwork on some current news. So I'll be right back. Angel, back to you.
I have to take a break,
back
too.
to you. Okay.
Okay, I'll be right back.
You're going to take a break, too. That's right.
Yeah, I need a break. Speaking about the aliens and the government cover-up, if you've read Freud, some of his essays, not so much his psychological essays, but his theories on religion and government, he felt that government uses the religion as a way to control the masses, that whereas a fear of going to jail or a fear of paying a fine isn't going to motivate you so much as your soul being in hell eternally, that's going to do a lot more to get you to stay in line and to do exactly what the government tells you to do. And the government has set up this little order of things. The government's always been in bed with religion. Look at the Inquisition, Catholic Church, Crusades. And the aliens basically are outside of the little, their little flow chart of the way things work, their little org chart of the universe. And so if we start thinking that there's something else out there, that there's something bigger than us, more powerful than us, beyond us, then how are we going to be in fear of their little rules, and how can we be controlled by them? And anyone who ever comes forward and says, yes, I've seen this, I've experienced that, yes, I've seen this cover-up, what do? It's, that person cheated on his wife 25 years ago. Oh, this person's a loon. He failed a stress test. He failed a psych test when he came back from space. They do everything they can to discredit anyone who comes forward. And look at Eric von Daniken. He has some very controversial, very hot theories and a lot of proof to back it up that the gods, the Greek gods, the gods of the Indians, any of the gods that there ever have been to any human beings have been aliens. And so, of course, there's all these sites set up, all these books, videos, basically to try to defraud him and to try to disprove everything that he's showing. And he's not even really setting out to prove anything. He's just taking me here, showing you this.
Right.
Look at this. What do you think this? Do you agree? So, it really is, I think, a conspiracy much deeper rooted than just this government. Pardon?
I agree. I'm totally agreeing with you. The alien stuff intrigues me. There was a guy who sent me the one article on Edgar Mitchell. I don't want to mention names, but I want to thank him for sending it. That was very civilized of him. I think he might be learning too as well that we can't battle forever. He disliked me for so long, but we're fucking veterans. We've been around for how long? I've been around for almost a decade doing this. It's not like I'm a no-namer, but my theory is that you got a billion stars, a billion solar systems, a billion galaxies, a billion planets, billions and billions and billions. We don't know the end to the universe. There are in every solar system. It's got usually one water planet, and you got billions of solar systems. So we got life on all these planets, and I know that there'll be worldwide panic. There's going to be worldwide panic because people are going to be very scared. It's going to change your religious beliefs. And it doesn't change the way I see life. I'm intrigued by aliens. There's been a lot of countries who want to release the files. United States of America is very limited at about doing so. But, I sit here and I read a ton of UFO material a day. I sent out yesterday 40 articles on UFOs. And I sat there and I thought to myself, holy shit, that's, that's psychotic. But there are UFOs being sighted all over the world. And some of them are military craft. But what about the ones that are carrying 3-foot beings? Don't you want to know if they could cure cancer? if they could prolong you to immortality, if I ever am abducted in the desert, here is my choice to all my fans. I am not going to come back to Earth. I am going to go with them, and I am never going to come back again. And I'm going to completely just disappear. I want to hold one by the hand, and I want to walk away. And I want to know that there's more out there than what we got. There's more to life than Earth itself. The sun, Mars, the moon, our solar system beyond it, those are very relevant into the creation of this planet and mankind. The answers do not lie on this Earth. The answers lie what's outside our solar system. So what do you think about that?
I think man looking internally and looking to other men hasn't solved anything and hasn't gotten us anywhere but hating and killing each other. And I think it's definitely time to look beyond ourselves and to look to the stars and to look and see beyond us what's out there, what has been here many more millions of years than we have, has a higher intelligence, more evolved, and can help us further humanity and mankind rather than destroy ourselves.
You're right. You're right. And I could read this article to everybody on Edgar Mitchell, but it was such a big story. I'm sure most of you have already read it. And this guy, like I said, this guy's been pushing the whole UFO thing. NASA denies that they are involved with any extraterrestrial life and that they are not covering up anything. And I know they are lying. There's been TV shows about it, about the Apollo's close encounter with the UFO and the lights on the moon and all these other things. And like from the shuttle, they see these little objects zipping past the windows. They're smaller saucers, but they move extremely fast. So from far away, when you're in the atmosphere or in space, they're just zips. They just go left and right because there is just UFO activity constant. It's constant. There's not an occasional UFO. The UFOs are all around this planet. We are fucking surrounded, folks. I'm not giving you no sci-fi story. I am giving you a dose of reality. If you don't fucking believe me, then start fucking going in the middle of nowhere. Pay attention to the skies. The truth's out there. All you have to do is look towards the skies. That's it. And you'll find your answer. And you'll know there's something going on up in the far reach of space and outside our planet. But anyways, we have Red Black Dots here on the air. And we have Angel on the air. And we had caller 707. I hope she calls back. She's new to the show. I didn't give her too much airtime because I'm in the middle of trying to do something right now on my sister site, but there's no way I can run the show because I don't have enough. I don't think I'd really be pushing it if I tried to stream it right now. So we'll have, the people on her sister's site didn't get to see tonight's show, but I'll be promoting it where they can listen to the, rebroadcast here, which it's good to. It's good to actually catch the rebroadcast, but it's not the same as having it live. You know what I mean? Is everybody snoring out there?
I'm still here. I'm still up.
Yeah, Red Black Dots, you can call in anytime soon. Red Black Dots loves me tonight because she's been working her ass off. I've been watching her. She's been talking in the chat room. She's been handling business. She's been fucking calling in. It's like damn girl, you're fucking busy as fucking hell. So we gotta give her hands-on credit, I mean, like I said, nobody gets paid to do this, but we have a good time trying to do it.
So is she your special friend in California?
No, that's Red Black Dots is Millie, but I wanted to call her by Red Black Dots.
I didn't know if I see her name.
Angel, I wanted to call her Red Black Dots because I actually do like the name she created. We all have stage names, you know. I mean, I really don't always go by Lord Rick. A lot of people call me Angel, or they call me something else. A lot of, you know, some people just call me Rick. But Millie's been working hard tonight. Millie's called in. I mean, anybody who participates, I give full credit to, you know. And she has worked her butt off in the chat room. This is just fucking fantastic. The other sweet lady who called in, she's the one that did the picture for Angel of the Night Radio. And yeah, she's very sunburned. And if you're out there listening, don't worry. I'll be out there to put a little bit of cream on it. All right. And stop thinking dirty. It's not the cream you think. Sunburn cream. Damn it. I think I need to become like the yes man, like Jim Carrey. Just be like, yes, yes, yes. Some girls like want to have sex. Yes, yes. But then what do I do if, like, the girl says, I'm 5'6", 80 years old, and 400 fucking pounds? Yes, yes, yes. No. I'll smoke one, and I'll see so much more clear. Thank you. No. Craigslist. And, you know, we were talking about Craigslist, and here I get sidetracked, you know. And here's one. I want to be your dirty little slut. For the right person, I'll do whatever it takes to make them happy. I have a cute, curvy body that'll be sure to please you. My stats are Asian. Now, she's Asian, 150, but a 32B. So the weight's in her ass. Just, you know, 32B. Long black hair. I've been told I'm really open-minded, which sets me apart from the rest. Oh, baby, you don't know Craigslist. She goes, I seek a man that's clean cut and fit. I don't care what your age is. As long as you're respectful, I'd be willing to give you a try. Just like in the last ad, I don't care how old you are or how fat you are. Just give me a place to stay. Just take care of me. So I'm going to email this girl tonight. I'm going to say I'm 400 pounds, 5'2", and fucking, you know, I'll be like I'm bald. Or no, I got one even fucking better, you know. Fucking tell him, you know. Girl says she don't fucking care, you tell her, you say, hey, I got a fucking dick and a fucking pussy. Watch her reaction then. Say, but hey, I got a good fucking personality. All right? Folks, you're listening to Lord Rick Raw. Huh? Say what?
I said chicks with dicks can be hot.
Well, you know what? I was watching Maury Povich, and they had a lot of I guess drag queens or men dressed as women, and the thing is, it's becoming more popular because girls are on hormones or guys take or whatever the fuck, I don't know anymore, but there's hormones, you know. So now, like even on Craigslist, you don't know who's a fucking, you know, who's sucking your fucking dick. It could be a chick with a fucking dick. You don't know because some of them look better than actual females. And I hate to say it, but, you know, just ask Maury Povich. You watch Maury Povich, he'll say the same thing. Like, wow. It's like, yeah, you know, what the fuck. But that's Craigslist, and that is what Craigslist is about. Here's one. This is bad, okay? Have pipe. Will travel. I'm sitting here thinking, I got a pipe, and we're going to smoke some weed. This girl goes, I got a brand new crack pipe, nothing to put in it. Willing to take care of the individual who can provide the flavor. And then she goes, I give the best head on the West Coast, so if you'd like to find out, bring some shit, get your dick sucked like never before. And I'm like, thinking, God, you know, I mean, yeah, I got the flavor to put in it. We're going to smoke a little bit of herb, but I ain't smoking no fucking crack, baby. That bitch on crack would bite your fucking pecker right off the fucking balls, all right? You would have your pecker taken out of your fucking... I don't even want to talk about it. This is a fucking nightmare, folks. But anyways, here's one. This one's posted every single week. Give me a ride downtown right now and I'll be nice to you. Yeah, imagine her riding in the fucking Subaru. No windows, fucking... I mean, come on. My Subaru, it's... I don't even want to get into that, but she goes... I need a ride downtown. Wouldn't mind sucking some dick for the trip. You can put a finger or two in my holes, and then we'll go on our merry way. I have a meeting at 4 that I need to get to. Last week, it wasn't a meeting she had to get to. It was something else, like in a fucking her job. It's like, I bet you got a job. You got a job giving fucking blowjobs on fucking D Street, bitch. That's what Craigslist is about. I suck your dick, you get me there, you help me make money. It's like, can you imagine some guy that was like a pimp? He'd be like, sure. He goes, I'll drop you off and I'll pick you up later, but I want 25% of the cut. We are dirty, Angel. We are dirty son of a bitches tonight.
The local radio station posts fake Craigslist ads and sets up a voicemail for people to call in and then plays the best of the responses each week. It's pretty funny.
You know what? Like I said, I do Craigslist because you never know who's watching. It's kind of like a radio program, but it gets weirder and weirder. Because what it is that the prostitutes are ruining it. Because now law enforcement can't stop looking at Craigslist. Other radio shows like me, we look at Craigslist. I started a lot of the Craigslist blotter a couple months ago because I was getting sick of these fucking weirdos that I was meeting, you know? And I figured, there's ads about wanting to meet Santa Claus with the fucking in the boots and the fucking beard. It's like, well, hell, I just dye my hair. I got a beard growing right now. I'll just dye the goddamn thing gray, fucking drink a couple fucking brews, put the red pants on and boots, and I'll put some combat boots on. This Santa's getting fucking laid. That's Craigslist for you, folks. Here's one that posts about every week she wants to go see a different show. Female dying to see the La Rive show. She's looking for a male who wants to see the show at the Wynn La. It's called, she's got it spelled two different ways, but La Rive. And she goes, I really want to see the show, don't have the extra funds for a ticket to go anytime in the future. With the economy the way it is, and lots of places and things declaring bankruptcy and just shutting down, I want to make sure I don't miss this one. Basically, I need a male who can afford to purchase the tickets and would be with a pretty young woman to attend with them. Is this too much to ask? Any takers? Then she posted a graphic. I fuck on the first date. And I'm just like, yeah, I got this exchange down, woman. Let me get this straight. I'm going to spend $80 a ticket for us to go to a show, and you're going to blow me in the parking lot, and then we're both going to go our own ways. And this is why they want to shut Craigslist down, because these girls are going on there, and they want concert tickets. They want, I had some girl, offer me a blowjob, tell me it's the best in the fucking world, and I'm sitting there thinking, blowjob, the best in the world. How come when a girl gives a blowjob, how come it's always the best in the world? When I lived in Florida, I met a lot of Southern girls because I like Southern girls too, but I love my West Coast girls, and I have to say that those Californian girls are fucking hot and awesome, and you girls know I love you out there. You girls know that, but man, I'm just so.
It's not just the girls on Craigslist.
Guys are
under
doing that too. Yeah, definitely. Here's a guy's ad. I love hairy women. Older, fatty, Mary. He couldn't even spell, and he goes, I love women with hairy body and special, very hairy pussy. I like chubbies, olders, and have Mary's women's. I am so horny. I want sex, a lot of sex right now. Email me, please. Desperation. It's like Jesus Christ. A lot of people on there just desperate, Now, this is a good one. If interested in the scent of a woman. Very short and concise, folks. Snort a pussy. I'll ship it right me. I don't even want to fucking know what snort a pussy is. Is this girl shoving her panties up her cooch and fucking mailing on me? It's like, here's the scent of a fucking woman. There's girls selling their fucking underwear. They're like, it smells like my ass, and I'll ship it to you for 25 fucking bucks. You're like, God damn, man. Fuck that shit. I am sorry, but for the guys out there, you gentlemen know you guys like a shaved fucking kitty. If these guys that want women with hairy tits, I'm sorry, man. I've met girls with beards and tits. There were females, but one girl in Florida had a goddamn fucking beard, okay? No, actually it was a girl in fucking Jackson, California, had a fucking beard. I did not kiss her. I didn't know. It was dark. I met her at work. She says, I get a 15-minute lunch. She said she was gothic. Her pictures were 8 years old. And I showed up with my dick in my fucking hand, and we fucked behind the nursing home where all the old people are sitting in their windows and shit. And I'm fucking, and maintenance comes up on us, and I got her bent over. I'm pumping away like a goddamn fucking Easter bunny out of fucking hell. Pumping away, you know, and I get caught, and this girl's like fucking turns around, and I see a fucking beard. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. I mean, she had a pussy and stuff, you know, she was a woman, but see, she was a mountain girl, and the thing is, those mountain girls like to grow facial hair. Like, they start shaving at a young age. Because, like, I don't know what goes through women's heads, but some women start shaving their shit. They're, like, 12 years old, taking a razor to her face. So the girl had fucking facial hair, like a mustache, real thick hair on her arms. And I just said, oh, my fucking God. I was like, the shit I get myself into. Jackson, California? Am I moving there? No. I'm going to move where the grass is greener and the girls are prettier. And I'm going to move to the Sacramento area. And I hope that I get to spend time with Millie. Actually, you know, at this point in my life, I am at a point where I am just like, please, let's just live together and let's just cook for each other and have a great life. Because that's what living's about. And most of you people out there who are just tuning in, you've forgotten how to live. Grab your peace pipes, fucking smoke with us, enjoy, because this is Angel of the Night Radio, and we're hosting a great show tonight. So much to cover, so much to talk about. I still haven't gotten to the Mothman. Drink, get ripped. The more you get ripped, the less painful it's going to be. I hope, Angel, I hope you're partying a little bit on that side, on that end. If you're not, I'll party for you.
Oh, yeah, and I'm looking at the Men Seeking Men on Athens Craigslist site, and it's interesting.
What? What, my name's in Athens?
I'm looking at the Men Seeking Men on the Athens Craigslist.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I'm not in there.
No, anyone into scat? Yeah. Use man whore for more.
Angel, let me ask you a question, okay? This is an honest question. Do you think I'm a man whore?
No, you're a gentleman.
You know, it is kind of funny because a lot of girls have called me man whore, and then they meet me and see me holding doors and opening up car doors for them and the whole, you know, being a gentleman, and they're shocked. When I met my roommate, it took him about 3 months, and he comes up to me and says, "You're just a normal guy, Rick." I never laughed so hard in my life. You know, I'm gonna be so sad leaving where I gotta go. But see, I live with my roommates. My roommates are downsizing their house, and there's just no room. My kids are very large. They're not fat. They're built. My one son's built like an adult. He's extremely strong. He's tall, and he will kick your ass if anybody messes with his dad. And I got big kids, you know. I feed them very healthy, and they do work out a lot. And there's just no room for my kids. It's, you know. So I had a woman tonight offer me a house up in, you know, kind of like Sacramento area, sort of like suburban area. And she says she has an extra house, so I might be working on that, you know. Because we got to go back to California. We got to investigate. We spent, you know, I looked around Vegas, and we spent a good deal here, and we didn't do a lot of places, but we were very thorough in the places we did outside this past year. We actually did projects. We didn't just go to a bunch of places and walk in. We spent time at the places we went. And I'm sorry I haven't put it on the website. Due to my medical, I have a lot of medical problems in my life. And between my kids, my medical problems, and, you know, trying to be a dad, it really takes away from always being a radio show host or you know, trying to run a paranormal site. Like, you could get the sends out, all the articles, but you just don't have enough time for the updates, you know. And we will get EVPs, and we will get things out there that I've done out here. And I got a movie that I produced that I will eventually put out there. It might come out in a few years. I'll surprise you guys, you know. But we're taking things one step at a time. And I want to thank all you listeners out there who support the Paranormal Ghost Society. We got PayPal. We got our PayPal back, so now we're taking donations. People they're very offended when you ask for donations. They don't understand. It's like if you got an old digital camera, anything you think that'll help us, rope, flashlights, batteries, old digital cameras, memory cards that don't fit into your digital, anything you want to donate, you can donate. It doesn't have to be cash. But if we get cash, we use it for our gas tanks, so we can go to, if I get extra gas money, I can hit 2-3 more ghost towns in a night, And, of course, tomorrow I don't know if my investigator is going to come through, but we were talking about going on a little journey out to maybe a ghost town in the middle of nowhere. And those are types of places that you do have alien experiences. I did have some missing time in the Valley of Fire, but I don't think I was abducted. But I went down a path and came up another path, and I don't know how it happened. I mean, it was like I was misplaced. And it's just, there's just shit going on in the world that I don't have all the answers, but I'll have most of them. So for all you people who are tuning in, call on in. This is Lord Rick and our co-host Angel of AngelOfThyNight Radio. Anyways, if Millie, if you'd like to call back in, I wanted to say something tonight for the people who are just tuning in from the widgets. Our show didn't play on our sister site. I'm not going to make any accusations. I don't know what happened. I don't know if they forgot. I emailed them a couple times. I sent them some pictures to upload in the chat room tonight. If there's somebody in the chat room who would like to upload all my new MySpace pics from the meetup, from 420, go ahead and upload them. It's just because we like to show people who's hosting the show, And I'm not afraid to show myself. That's why I'm a different person, because I don't hide. Even I get death threats, and I still don't hide. I still go out there, and we did the meetup at the Voodoo Lounge, and I laughed to myself. I'm like, if you want to kill me, just fucking get it over with. Otherwise, shut your mouth and fucking just get involved with the Paranormal and Ghost Society, When they do digestive surgery, and you're sitting there in recovery, they got a couple whack job type of women, and they're like nuts, and they're like telling you to fart and shit, man. They're like, let out all that gas, let it out, give us a good one, and they're fucking clapping their hands. I felt like I was in a mental asylum. I didn't feel comfortable. I was like, yo, I just want to get dressed. I just want to go eat my fucking Mediterranean stir-fry. I had a Mediterranean stir-fry after my surgery. It's got big tomatoes in it, whole tomato, cherry tomatoes, and it's got like beef strips in it. Very zesty, very tasty. It's Italian food. There's rigatoni. So I had this Mediterranean stir-fry, and it was just fucking spectacular. And I'm like, God damn, I should have bought 3 fucking bags, but that's probably why I'm in the position I am in now. Because, the Italians, they like to eat. They like eat, manja, the fucking cheering yan. And fucking, and speaking, I told you guys earlier that there's been some weird activity going on in my house. And a kid that lives here, I said, did you investigate? And he looked at me and he said, you're the goddamn Ghostbuster. You need to go investigate. And I'm like, kids these days. But the activity has been very high in this house, and it's not an old house. It's fairly new, and I'm not experiencing it, but my kids, I got 5 kids almost that are witnessing activity in this home, and it's all been stirred up ever since I seen the skinwalker in the desert out in the Valley of Fire. Is it related? I really don't know, but there's blood-curdling screams going on inside this house, and it wasn't any of the kids. So something is going on in this home. What do you think about that, Angel? I'm haunted.
I think you definitely could have brought something back home with you, or it could have been something that's you for how long, and it's getting pissed off now because you're ignoring it and you're looking for activity elsewhere. So since it's pissed that you're ignoring it, it's like, the wife back at home who's pissed because you're off going on business trips and hitting the escorts when you're in Vegas, that she's going to start shaking things up a little bit, right? So it could be your ghost wife.
Yeah. You know what? I'm moving, and I have been told by some psychics and stuff that I got so many ghosts and spirits around me. I don't think I have one set ghost. I'm like, if I move in as your roommate, I come with the fucking underworld, all right? I come with the underworld. I'm bringing the whole underworld with me. Now that,
Your army of the dead can fight my army of the dead.
Well, I have this girl that emailed me about a house in California. I don't care. I would rather have roommates because roommates are pretty cool to smoke with and play video games with. But I like roommates, I usually prefer females. You know what, Angel? I'll tell you the truth. I'm used to living with two women most of my life. Or not most of my life, but the last decade of my life, I'm used to living with two women. And so I would, but I have to tell people when I move in. I'm like, I come with the underworld. Don't worry. We'll smoke a little bit of good green, too. And I will cook some good barbecue, and we'll fucking drink some brew and fucking party, Because that's what life's about. It's, if you only got one life, according to the aliens might view things different because the aliens clone each other. So, it's like, they're like, so what? We'll just clone you, We'll make 1 million Lord Ricks. Can you imagine? That's kind of scary if they clone me and there's like 1,000 Lord Ricks all standing in formation on some fucking mothership. We're ready to invade the paranormal ghost society. Crazy ass shit is what that is. Millie. Well, Millie has wonderful pictures she can post of herself. I always post pictures. Well, I like people to be able to post pictures of me during the show because I can't do it, And I took a lot of pictures of all the little things that I did the last couple weeks. And I just, and it's just like it's important. And people think that it's, I care about myself. And it's like, they're like, you're good looking, you're this, you're that. That's not why I post the pictures. I just want people to know, we're real. We're for real. The paranormal, what we do is real, Anyways, I don't know if you heard a story on the news, but a couple weeks ago after I had hosted the show, I woke up and I looked on the news on CNN, and they had Captain Phillips of Somalia was on a ship, however you want to say it, but he was, they ship supplies and they have to go through near Somalia, and some Somalian pirates with the leader being 14 years old got on board, and I guess they killed the crew and held him hostage, and our U.S. military had to go in there and sniper the fucking teenage pirates. And it's just like the whole thing on the news. The U.S. isn't torturing people, U.S. is, obviously, torture is a part of every country's tradition in war. And now they're talking about the U.S. government escorting these ships because the pirates are taking over, and they are brutal. They're not going on with swords, Angel. These pirates go in there with machine guns and Uzis, and they shoot you, and they take your fucking supplies. You don't walk the plank where you can float out in the ocean and be like fucking, like Pirates of the fucking Caribbean, me sitting on a fucking board in the middle of the fucking ocean.
Not with us.
They shoot you, and they throw you overboard. That's it. It's a whole different type of pirating. It's done by teens, and they want to arm these ships. They want to arm the captains now with weapons. Guns, and they want to teach them how to use them safely. That way, when they're attacked by the teenage pirates, these people can shoot the pirates. It's a different world in another country. It's, what we have here and what they have there is a struggle, They're struggling for food, for money. Well, they're starving in Somalia, and they're doing what they can to survive. And you can see it because, to take over a supply boat, a shipment means you are fed is what it means to them, and that is why they're doing it. It's not right, but that's why they're doing it, because we're putting billions of dollars billions of dollars into the war. Why can't we put billions of dollars into helping Somalia? See,
actually, these ships that they're hijacking is aid that's destined to Somalia, and they're stealing their own ships. This is food that's going there for Somali aid, and instead they're coming out, and because they used to be fishermen, and because of the condition of the oceans and overfishing, the fishermen aren't making any money, so now they've turned to piracy, and rather than having a shipload of grain and food and everything come in, it's more monetary gain to go and hold the crew hostage, because the companies will pay multi-million-dollar ransoms because they feel it's in the short term better business just to pay and get their people back. So as long as the corporations keep paying, they're going to keep kidnapping.
You're right. I totally cannot agree with you more at this. I would love to sail the seas. I would love to go out to England on a boat, and I think about those things. I really do. But we're going to be in a world much like Mad Max Thunderdome in the future. And it's going to be a lot of people are going to form tribes. You're going to have a tribe like the movie Doomsday. You're going to have a cannibalistic tribe. You're going to have a tribe that's technological or trying to gather things to survive. It's just, it's very hard what's going to happen in the future. People don't want to digest it. Mass riot will happen amongst human beings. People will take over cities. Cops will run scared. Cities will be taken over because there's more criminals almost than sane people. I consider myself sane. My kids, they go to school. I cook them dinner. I help them with their homework. I have a little bit of a kinky sex life, most parents do, on the side. And I consider myself having a normal life. But what are you going to do when tribes form? Tribes of 15 to 20 people, guns, baseball bats, breaking jewelry shop windows, people running. And the thing is that these tribes will rape women. They will hurt women. They will rape women. And that is what's really sad. That's what was happening in New Orleans. They were going around and they were forming 3-4 tribes, and they would fucking get a girl and they'd fucking gang rape her because there was no law. There was no police officers. They all fled because it's a war you cannot win. There's too many people. You can't. What are you going to do? What's a police force going to do? 50 police officers against like fucking 300 with guns, And it spreads, and that's what they're talking about for the apocalypse. It's going to be a human apocalypse. We're going to hurt each other. And cities will fall and cities will be destroyed. It's inevitable. And people, they could think I'm a Fruit Loop, but it's going to happen. It's just humans are not meant to be civilized. They can act civilized, but the truth is behind every human lies a dark secret. And there are humans out there who kidnap kids, they hurt them and rape women, and they do horrible things to people. Like this Craigslist killer, he shouldn't have hurt no masseuse. He shouldn't have robbed somebody and killed them over it. The mentality of people, what's going on with the mentality of people? Are demons taking over? They say there's a battle between heaven and hell, and they say the demons are taking over human souls. Can you withstand the demon? I know I can. This is Lord Rick of Angel of Thy Night Radio. Very powerful radio episode tonight. And for those that missed it on our sister network, I apologize. I don't know what happened. I don't know why it's not streaming over there. But I'll tell you what I can do, guys. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do for you wonderful people at live video. I'm gonna take my episode, and I think tomorrow night I'm gonna run it through live video myself, and you guys can catch the rebroadcast, and it'll still be live. Bingo! Pow, motherfucker. And you're listening to Angel of the Night Radio, and we have Angel on the line. And we also have Millie. And Millie and Jeannie, I love you girls. You girls know that. I am glad that you're part of the show. And, my friends I love very much. My friends are very important to me. And I understand the value of friendship. I was hanging from a cliff once a few years back in New York when I went out there. And my friend reached for my wrist and pulled me up. I was hanging. And he pulled me up. He didn't have to save my life. He pulled me up. We save each other's lives. We save each other's asses. And it makes me so sick the way some of you people fucking fucking act out there. It's like, how can you act this way, man? How can you be that way for the rest of your lives towards another person? People don't treat me as human. So perhaps since you don't treat me as human, I am fucking God, right? Did you want to treat me like an outsider? So that's fine. But I'm God of this show, and you're in the house of the Lord. And you're listening to live radio all the way out in Las Vegas. And, we've been promoting Winter's Thrall. Jez, the music's great. You guys are great. Angel, back to you.
Hey. So I think as people on this planet, if we focus more of our energy on creation and discovery and exploration, even what's here on this planet, the depths of the oceans, what's in the rainforest, instead of focusing on destroying each other and destroying everything we can, we'd go so much further. And, it's ridiculous, the billions of dollars put into warfare and destruction, when you could put a fraction of it into exploration. And by looking and seeing what plants and herbs are growing in the rainforest, what's at the bottom of the sea, we would do so much better for mankind and, cure so many different diseases. And in the end, we'd all win. It's just ridiculous that the mindset is just, who has the most weapons, who has the biggest gun, who has the biggest bomb. And, if I really hope that the aliens who are watching us do step in and do something before it's too late. Don't let us destroy ourselves. I don't know if we're like their ant farm for their amusement, or if they're, seeing who's worthy of being taken away elsewhere. Who knows? I know that sounds, like crazy people talk, but, how far different is that from people saying that God's watching us and just letting all this go on? I mean, really. I hope that before it's, too late, that we learn some of the lessons of the past and, can move forward away from that.
Right. I think it's about learning. I have tried to tell people, we've had hate groups after us, and I always try to tell them, look, I'm a different leader than I was a year ago. I'm a different leader than I was 8 years ago. If you come with me, I'll teach you how to survive. If you want to go in another extreme group, best of luck to you. But nobody has as much experience as I have. There was an article that I had posted. Millie had responded to it about some wild hogs in Arizona that attacked a woman. I spent 4 years in Florida, and I have been chased by wild hogs quite a few times. I was sitting up there. There's a tower in Central Florida. It's a very big Gothic tower. And I can't remember the name. I apologize, guys, but it's on the website. And it's about a 2-mile hike, 3-mile hike to the tower because the gates are locked. And I started walking through an orchard, and my roommate at the time, or my best bud, had got lost. He split off with me and wasn't paying attention. And I called on my cell phone, and I called my ex, who I used to be with, and I'm like, he's got his sidekick. Message him on the sidekick, tell him to meet me at the tower. So we had an operator back home that was able to correspond. And I'm sitting in the orchard on the fucking cell phone, and I hear rumble, 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 and I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. That's exactly what I said. You gotta be fucking kidding me. And all of a sudden, 3 giant wild hogs or boars with tusk came running past me. 3 of them, over 500 pounds apiece. And the ground was shaking, and they came 3 feet in front of me, and they could have killed me if all 3 of them trampled me to death. And I stood still like a tree, and I got the fuck out of there. And I had to hike 2 miles by myself in the orchard. 2 miles in this orchard alone. And I got to the tower before him. And it took him a half hour longer to get to me. And the tower has a burial in front of it, and there's a moat with water all the way around it. It's gorgeous. It's a couple hundred feet. It's something gardens, Bach Tower or whatever, however you pronounce it. Go ahead, check it out, Bach Tower Gardens. And it's supposed to be a very haunted site. It's an Indian mound that the tower sits on, and it overlooks the town below. And you know, I miss my Florida days. I really do. You know, I used to make redneck jokes, but I'll tell you what, there are some pretty all right people in Florida. You know, I had, before I left Florida, I actually had a girlfriend that I was dating. We used to go bowling and have a good time, you know. And she went on a couple paranormal investigations with me. And, of course, now that we're not together, you know, she thinks I'm the worst Ghostbuster of all time. But, you know, she knows what we heard and what we seen that night was pretty remarkable. And she knows it, you know, deep down inside. And our Florida days were really good. I mean, you know, getting shot at by rednecks, fucking with alligators, throwing them food, you know, being like, ha, you know, teasing them, getting up in their face, going, you know, fucking mooning them and shit. It's like, come on, take a shot right here. Crazy shit back in the days of Florida. And I used to live near the river, so I used to fish and eat lunch every day. And I used to go up to this little place that had coffee right on the river. And they had the cutest waitresses working there, little blonde girls, all cute, you know. And just sweethearts, totally. And you know, the thing about living in Florida is that if a tsunami were to hit the oceans, Florida would be non-existent. And it's not, I'm telling you, I don't know about you, but I got to have a little bit of mountains protecting me, you know. I mean, I'm disaster ready. It's like, if you're with me, you're going to survive. If the apocalypse comes and there's tribes that need to be formed, you better join my tribe. At least you know we're going to fucking live a lot longer. Then, you know, Grandpa fucking, you know, you got Grandpa fucking Hank, you know, he ain't going to teach you much about the streets. I'll teach you about the streets. You're listening to Angel of Night Radio, and we have Millie here, and we have wonderful women. Tonight it seems like there's all women in the chat room, and we have what seems to be a bunch of wonderful ladies listening in tonight. It makes me very happy that everybody is here. That is here. You know, speaking of Craigslist, Angel, I put out an ad, right, and a soulmate ad, and a girl responded to it, and I looked at her picture and I said, something's wrong with this picture, you know. So I brought my son, or actually my roommate's kid, to the computer. I said, what do you think about this girl? And he says, she's bald. And then I said, why do you think she's bald? And they start pointing to the fucking line of the wig. This girl sent me a photo with her wig half off. Okay? So now on Craigslist, ladies, I'm getting bald girls that are fucking emailing me. And I don't know, you know, I wrote some fucking wild gothic blonde chick recently because I was like, fuck, man. You know, little Sinead O'Connor or whatever, but this was too extreme. This was scary. This was like, this ain't no gothic chick that has tattoos on her fucking, tattoos on the eyelids. That's what I was going to tell you. The fucking nurse lifted her eyelids up before my surgery and showed me her underneath her eyelids are tattooed. Freak. But bald girls on Craigslist are not the only things that are contacting me. And, you know, there is another story I guess I've been waiting on to tell. You know, it's a late night type of story. All right, and I'm trying to get to one thing after another, but I went to court. I was facing a $400 fine, and I've been stringing it out because I've been trying to argue with the judge, and I'm just like, not guilty. And I called the judge's bluff a few days ago, and I walked out of that courtroom not guilty, and I won in court because my answer to the solution was to the judge, can you prove that I had intent behind the crime by driving in the carpool lane at that given time? And because in order to be charged with a crime, you got to really have intent, and you cannot prove intent on some traffic violations. So I was able to beat my ticket, and I beat a $400 ticket. I went to the courthouse stoned. I was walking around smiling. There was fucking girls, professional women with short skirts and stockings. I was eating the shit up, all right? I was in court smiling, and some girl ahead of me, you know, she got a little break too on something. And she looked at me and she said, "Praise Jesus." I was like, "You better praise the Lord. My presence brings you good luck." Now tune in to Angel of Thy Night Radio. Right in the courtroom, folks. And that's the way it goes down. But anyways.
I fought a ticket back a few years ago, and I won it. I got the officer on the stand, and I kept questioning him and really drilling him until the judge called me off. And the policeman couldn't answer my questions, and the judge got all exasperated and said, "Okay, fine." So I proved that I wasn't speeding, let alone going how fast I was where I was. But he wanted to teach me a lesson and teach me that I can't fight the law, so he gave me a $50 fine, even though I proved I didn't do anything. And then every time I saw that officer around town, he'd holler at me and say, "Hey, you in law school yet?" And I said, "No, sir."
That was... I'm going to... Go on.
Oh, but that was a really, I really enjoyed that moment. I really enjoyed, neither the judge nor the officer knew what to say, knew what to do, how to handle it. But it just, that's just, you're supposed to be able to fight the law. Aren't we innocent until proven guilty?
Well, the thing was is that I was driving home in the carpool lane. There's hardly any signs for a few miles here in Vegas. I merged over because there was cars that were, they were not letting me in, and I had nowhere else to go. I stayed in that lane for 5 seconds. I got out of it, and I got back into the normal lane, and the cop followed me for a little bit, and then he pulled me over. And, the thing is that it's fairly new, the merging lane. There's signs. There's not much else. It's a thin double line. It's very easy to go all the way to the left when you're going faster than other traffic. And, of course, I was just an hour. If I had waited an hour more, it would have been legal because at 5 and on, or actually it's 6 p.m. and on, you can drive in that lane. But as long as you don't, if you drive in that lane, you got to have 2 people who drive. Like it's got to be you and a passenger, minimum 2 people. But the sign says 2 people, so you can bring your kids, and you can still get a $400 fine. It doesn't matter if you have 5 kids in the car. It's not considered carpooling unless you have 2 drivers. So I got fined, and the officer said, "Do whatever you want, fight it." I could have paid it and took a driving course, and the driving course was $30 or $40 plus the $400. And I was like, I am not paying you guys because I lived on dirt roads for about 4 years almost in Florida, man. So I'm not used to the throughways and all that out here. I just fucking go where I gotta fucking go. And I got away with it. I wouldn't say I got away with it. I still feel I'm not guilty. So that was the thing. I had another ticket because I didn't have my insurance card on me. I beat that. I went and I showed them proof. They didn't want to see proof the first 3 times I went to court, though. I was holding it up. They're like, "I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it." And so I went 5 times to court, but I beat it. And that's just it, It's very hard in Las Vegas. They've got a very large police department. They're very highly paid, and their quotas are extremely strict when they pull you over for speeding tickets and all these other things. I was reading in the chat room how I mentioned Millie's name or so and so's name. I don't try to leave anybody out. Jeannie, Millie, Angel. I try to address all you guys as people and part of the show. And it's like I said, 5 people could show as long as it's the people you care about. It gives you all the more reason to keep doing what we do. I don't know if you guys watch the news, but my son had to have a cap put on, and I went to the dentist, and I haven't posted those pictures yet, but I went to the dentist. And I did post some pictures of me at the doctor's. I was, putting rubber gloves and all kinds of stuff on, or latex gloves. But this time I went to the dentist. And I'm taking pictures, and I'm in the x-ray area, and I'm standing behind the x-ray when he's doing it. And on the news there was a sad article, and it said that every 30 seconds a child dies of malaria. And they said that malaria is coming to the United States. And it reminded me of a time when I was in Florida, I spent some time in a place called Mosquito Lagoon. I actually got stranded on an island. You can drive your car island to island, but there's marsh all around it. And they're little islands. And Mosquito Lagoon had mosquitoes like an inch big, and there's an underground military base. And we were trespassing on the military base and where all the chemicals probably are from the space shuttle. Because, yeah, the space shuttle was pretty close. It seemed like almost walking distance to us. So you tell me. I spent all night at Mosquito Lagoon. I suffered from thousands of mosquito bites. I am a product of not getting malaria. I mean, to get that many mosquito bites and to actually just, to not have nothing wrong because of the disease and things I carry, it's phenomenal. I looked at my arm. Well, I had them on my fucking balls and my fucking cock, too, okay? Those mosquitoes went everywhere, up the pants leg. I did not have pants on. They were in the underwear. They were fucking just everywhere. And I was, all night long, I was peeling mosquitoes, hundreds of them off my sweaty chest. And some of them were fucking huge. So yes, folks, malaria is coming back to the United States. I'm giving you a forewarning. It's what we are. We're here to give you some news and keep you updated. What do you think about malaria, Angel? Because it's coming near you, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I read about that. There's also a swine flu coming from Mexico that they feel might be a pandemic. People are going into places where they don't belong and encroaching upon the wildlife and the natural resources there. And, that's what happens when you take away the natural habitat of something.
Well, I agree totally. The killer bees, there was another article out on killer bees, and the killer bees are actually hitting all over Florida. And those are scary because if you swat one, the whole tribe of bees, the whole nest, they will follow you even to the water. That's how serious these bees are. They will wait for you to get out of the water. Honestly, I could tell you the truth. If you come across a nest of bees, and you got a child, I feel very bad for you because a child will probably die. That was my one fear.
I'm allergic to bees. I'll die too.
Angel, I got kids. I love my 3 boys. When I had surgery a few days ago, my roommate was sitting by my bed, and the nurse says, "You got kids, really?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "I'd like a couple more kids down the road." My roommate looks and says, "You are fucking crazy." I was like, "Well, maybe I am crazy." But that's the fear I had. My kids used to play out football in the backyard. I had a little set of woods where I lived in Florida. And there was bees' nests and things in those woods. And the killer bees, they can make a nest. Your kid goes out to play. You're inside. You're playing video games. You're on the computer. Your kid's outside. He's 12 years old. He's being a boy. Pisses one bee off. 900 bees attack him. He dies. So the Africanized bees, which they're a hybrid out here, they say, a mix between both bees, they're Africanized. They're breeding with regular bees, and they are dangerous, and yes, they will fucking kill you. They will fucking kill you. And people just don't realize it. You can die so quickly in a car accident. I'm telling you, man. One time I was doing maintenance work one night. My ex used to work for a restaurant, and I'd come work for free. I'd fucking go down there and help her close, And one night I came up there. I kissed my girlfriend. I was living with my girlfriend and my wife at the same time, and I kissed my girlfriend goodbye. And because I kissed her, I was a little bit late. If I didn't kiss my girlfriend, I would have had a head-on collision with a lady that was on medication, and instead she collided just a little before me with a car head-on, and it killed her. She went right through. Her body got stuck in the dashboard, and they had to peel her off, pieces of meat off the dashboard, pieces of her. And there was ambulance and a helicopter in the middle of the road, and I went there to help my ex close up. But because I kissed my ex-girlfriend, my life may have been spared. This is just a simple thing of how life interchanges with each other, and that's just the whole purpose, Life it just changes. The simple "I love you" can change your whole entire life between having kids and not having kids, or having a special kid, you know, that's going to change the world. Maybe he'll be the first inventor of a way to leave this solar system. And you just got, you know, you got to keep an open mind. And I don't think people are at that level with me, and that's why we don't have, like, a lot of listeners tonight, because these people are so scared they might learn something that what I say will defy their religious beliefs in what I say. But truth be told, this is a reality show, and I, you know, I even tell my support group members, you need advice, you call me, I'll give you fucking honest advice. And that's what we're here for. And just, you know, we're advising the public, and there is something I will talk about in a little bit that's probably going to scare a lot of people. But, you know, I don't know what, you know, we were going to talk about the Mothman, and I did find some stuff. And after I get done saying something about technology before we get into some of the old school type of thing, a man divorced his wife with a text message. And I seen that today, and I didn't read the article, and I thought, God, you know, the whole thing about technology is that all my previous girlfriends in the last 10 years that have lived with me have dumped me on the computer. I am just like, that is the lowest thing you could ever fucking do. Look me in the eyes, dump me, bitch, you know. Not really, but you know what I'm saying. It's kind of, the technology, people are abusing technology. You know, now it's like, since when do you use computers and cell phones to dump people and divorce people? But people are doing it. They're getting divorces through text message, you know. And I'm just like, it's fucked up. I don't have a cell phone. Yeah, you ladies don't ever have to worry about me dumping you by text message, okay? Besides, I've never been a guy to dump women. You know, I'd rather marry like 5 women and love them all than fucking dump them and kick them to the curb, you know? And I know it sounds a little bit weird, but the truth is that, isn't it, you can get so much more done in life if you love than hate, you know? You know, today I was sitting here, I have a little boy, he's 7 years old, you know, and my ex, I'm not with my ex, and I pick him up on Fridays, and I went out to pick up my son, and nobody knew where he was, and I got worried, you know, because it was almost 4 o'clock, and he gets out of school at 3, and I didn't want to say nothing, and I was like, I told my other son, I'm like, you ain't spending the weekend here, fuck that shit, you know. I mean, he waits for me when it's time Friday comes around. He wants to be picked up. He hates going back there. All weekend long he gets attached, then he's got to go back, you know. Well, I couldn't find him, so I was driving past the park today, and my little boy was kicking a soccer ball. He's just kicking a soccer ball, you know, and I noticed his red bag, so I hurried up and got to the parking lot, and I had to run halfway through the park. Big-ass park. But you got to park far away, and I had to go get him. And, you know, I was just like, I said, son, what are you doing here at the park? You know I'm supposed to pick you up. He says, Mommy told me to hide in the park from you because she don't want you to pick me up. That's what he told me. So I almost didn't pick him up, but something told me to look over to my right. And way out in the field he was playing. Way out. But I felt so shaken because of all the kidnappings that have been going on lately. And these people are really sick. And I wanted to talk about something tonight, you know. And it is something, you know, if people don't sit here and say I don't got a good heart, they're about to find out otherwise. Here we go. And I'm going to read this article to you guys. Body of missing California girl found in suitcase. Tracy, California, the body of a missing 8-year-old girl has been found in a suitcase dumped in an irrigation pond a few miles from Northern Californian home. Sandra Cantu was found Monday after a 10-day search, authorities announced. Authorities would not comment on their investigation, but they roped off the mobile home park where Sandra lived. They had previously searched several homes and towed several cars from the park. No suspects have been identified. Our heartfelt sympathies go to Sandra's family and friends. and the Tracy Police Chief Janet Thiessen. We'll determine the person or persons responsible for this defensible act, and we'll bring them to justice. Authorities planned on an autopsy to determine the cause of death. Thiessen said Sandra was found wearing the same clothes she had on when she was last seen, March 27th, a pink Hello Kitty T-shirt and black leggings. Sandra's disappearance sparked a widespread search for secluded. Hundreds of volunteers and law enforcement officials, including the FBI, drew more than 1,000 tips. Pictures of the girl with dark brown eyes, light brown hair, posted all over town on business fronts, car windows, fire hydrants, a city of 78,000, 60 miles east of San Francisco. I've been to Tracy. Investigators said that they spoke last week to the girl's father, Daniel Cantu, who lives in Mexico and works in Southern California. Authorities would not give any details of the discussion, but the father told the Tracy Press newspaper he had not seen his daughter for a year, which means she was under her mother's care. Police say the suitcase was found by farm workers who were draining the irrigation pond to the water fields. Investigators then they actually quarantined off the area for hours when they searched the area for clues, but the suitcase eventually opened at the coroner's office where Sandra's body was positively identified. More than 100 mourners holding candles, others wiping away tears, gather outside that mobile home park Monday night while police blocked the entrance. I'm still in shock, says Brandy Robles, 27, who told her 2-year-old son, you see this in the movies? Never thought it'd be real life. Not real to me. And I'm going to tell you something. That motherfucker, why don't you try fucking facing me, motherfucker? I'll skin you in the goddamn fucking desert, and I'll leave your ass hanging for the goddamn possums to eat every ounce of your fucking flesh. You know, people like this are fucking sick. You know, I remember when I was a kid, and I lived up in Riverside for a while, there was a guy going around, a serial kidnapper, and he was kidnapping kids and cutting their fucking heads and stuff, you know? And it's just, this is what I mean by human civilization is losing it. They're losing it. I don't care what you say. You got doctors who are corrupt. You got lawyers who lie. You know, human beings have gone to a point where there's no turning back. When the asteroid hits this fucking planet, why it burns, I will be laughing. When this planet ends, I will sit down. My son even said, he says, I will sit and I will play Guitar Hero. He goes, I don't care whatever. You know, because it is inevitable that in order for this planet, for this kind of shit to stop, mankind has to end. There's no other way. If I was a god, I would wipe this planet fucking clean. Completely clean. Because it's just, you know, you cannot fix. Society is broken. You cannot fix that. I'm going to tell you right now, the kidnapper probably lives, A, in the mobile home, has been keeping an eye on her playing outside, and fucking kidnapped. And it's somebody that she knows, and they kidnapped her, and they dumped her in there because it's, you know, because as time passes, the case gets harder to gather evidence when you are a cop. And the thing is that, you know,
they arrested someone?
They didn't. Did they arrest anybody? Because I didn't hear anybody got arrested.
Yeah, a neighbor, a female.
You know, that's the thing. It's the neighbors that are doing it. They don't even know why these people don't know why they're doing it. They're insane, man. You know, Lord Rick's smoking a little bit of fucking pot. What about that lady in
Florida who killed her own child?
Florida too, but you know, I'm a father, so I love my kids, you know, and I love my friends very much. I've been a man that was walking beside my friend and he got ran over, he got hit by a vehicle. He died a foot from me, you know. I know what death is like, and you know, people that do that to kids are altering destiny. That's the thing. They're changing fate, and they deserve to be punished. There cannot be no civil. If they are not civil and they are doing this, putting a child in a suitcase and killing the child, they don't deserve no trial. They deserve to face the Lord. You set me free. You set them loose in the woods. Give them 200 feet. And you set me free, and I will punish them. One by one, just like the fucking Punisher. Because that is what they need. They need to be punished. And these people going out kidnapping kids, man, you know, it's just, I mean, to throw a kid in an innocent child, because I love all children. Children are great. My roommate's got kids, you know, and they say the funniest things to me. They just, you know, they're like, you're the Ghostbuster, you go investigate. It's like, wow. It's the funniest things they come up with, you know, Angel?
Oh, yeah, I have kids. I know.
It's, you know, we live in a different world. We live in a different society, and we live in a society where there's a lot of pain. You know, I'm telling you, I go through these news stories and I can't believe it. I was reading what was in the chat room. Yeah, definitely. I do agree with it. And, you know, I wanted to finish something off and going back to this. Here's an ad. You guys are going to laugh at this. BBW, hungry for some fried chicken. It says, Popeyes, hell yeah. Church's chicken, nigga. How'd you know if I like KFC? Those legs got my mouth watering. Hurry, I'm hungry. Serious men only. Let's meet. I'll send you a pic when you request it. Thank you. So here's the thing. I got to write this girl and say, hey, I heard you like chicken. Would you like to go to KFC with me? And you know what's going to happen. This girl's going to be like fucking, she's going to be like, you know, I don't even want to say it here. Because I don't even know how to imitate this. You know, I'm not used to imitating women. But it's like, get your white ass down here. You know? Get your white ass down here. We're going to KFC. It's like fucking living in a Norbert movie, you know? The movie fucking Norbert where you got the fucking... That was how my life was, man. You know, I was married for like 11 years and my life was like Norbert, you know? And I would have I had the ex-wife, you know, that was really muscular and strong and no feminineness, not an ounce of being a lady. And she'd be like, Lord Rick, you know, shouting really loud. It's just, no, man, that was too much for me. I'm living like a Buddhist life now. Man of peace. Like a monk. Just peaceful, you know? Even peaceful in the bedroom. Light the candles. Light the candles. I got another good one. BBW, a.k.a. Fat Girl Seeks Date. And ladies, don't get upset because I like chunky girls too. I like voluptuous girls. I like girls, all kinds of girls. Because I know some people take this shit offensively. And it's like, I like all types of women. It's just that, you know, some of these people, the way they act is just retarded. And this girl says I'm pagan, brunette, intelligent, witty, fat girl seeks date for summer movies. Just the summer, folks. The thing about movies is that it's not really a date because you're too focused on the screen. So she's acting humble now. But there's always before or after. You don't have to be remotely pagan or spiritual in any way, but if you can discuss various spiritualities intelligently, that is a definite plus. I respect myself far too much to give anything remotely sexual on the first or even the second date, unless you're incredibly charming, okay? But I should warn you, it takes a charmer to know one, and I'm really, really good. So this girl just wants someone to go to the movies this summer, and it's like, I don't know about you, but when I'm watching a movie with the girl, and that girl is cuddling next to me, my hand is down her top. We are spooning, okay? It is a date. I am sorry if this woman out here by chance is listening. I apologize to you. But when I went to the movie theater once, I was like beating the fucking meat in a public fucking place because the girl I was with wanted to see me fucking jerk off. So here I am jerking off in the middle of the fucking movie theater. This ain't no fucking adult theater. There's fucking all kinds of girls sitting around me with their little skirts and shoes, and they're all talking and giggling and fooling around. And here I am. I got my girlfriend next to me, and I'm jerking fucking off. It's like, you can't ride me. The fucking seats are too close together. How the fuck do we do this? Yeah, you know, you could sneak in the bathroom, but the problem is that the tenants, they like to watch you. They like to watch you take a piss during a movie. They're like, hey, you enjoying the movie? It's like, I got to take a piss, man. I got to take a piss. There ain't no way you're going to sneak a girl in the bathroom of a movie theater. And any of you women, you're more than welcome to try if you ever want to fucking come out to Vegas or wherever the fuck I am, maybe even homeless for all I fucking know, but you're more than welcome to. A little bit of fun in public places is always the experience, you know? That's what I say. But things are heating up and things are getting really crazy. You know, I said Mothman was the topic, and I'm wondering if Millie can call in and talk about the Mothman a little. Now that I've done a little bit of blotter, which, you know, I have more to go. I mean, last week's show, it lasted 8 hours, and, you know, you guys, if you get too tired, you can always download the podcast tomorrow, save the podcast, save the show and listen to it in different breaks, you know. I will never force anybody to stay here. You know, if people want to stay here and they want to chill and call in, that's fine. But, Millie, why don't you call in? I want your take on the Mothman, because that is our show's topic, and I don't discuss the spooky shit till later at night for all you people who, you know, who want to come out later. And I'm not mad that we're not streaming over at the other site. I feel bad because a lot of people on there were waiting to see my show tonight, and these are good people. These are good people. And they didn't get to see it tonight. And I'm going to have, but see, from now on, since everybody wants to act this way, and since they can't come over here and listen to the show, this is going to be a lesson to you. I will air my radio 24 hours a day over there. I can do it here. 24 hours a day. What are you going to do then? My hits will go up to 200,000, 300,000. I'm serious, man. If that's the game, other radio shows want to compete and bash me, or they don't, you know, I don't want drama and I don't want trouble. But if you fuck me, words of the wise, I will run my show constantly on fucking all these networks. I'll just stream it all fucking day, all the way. I almost got 50-something episodes of AngelOfThyNight Radio. Some of them last 6 to 8 hours. I can do 3 shows in one day, 18 hours of radio. So, and imagine if I put on 18 hours of radios on here. Imagine how many would be in the chat room. 40, 50, 100, 200? Because we would be running it constantly. So I just want you people to think about this. I'm very resourceful in who I am and what I do. If you work with me, everything's peachy. You walk all over me, I can be the fucking devil from hell. And that's just all the little threats that I get and the assassination threats. Fuck you. I know Thomas had something to do with it because he always pretended to be the FBI. Fuck you too, fat boy. Go fuck yourself. This is AngelOfThyNight Radio. You're just fucking jealous because you're fat and your pecker's fucking small and I got a big fucking cock and I'm fucking half Italian and I still am very upbeat for my age. Let's see him listen to that. Back to you, Angel.
I'm still here. I'm dying to hear about the Mothman.
You're dying to hear about... I'm dying to hear about the Mothman, okay? You know, I'm going to tell you guys something. I know ghosts are real, okay? I'm not... If you notice in the last year, I haven't really investigated much ghosts because I already know they exist. I've seen them, and I'm just like, you know, whatever. Now it's like Lord Rick and the Creature feature where, you know, the Mothman, I don't know. You know, I used to tell Missy, we're going to go to Roswell. And she's like, we're going to ride on horseback, but you better not have no weed. It's like, why not? If I'm going to ride the horse, let me smoke a little. I almost got killed by a horse when I was a kid. And so let me smoke a little on the horse. Let me fucking ease into it, you know, relax a little. So, you know, strange creatures, they're out there, and I'll tell you where they are. They're in places that man don't go, or should I say in simple terms, or places where Lord Rick goes, and you probably would think I'm crazy if you were traveling with me because I'd be like, oh, another 3 miles, you know, we're out in the desert parts. Another 3 miles, you know, oh, there's a mountain, let me climb the cliff and check up on top for that cave up there, you know. That's how we do things. And the Mothman was seen in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. I spent some time in West Virginia, too. Actually, pretty close to Point Pleasant is where I stayed for a week on vacation. And, you know, Millie said she had some stuff on the Mothman, and when she does call in, she can give her material. But I'm going to go ahead and give what I got. And I sent out about 30 articles in the last 2 years on the Mothman, so I got plenty of material. But the Mothman, an introduction, this was an article by a Mike Reed, and he said, during my exams, I was often given spending money by my parents while away the hours awaiting my bus home. On one of those occasions, I was kicking around a DVD. It was a Richard Gere film called The Mothman Prophecies. One, I read about it and given my fetish for the paranormal, eager to see, I took the film home without the real idea of what the Mothman phenomena was. You guys don't know what it is, and a lot of people don't. It takes a deeper understanding to understand what we're dealing with here. He says he loved the film, still do, but what interests me, he says, is documentary Search for the Mothman, which is about the special features on the DVD. Watching it, I realized just how chilling the events in Point Pleasant were. The witnesses, the newspaper headlines, the stories, the tragedy of Silver Bridge. I got curious, looking up websites, setting up discussions on forums, trying to get my hands on John Keel's book, The Mothman Prophecies. This article had been written to introduce people unaware of the Mothman to his story and to perhaps to attract other people who may have known more about the phenomenon and encourage them to get in contact via the forums on his website. We run forums, you know, and this is the type of shit we cover, and, you know, you can post and you can argue or debate with me or tell me I think it's fake, and I'm not going to get mad. You know, you're entitled to your own opinion. But the Mothman Prophecies detailed the events that occurred in Point Pleasant. It's a town in West Virginia where the Mothman was seen by two couples, Roger and Linda Scarberry and Steve and Mary Mallet. On November 5th of 1966, driving near West Virginia Ordnance Works, 7 miles from Point Pleasant, they saw two red lights by an old generator plant. Stopping the car to take a closer look, they caught the sight of a figure shaped like a man but bigger, maybe 6.5, 7 feet tall, with big wings folded against its back, red eyes. Scared, they raced back to Point Pleasant, but the red-eyed beast followed them until it got back into town. They immediately went to the police, who found nothing when they returned that night. It's not going to be waiting for you when you get back. This ain't the Skinwalker, folks. Other reports soon followed. Marcella Bennett was walking towards her car with her daughter when the gray, red-eyed figure appeared behind her car, looking like it had been laying down on the ground and was getting up. She ran back towards her friend's bungalow where they called the cops. The creature, however, had followed her and shuffled onto the porch where it started to peer through the windows at terrified witnesses. Once again, it disappeared when the police arrived. Ruth Foster supposedly saw the frightening being standing on her lawn, and Thomas Uri was driving when he saw the Mothman in the field before it stretched its wings and began trailing his car. People also saw strange lights in the sky, and residents received unexplained telephone calls. More sinister still, people claim to have been confronted by the men in black who threatened them to not talk about the Mothman. Were these men government agents? Possible. But then why has the government denied having any reason to cover up the events in Point Pleasant? Then it happened. The Silver Bridge, which connects the Point Pleasant in Ohio, collapsed into the Ohio River December 15th in 1967. It killed 46 people. It was 13 months to the day of Scarberry's and the Mallets first saw Mothman. The investigation found that the disaster had been caused by a single manufacturing fault. After the collapse, the Mothman sightings became less common, as did the reports of lights in the sky. Then people claimed they received mysterious phone calls before the tragedy warning them not to drive on the bridge that day. There were theories that the bridge had collapsed to provide distraction as dozens of UFOs fled Point Pleasant, or that the Mothman had acted on an unread premonition. This theory is supported by other cases of a large bird-like animals around the world. Oddly enough, these accounts occur before a major disaster. For example, employees at Chernobyl nuclear power plant described seeing a large, dark, headless man with giant wings, fire red eyes, as well as receiving menacing telephone calls and terrifying nightmares. Sightings occurred days before 1986 when 30 people were killed in an explosion in Chernobyl. Countless others were killed by radiation exposure and damage from the environment that was enormous. In China, stories of a large black creature known as the man-dragon proceeded at the Xi'an Dam collapse, which killed 15,000 people as 40 billions of water destroyed entire villages. Before the dam burst, the man-dragon was seen at the dam itself. If these cases are the same phenomena witnessed at Point Pleasant, maybe it's some sort of prophet of catastrophe. However, this theory does not explain the lights in the sky seen at Point Pleasant. Are they a different thing completely, or are the two linked? And it says this article is, I suspect, only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the Mothman lore. If anybody has more information, he wants you to send it. Mike Reed. And you can look up his name on Google. Is it a cryptid? Is it a prophet? Is it an alien? I don't know. Recently, someone had took a picture of a dragon-like creature on the bridge. It's a very famous paranormal picture. It's said to be authentic. It's said to be the Mothman himself. I don't know. You know, sometimes I wonder, a couple weeks ago, if what I seen was not a skinwalker but the Mothman. Just something just doesn't add up, man. You know, and this creature's like a moth, but it's, you know, imagine 6-7 feet large. This thing's got red eyes. You know why it has red eyes? It's nocturnal. Only comes out at night. That's why it has red eyes. And during the day, considering that there are a lot of mines wherever this thing hangs, it probably lives in the mines, and it probably is a living creature. Beyond us, how it got here, another planet, another world, a pet of the aliens, I cannot answer that. What's your take, Angel? I mean, you've seen the Mothman prophecies, right?
Yeah, yes. Back when the movie first came out, I saw it. But yeah, I've done a lot of reading on the topic. And I don't think anyone really knows for sure what it is right now.
You know,
I think it could be some sort of angel.
There's so much. It could be an angel if it has wings. And, you know, every year they have this thing called the Mothman Festival. It's up in Point Pleasant, and, you know, it's like the Roswell Festival, but it's the Mothman Festival. And you can go, and there's, I guess, they got carnival rides and all that. It's like, do I trust the carnival rides? I don't think this creature did anything to the bridge. I think this creature was probably trying to warn people. Like you said, Angel, you know, it did actually save a couple people's lives. But if you watch the movie, it's really spooky. The bridge collapsed in the river, and people are drowning in their cars. They're in their cars, and there's water filling up inside, and they can't get out of their cars. They're dying, you know. And it's you know, a long time ago, my stepfather had someone in his family. She was like, if we were related, we'd be cousins. And the girl was 19 years old, 18, 19 years old, and her car went in the lake area, and she died. Beautiful girl, and I was only 14 or 15. I didn't understand death at that time. And she went over the bridge into like 100 feet of water, and they had to pull out the car and the bodies. And she was with the guy, and they said it could have been a suicide, that the guy, I guess, was driving, and I used to have nightmares about it. I used to sit there and just keep thinking it over and over, the car, you know, the car going into the water. And as a kid, I was very curious, and here I am now involved in the paranormal, and the paranormal is, a lot of it is about life and death. It might be an angel, but it's not it could be something that's no longer alive, too. Life and death. It's all part of the same. And folks, you're listening to Angel of the Night Radio, and we have Millie on the line. And Millie, I'm curious about your input of the Mothman.
Well, I'm not too familiar with it, but I've heard of it before. I haven't. I never watched the movie you're talking about either. I'm the only one who hasn't watched it. The Prophecy?
Mothman Prophecy,
I don't know. I've never
yes.
seen it before. I know. I'm lame. I never watch anything.
You watch Big Trouble in Little China, then, don't you?
Oh, I love that. Yeah, you know, I love that movie. It's the best movie in the universe. But other than that, I really don't watch that many movies. And people always ask me, "Oh, what have you watched this movie?" I'm like, no. I just don't like watching movies that much. I'm not a movie buff.
Well, see, this movie's based on a true story. It's based on a true story. It's worth watching. It really is.
Nah. When was it made?
I mean, well, it's the Mothman Prophecy, but they wanted to make a part 2 because I guess this creature's being sighted all over the world. Apparently they have South Coast Mothman too, and I sent out that article, and it was by Lauren Coleman back in 2007 of September. And he says, deep in the heart of Bridgewater Triangle, the radio program Spooky South Coast will take on a Mothman on a Saturday night. So we're not the only one who discusses it. And, they talk about the show, and I guess that the Mothman has been being sighted all over the world. And that was the point they made in the Point Pleasant movie, or the Mothman Prophecies, is that the Mothman's sighted out in fucking the desert too. He's sighted everywhere, and so we got to assume that he's some type of angel because he's never attacked anybody. But there's been people that come face to face with this thing, and like me, when I come face to face with something, I back away a little bit. I back away slow because I'm not out to kill anything. I don't want to hurt anything. I don't want to mess with anything. I want to see it. I don't want to mess with it. We observe. That's what we are. We're not there to, bring in a Mothman body. It's a creature that doesn't deserve to be hurt. It's just its time is different than our time. Like, we have years and months and days. This thing's mind level is working at a quicker rate. It's seeing these events unfold. Definitely more powerful than us. Definitely.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I found 2 videos I can share. I can embed it into the chat room, and people can watch it if that's okay. Or we just put the link.
Sure, go ahead, and I can go ahead and I can play it.
Okay, I've never done it before, so no. It's the first time I've done it.
I have a question before you. Well, I know you're working on it. Some people sent some pictures to the room, and, I do play them because I'm just, I like to know who's who in the chat room, But it looks like there's some cute pictures, and I don't know what user sent what. I seen your picture. I seen your one picture you uploaded.
Oh, I uploaded 4.
Oh, hold on. Did you put that there?
Yeah.
Did you do this one? You did?
Yes, I did.
AngelOfThyNight Radio.
Angel.
That's good.
Yes.
That's cute, man. I'm tickled pink. I have had it all on the show. I had boobs that said AngelOfThyNight Radio, which I don't care if they're sunburned. They are a nice set of boobs. I don't care. That's my opinion. Sunburn or not, they're still very nice. Boobs are wonderful on women. There's nothing wrong with liking boobs. You know what I mean, Millie?
We were just saying that they look kind of like they had a rash, but...
No, it's sunburn. That's what happens, man. It's 100 degrees out in California.
People in the chat room were saying that it's either a sunburn or a rash. But hey, it's cool. I don't care.
Well, I've had sunburn like that before, where I've gone and I've had just, and it's horrible. I mean, on the nose and the face, you look like you got rosy cheeks. I used to go fishing in Florida, and I spent a good time in the bay with the sharks and stuff, and there's nothing you can do about it. She was in a hurry to get some boobs on my radio show tonight. I asked her, I said, "Can you do it for me?" And she said, "Sure." She's a total sweetheart.
You can put makeup over it.
Total sweetheart. Well, you can't hide the sunburn. That's exactly what I meant by telling you guys.
You can put that, what is it called? Just concealer or something. This is what we're saying. No, it's just what people in the chat were saying. We're saying that we kind of felt something, but yeah, whatever. It's cool.
Well,
I just know it's terrible, but we were in a hurry to get some boobs on the show tonight. You know, it was supposed, like I said, it's kind of sucks because I was supposed to have Bobby T airing the photos over at our sister site, and Bobby T never showed up tonight. I'm not going to accuse anybody, but I did see a conversation going on in the room, and I know somebody was talking about me, weren't they?
No, I don't think they were talking about you. They were just, I don't know what they were talking about, but I don't think it was about you.
You know, I don't have any anger towards anybody, but I've been doing the paranormal for a long time, and I have such a hard time trusting anybody. I don't know who to run to, who to trust. I don't know who's on my side anymore, and I just, you know, I can't do it anymore. I've closed up. I've put a wall up so I don't trust anybody, and I give them one chance. Everybody gets one chance, and when they usually fuck that up, I'm done, you know. And tonight just really upsets me because, you know, I hear that other shows are competing with me, and then I hear, you know, nobody wants to come in and promote me and let me promote them. What the fuck's up with these people, man? You know? You know what I notice about a lot of people is whenever I do something really good, like I put out a really good investigation or a new band or breaking news, people get really jealous of me. Like they lash out like children and they fucking threaten me, and it's just like, you know, I am happy for any band success that I give. I don't care, you know, if another group succeeds, that's fine. I'm not going to show hate towards them. Because I got my own functions going on. You know, I got my own radio show, and I'm willing to, you know, I'm going to be revamping the Angel of the Night radio show page. We're going to put widgets and banners and buttons where people can click and see the bands, and we're doing a lot of different stuff. Hollywood and Troy didn't comply. I got to take their music out. It's going to take me months, and I have to go in and take all their music out and all the promoting I've done for them, and I have to sell the episode as is because they don't want to sign a release with me, and you know, it's wrong. And if there's bands out there listening, if you won't fuck me, if I can trust you and you won't fuck me and you're willing to sign a release, I can almost guarantee you, whether I go to satellite radio, wherever I fucking go, I will always promote you, always. And I'm a man of my word. But for these bands that play games, they don't want to sign no release. It's like why? So I can promote you for 6 months, and then you tell me to get fucking lost? It's just, you know, and that's what's happening to me. These bands are fucking saying, play my shit, play my shit. And then they tell me to get fucking lost when we try to sell our comedy on disc. It's like, what do you care about a guy who makes $3 off a fucking a CD? What do you care? You know, your music gets promoted for the rest of our entire radio life. You know, and you can't go wrong with it. Because as an artist and a musician, how else are you going to get promoted? You could go to MySpace, you know, and you can promote yourself on MySpace, but that's not a guarantee for anything. It doesn't mean you're going to get produced or work your way up. MySpace has got a lot of bands, and a lot of them famous people write me. A lot of famous artists. One girl who was in a famous gothic band wrote me one time and said hi to me, you know, because they don't have, there's nothing else going on. Nobody's buying music anymore. Everybody's, you know, doing things like Kazaa and all these, they're downloading. So the artists aren't really getting much out of it. That's why we don't try to play copywritten music on our show. We try to get bands to sign up, and that way we make things a little bit more feasible for them. It's a little more courteous than just stealing the music and playing it, you know. And I'm not saying those musical shows that are my friends, like Professor Fester and Mrs. Fester's Rock and Roll radio show. There's nothing wrong with it. You know, you guys keep doing what you're doing. But it's just, for me, I rather sign on bands. That's the type of show we are. But we're here tonight. You know, it's the late night hour, and this is the last, like, hour or two run. None of you have to stay here if you don't want. But we're talking about the Mothman, and I'm giving you a different New Age perspective on this type of thing. It's not like other paranormal radio shows, you know. These guys get into some heated debates. People they can't accept each other's beliefs, you know. Angel said she thinks it's an angel. Fine, you know. I'm very open-minded. And the Mothman, will I experience it? I don't know. I do a lot of seclusion places, and I don't know what I'm going to come across. I think there are some things in this world that would terrify all of you. I think that if some of you were with me, I don't think you'd look at life the same way I do. You guys, there's nobody that can look at life how I do. People who go hating, they haven't walked in my shoes. They haven't seen what a ghost can do. They have not seen it. They don't understand that the life I've devoted for myself towards the paranormal is because I have been farther than most men at this. I'm in too deep. That's the thing. And the paranormal is out there. It's watching me. It knows I recognize it. And if there's a Mothman out there, and he's that intelligent, and he knows what I'm there for, I ain't gonna be shaking his hand, but I ain't gonna be killing him either. You know, it's like I see you.
Where does he appear?
I will talk about you.
No, I said where does the Mothman appear? You can promote him on the show, but I don't know where does he appear? Like what part of the U.S.?
All over. Point Pleasant. Some people say down in the South. Point Pleasant, West Virginia.
I've never been that much.
Well, I've been in West Virginia.
California.
It's all mountains.
Okay. Yeah.
It's all mountains up in West Virginia. It's all they got a cave up in Kentucky, I guess, the Mammoth Caverns or whatever. They go for like 100 miles or something, or 250 miles underground. That's what West Virginia is. A lot of mines, a lot of caves, a lot of woods, a lot of secluded Civil War towns. You know one of my favorite types of women is, Millie? I love West Virginian girls. The accent just turns me... Yeah, West Virginian girl accents turn me on, you know? But then the thing is...
Except they have very small family trees. Not many branches on their family trees at all.
Mm-mm. Yeah, they're you know, I do generally like them because they're very pretty and very ladylike. And I don't care what anybody says, but every state has its own type of women. Georgia women are fantastic. They're fucking loyal. They fucking are great in bed. They're fucking cultured. Georgia women, West Virginian women, Californian girls are great. But a lot of Californian girls procrastinate, too, because it's small-town life, all the mining towns, and they got to think about a lot of stuff. I noticed when I toured there, people, even men, everybody has to think about a good business deal. Everybody's got to think about smoking, think about drinking, think about fucking. We'll see, or, you know, people change their mind a lot in California. People are cool in California. You know, a lot of Californians smoke. I mean, even your local professionals that run all these shops are smoking joints up at the fucking bar at night. You're like, hey, man, I'll buy antiques from your store anytime. But, you know, Californian girls rock. I love California women very much. I think my best probable bet of ever falling in love again would probably be with the Californian girl. I mean, it's just my response from girls in California is so much more wholesome. When I talk to a girl in California, there's so much more, hi, how are you, and they are just so outgoing. And, you know, in Vegas, you don't get that. In Vegas, it's what can I get off of you? That's how it is in Vegas. What, you know, it's like I had sex with some chick 6 months ago, and that was pretty much what it is. She goes, I cannot wait to have sex with you. She goes, because when I drive home in the morning, she says, my legs are going to hurt, and I'm going to feel fucking good. They don't, in Vegas, people just don't give a shit, you know? People are fucking all over. Nightclub, you go in a nightclub, there's someone fucking against the wall. It's like Jesus, man. Vegas is a whole different world. So I like my small town girls, you know? I like the girl. I don't really like the Florida girls too much. Orlando girls were like party freaks because Orlando's the party capital of the country, but You know, in Florida, a lot of them girls live in small towns. They do a lot of crack. Their teeth are missing. They're like $5, I jerk you off. You know, it's horrible in small towns in Florida. But West Virginian women are very ladylike. California women are very, very beautiful. Most of them. I mean, I lived in Jackson for a couple months. All the girls were pretty, whether they were fucking young, old, 18, 19, 40. I've seen women in their 40s totally pretty. I wouldn't even think about it, you know, because these girls are into the, you know, it's an outdoorsy thing. When we spent time up there, I climbed rock formations in California. I spent time on the rivers and the dams and the power plants out in the middle of the woods, and you know, and everybody's just, these girls go in the icy cold water. They just like dive in there. There's like pieces of gold floating in the fucking rapids, you know, and I mean, it's just it's a different type of life up in gold country where I want to go, and the women are just fantastic. It's just they're not used to guys like me, you know. A guy like me comes into the fucking Jackson, it's like the devil has arrived, you know. It's just
right.
People are scared of the paranormal. They're like, they know it exists. Like, I had someone out in the woods tell me that where I was camping there's some Bigfoot and UFO sightings. We're talking the El Dorado Forest and the Stanislaus Forest, which runs along Yosemite. Thousands of fucking acres, fucking, you know, hundreds of square miles of woods and mountains, and it's just, there's so much paranormal up there. Strange creatures like the Mothman, Sasquatch, old mining ghost. I had a ghost experience in a mine up there, you know. The guy I was with was scared shitless. He ran out on me. You know, people in California, some of them are very close-minded. But then if you live like near San Francisco, you know, it's like orgies galore. Go to San Francisco and I could have a blonde, an Asian, and a brunette. Why not, right? That's San Francisco for you, though.
I thought San Francisco was known for having a big gay scene.
Yeah, there's a lot of gays. You know, speaking of Disney World, someone mentioned Disney. I went to Disney World a few times. I went there, I fucking drank, I smoked, I fucking, you know, I don't take pills all the time, but sometimes if my back is hurting me, a doctor will give me pills. And, you know, I went to Disney World drinking, stoned, fucking back pills. I'm fucking on the roller coasters. I'm in Animal Kingdom on a fucking safari, all ripped, you know. Just like the fucking lions. You could almost reach out and touch the goddamn lions. I'm like Sneezer. And for those folks who are just tuning in, Sneezer's our co-host, okay? Sneezer's my companion. And I've had Sneezer since the first day he was born. And Sneezer's birthday is coming up in a couple weeks, and I'm gonna do a birthday special on Sneezer alone. I don't think I'll be live on cam with Sneezer like we were doing for a couple months, but I'm gonna compile all his pictures, and I'm gonna try to. I don't know what's going on with our sister site. I may have to have somebody stream for me, do the streaming on their computer, and they can stream the show unless Bobby T decides to write me and you know, maybe he just forgot, whatever. But it is Sneezer's birthday in a couple weeks. We're going to do the Sneezer birthday bash. He's a very special feline, and I got videos on YouTube, and I got a lot of pictures on MySpace. He's extremely intelligent. He does sit by my desk or in a chair when I host the show. You know, and animals deserve to be treated like people too. You know, animals are very important, and a lot of people just don't treat animals right either. I live in a whole house full of animals, but there are some animals that are almost human. And my cat is actually, well, I call him a lion, because if you looked at him and compared him to the recent zoo lion that was born, they look exactly alike. He's just miniaturized, you know. But you know, we're gonna do a special birthday bash for him, because every show we follow a different theme. And going back to the Mothman, what do you got, Millie? What you said you had something on it?
Yes, that's the video. 1 second, see if I can do this, because I've never done it before, so. I don't know if it takes a while to upload. I don't know. The copy and paste. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so probably should do it in the other. Never done this before, so.
You having problems there, huh?
Yes, my first time.
Sorry, folks.
I think I got it.
I've been having problems too tonight. Technical difficulties.
No. It's okay. It's okay.
At least I'm not having sex problems.
I think I got it. It's okay. No problem.
Okay.
Okay. I just need to put the embed code, and that's going to be it. It's going to work. Oh, gosh.
You know, Paul's really sticking the show through, man. Hey, Paul, are you out there? He's being kind of quiet. I wonder if Paul fell asleep. You know, I want to say something before you say anything. And I want to say, you know, I want to thank Paul because he does make every show. He's a great guy. You know, I don't just recognize female friends, you know. I mean, I don't want people to think I'm a fucking pervert, you know. But Paul is a great friend. And I told Paul, I said, you know, why don't you send me some seeds? I'll grow in California. I'll grow a little bit of herb, you know. So he says they're 2 years old, but I wanted to tell Paul real quick, it doesn't matter if the seeds are 2 years old. You can still germinate them. You can still grow the marijuana if you had to, up in England or whatever. So send me some seeds. If I get some property, if I move in on a ranch or help work taking care of a house, I might be able to plant some plants and take some pictures for you on MySpace. All right, brother? Anyways, back to you, Millie. I just had to say
I saw from yesterday. I was at a festival with my sister, and there was this guy walking around with a big pot of pot. I'm not even joking. He was walking around with it. He looked kind of pissed off, though. So I didn't say much to him, but he was walking around, and the police were there. But he said he had a medicinal license or something that allows him to have marijuana. He said there's nothing they can do.
Yes.
Yeah, so he said there's nothing they can do.
Yes.
The police were walking around because
you can get
you can still get arrested, though. The federal government can arrest you even if you have a medicinal license.
You should be stoned.
Me? Well, that guy had it was a big plan, too. It was a big one. And he was all mad. He was talking about, he had like this sign saying that patients need marijuana, and he was walking around the entire festival. And he had like ears, or I don't know, I don't know what it was, like leprechaun ears or something. I don't know, it was weird. It was just walking around dressed in green. He was pushing with a shopping cart. But yeah, that was yesterday. It was really weird.
Yeah, well,
so,
you know what? I'm telling you right now, it's getting to be more well known. Nobody can people used to criticize me years ago. Lord Rick's a fraud. Lord Rick runs a fake paranormal group. You know, I've been smoking for years. I mean, and I'm still here, man, and I'm still a very healthy guy. And I do, you know, my investigations show weed is becoming more well known. If anybody's going to shun marijuana, they should be ashamed of themselves. People will look at a cigarette and be like, "Hey, I'll smoke that," and then you say marijuana. Oh no, I don't touch that shit. Why not? But the cigarettes are man-made. Marijuana is not. It's not a drug. I
know.
I had a state
That's what
worker.
people say, though. Oh, I know. I'm just kidding. That's what people say. I know what you mean.
Well, the state tried to get on me about the marijuana. They did, and I told the state, there's nothing you can fucking do to me. There's nothing you can do to me because by law, you can do whatever drug you want in the privacy of your own home, or at least, you know, on your own time. And I told the lady, I said, look, man, I was out hiking, I smoked a few joints. She says, well, you know, that's your business. She goes, but I'm going to argue with you. It is a drug. I said, no, it's not a drug. And I'm arguing with this girl, and you know, it was kind of funny because I'm not a rich guy. My jeans and stuff have holes, and I was wearing some pajamas that the dog ripped. And I fucking bent over in front of my caseworker, which she closed the case because there's nothing they can do. It's just I got a crazy ex trying to, you know, get back at me and shit. And my cock fell out of my fucking pants, and the fucking caseworker seen my dick, man, and yelled at me and shit. I got yelled at because I showed her my package when I bent over and shit. I was like, I apologized to her. She goes, and if I were you, she goes, I'd get something that doesn't have holes in it. And I was like, oh shit, and I had to I had to put that shit back in, man. I was just like, sorry.
Yeah.
I was like, she's like, there's kids around this neighborhood. You need to get that stuff packed in, just trying to tell me to cover it up. It's like, I'm sorry. It's like, when do I ever say I'm sorry for showing a little bit of nudity, But these women scared me. This girl had like an afro to hell, and she had high heels and was very dominant and was very strong in her beliefs. That marijuana, it's a drug. I said, yeah, okay. You pick it off the fucking plant and you smoke it and you tell me that's a fucking drug. It ain't chemical. There's no pills or anything. It's not a drug. I mean, people, human
one of those
beings
Craigslist ads might have been hers.
I argue with these because I've had every ex-girlfriend try to call the state because I smoke weed, and it's the same thing. The case is closed instantly. They can't touch me because too many people are smoking it. Too many people have medicinal licenses. It's no different than cigarettes, except that the weed has more healthy benefits than the cigarettes do. But the problem is that cigarettes are something the government can make money on. Thus, they can still make money off punishing you for having marijuana, and the punishment's always the same. You really don't go to jail. They just fine you up the fucking ass, and you're pretty much covering someone's salary at the courthouse. It's wrong on all levels, and you should be able to do what you want to your body.
Yep.
Say what?
I said you're right. They really don't do anything. A couple that called the cops on a neighbor because they smelled marijuana smoke from their house, and the police are like, well, we can't do anything. We can't do anything. There's nothing we can do. And they're like, but we smell the marijuana smoke. I'm like, nope, there's nothing we can do. So they even won't go to a house when it's reported that there's marijuana smoke. They won't even go to the house at all because they just won't do anything sometimes. The same thing, when I was in high school, there was a kid. I think he was a senior. I'm not sure, but the police stopped him for I think he was speeding, and he found some marijuana on him, but he didn't do anything. He just let him go. And he was kind of bragging it in class and saying that he was a big pothead, though. So.
Well, I know a girl that I met from Craigslist that got caught with weed, and the cop let it go. So it's just even cops
unless they think you're selling in the school zone, that's different. When they think you're within the school zone, a certain miles from the school zone.
Yeah.
I've been drinking. I can't talk. And you have a lot of marijuana on you. That's different.
Yeah.
But if they only catch you with some recreational, just a little bit here and there, it's not really. It really won't do anything. So I know I should have asked the guy. I should have asked him. He looked kind of pissed off, so I didn't want to ask him for anything. But yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you got together with me and you toked one, you see the world in a whole different light. Okay. I think some people tonight that have been smoking in my show see the world in a different light. I mean, I don't know. Everybody's here to have a good time. It's good to smoke. It's very good.
I live a clean life, except for the drinking, though, once in a while.
Yeah, you've been drinking tonight, haven't you?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah,
we also have Angel. We have Angel sitting pretty quietly on the line. And Angel, you can butt in at any time. Angel's doing a pretty good job. She's doing a pretty good job tonight co-hosting. And, it's tough when you're new to a show because I've been doing this for so long it doesn't, I'm used to it. I don't even have to think twice when I host a show. I could host a show almost every day. And like I said, I felt a little screwed over tonight, and people don't understand. I got 50 shows. I can do reruns all day long. So, we got a great show, and You know, we were talking about, for our new listeners, we were talking about the Mothman, and I actually did find the picture. It's going to be too hard for me to upload, but if you look on Google and you type in Mothman on a bridge, November 13th of 2003, go to your image, look Google Images, you will find multiple pictures of 2003, an angel-like creature caught on the bridge. It doesn't even look like a moth. It looks like an angel. This thing has got actually angelic wings. And they enlarged the photo, and it's sitting in Point Pleasant on the bridge that was reconstructed, and he's watching over it. A daytime photo, and I do believe it's authentic because the picture does not look tampered with in any way at all. So, I mean, I do believe that the Mothman is still around. I do believe he's still being cited. And there's a lot of resurfacing articles, too. Nick Redfern, he's very popular. And, he hunts for the monsters. He's kind of like me, but I hunt for the ghost and the monsters. And he goes, as someone who works as an author, journalist, and seeker of bizarre beasts, I'm regularly sent review copies of new books of all things unexplained. Most times, in my opinion, the books are pretty good. There's those that are downright terrible. The book in question, he says, is The Silver Bridge. A long-dead paranormal researcher and writer, Gray Barker, originally in 1970, published this. Barker's title is very personal and highly intriguing, one that tells the story of the author's own 1960s adventure spent pursuing one of the United States' most famous monsters, the Mothman. See, paranormal investigating, guys, it's been going on a long time. This is not something that Lord Rick just conjured up. I was listening to paranormal investigators on the radio when I was 7 years old. I remember hugging my father, and I would hug my father, and he would play the radio and play the Ghostbusters investigating Fort Niagara. And he would leave on the show, and I thought to myself, God, someday I'd love to be a Ghostbuster like these guys. And I've embraced it, I'm doing what they were doing, except I'm doing it tenfold, I'm really doing it to an extreme, But back then, Ghostbusting existed in the 70s, the early 80s, the Ghostbuster movies. They want to make a part 3. They kind of laugh at Ghostbusting and they try to make a joke out of it, but the truth is it's not, you're not putting on your fucking plasma pad, it isn't like that at all, And this guy, obviously, who wrote the book, had experiences up in Point Pleasant. He was having adventures in Point Pleasant, like I'm having adventures around Las Vegas. So I kind of compare myself to the author because all this guy's doing is writing what he learned and seen. And that's what I'm doing. I'm writing a life story. It's a life story about what we've been dealing with. It's like all these creature sightings I've had and things, all of them cannot be false. Truth's out there. And, the book you can probably still find online somewhere or even download it for free, maybe even 99 cents. But it's a 1970 book, and, and this guy's talking about the Men in Black, the Silver fucking Bridge. There's a lot of UFOs during that time. UFOs are wherever there's tragedy. So, I thought I seen a UFO the other day in Vegas, folks. I was actually driving, let the wind blow my hair, just stoned, just relaxing, having a good time. And I looked towards the sky, and I seen something silver. Was it a plane? I don't know. But it was there for 2 seconds and gone.
Oh, my gosh. When did you see that?
It was about a few days ago. I think I was on my... I wasn't on my... Did you really? There's a lot of things... Millie, there's a lot of shit going on. There's a lot of shit going on. Yeah, I know. It's really easy.
But I was driving. My mom and my sister were in the room. So stupid. In the car, sorry. I was driving in my car. My mom and sister were there, and I was looking up, and I saw this light, and I thought it was an airplane, so I didn't think too much of it. But all of a sudden, it just took off really, really, really fast. And I know it wasn't anything else because it was kind of a steady in the sky. It wasn't really moving that fast. It was just there, and next thing I know, it just takes off at a really high speed, and it just lost sight of it. It was really weird, and I was the only one who saw it. And it was dark at night. Yeah.
Interesting. You know, I seen an orange ball out near Area 51, and I also seen a red light in the desert moving around. I don't know. You know, I spend a lot of time outdoors. I love the outdoors. That is why I'm moving to California. You know, it's not just for you Californian girls, but it's because the outdoors intrigue me. It's very intriguing to go camping out in California. It's an experience. It's spooky. You hear all kinds of things out there. I spent some time at Indian Grinding Rock, and I was told it was the site of an Indian village. They reconstructed the whole village, and I would go hiking at night through the village. I used to be really scared because I used to think, what if I could always picture I'm in an open field with 500-year-old trees draping over along the edges. I could always picture like a big cat, you know, that the mountain lions that attack and eat people. You can actually picture them leaping through the field, fucking coming at you. Like bear, you could picture that, you know. There's a lot of bear up in that area, I guess. My son ran into one that was standing on two legs. I still think it was Bigfoot because, yeah, and he was smiling at it and talking to it, you know. And I made the assessment it could be Bigfoot based on his description, but he got pissed at me. We were camping. I told him not to do stuff. Very peaceful camping area. It's wilderness. And the Indian villages are very beautiful, but he likes to play on them. And he got mad in the morning. I was making breakfast. He got mad, and he took off. He ran away. And he came back telling me that he came face to face with a fucking 7-8 foot fucking creature. And I know he wasn't lying about it. He came face to face, and it was just watching him, just standing on two legs watching. And it's like my kids get some of the best fucking sightings on the planet. Bigfoot, ghosts, my kids have seen more than I've seen. And that's just telling my listeners, my kids have seen more. They know what the real truth is. I've opened up their minds. They see more than all of us put together, my children. And, you know, it's a big open field, and that's one of the obstacles I'm going to face in California. You know, it's when you're in the wilderness, you're dealing with things that can eat you, you know. When you're in the desert, you got things that'll anal probe you. Mothman's been everywhere. Mothman, you know, Millie posted some videos here. I don't know if I have to play them, but I'm going to try.
Okay.
They're ready to go, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play them.
They're not that long. One's like less than a minute, and the other one's like 2 minutes, and that's it.
What is the Mothman?
Yeah. That one's only 48 seconds, so it's okay.
Okay, here we go. What is the Mothman? And that looks like Lauren Coleman.
To investigating Mothman any further, who is behind this?
What you're really asking me is what's behind the phenomenon, and there is a wide variety of answers. From Mothman is some type of a creature, possibly extraterrestrial, that hovers around our Earth, causing havoc, or something more sinister, which is a massive mind-controlled experiment that would have to be government-related, which means that it's the biggest conspiracy theory of them all.
I'm not really into conspiracy theories like that.
Yeah, it's.
You know, they always try to demonize it.
I don't know.
Yeah, the other one's about
I don't know what is going. See, Lauren Coleman. I've actually talked. I've met I haven't met Lauren Coleman. He's on my paranormal group. He's, in my opinion, I don't think he's a very warm and friendly guy. He's not like me. I get very personable with some of my members. You know, there are certain investigators. I hate to say it, but there are certain investigators at meetups that I make out with. So what, you know what I mean? It's like I don't think the founder gets any more personal than that. But he's not like that. He's very like donate. You know, it's like buy my books. That's why I'm joining here. Buy my books. He's a businessman, and he got really mad when Bigfoot was found, and it turned out to be a fraud, but he was so scared because he wanted like to be the one to find Bigfoot. You know what I'm saying? Because he's been writing cryptozoology books. It's like, you don't understand, man. You're not going to be the one to find this creature. He's not going to be the one. He writes books. There's a difference between writing books and guys like me going into some mine and like shouting for Bigfoot. It's like, come here, Bigfoot, I got some KFC for you. You know what I'm saying? But that movie, the rest of that movie didn't play for me, which is fine.
No,
you have another movie here, and it says it's a little bit broken because, like I said, I got a very slow...
The Mothman
Well, this
Car
movie
Chase.
here, I don't know what this movie is. This is the
second one?
Mothman Car Chase.
Yeah, that's my
And I'm going to
second
go ahead and it's 2 minutes and 12 seconds. If it sounds choppy on my end, I got to shut it off, and then you guys can watch it at a later time or after the show or whatever, or come back here. But it says the Mothman Car Chase. Millie sent it. I'm going to go ahead and play it. I'll be right back.
Yay.
Back then, the Mothman inspired pure terror. At least 100 people reported seeing a large humanoid creature with glaring red eyes. It flew through the air like nothing anyone had ever seen before. And whatever it was, it didn't seem friendly. Faye Bowen encountered the creature when she was 12 years old. She and her brother had heard about Mothman and had gone out looking for him at a nearby TNT depot. She's never forgotten the terror of that night.
He went over there, and there it was. Right beside the car. Running. Not flying, running. And like it wasn't exerting itself at all to do it. And just keeping right up with the car. I was crying and scared and beating on my brother's leg to hurry up and speed up, and he kind of slammed on the brakes. And when he did that and stopped, it jumped up on the hood of the car and crouched down and just looked at him, and then stood up and jumped down off the hood of the car and jumped up on that building, that big factory building, and jumped like it was nothing to get up there and watch with those red eyes that it had. That was one thing I never forgot was his eyes. That's when my brother realized that no human could do that, if they did, they had to be on wire. So he was picking up chunks of coal and throwing up there. And it hit that roof and rolled down. And he picked up a little bit bigger chunk and threw it up there a little bit too close to its feet, and then it did that. That's when it stood up. And I turned to my brother, get back in here, get back in here, get in here. It's just trying to get it.
It looks like it, on my end, it likes to freeze. It's very shaky, the video, but I can get the gist of what this girl's actually saying. And she's describing, you know, what she actually seen, how it stood up. This is a creature that stands, flies, you know. It really, you can't treat it any different than Bigfoot, you know. I mean, really, I worked a lot with Sasquatch. You know, I spent some time up in the Kinzua area. And those campouts are a lot of fun. You camp, you get a fire going, cook shish kebabs, you go out hiking. Check this out. And you hike up to the reservoir, and you hike up to the lake, and you get in your car, and you park at all these lookout points and rock formations, and you look for Bigfoot. And all night long you do this. Get in the car for 2 hours, drive 5-10 miles deep in the woods. Get out, look for Bigfoot prints, screams in the night, play your Bigfoot calls, you know, get back in the car, move along, sit by the campfire, set up a perimeter. I dealt with something just much different up in Kinzua. It's all Bigfoot. It's all strange lights in the sky. And I remember camping out there, and I remember one night, we heard a bunch of weird noises, and it got really spooky out there, 20 miles from town in the middle of the woods on a dirt road. And the next day we found mutilated animals, and a lot of them, all different types, just scattered across the road. And moments before, the day previously, 3 pagan girls that turned out to be lesbians that camped with me. I thought I was getting lucky. I bought condoms and everything, you know. These girls were all into each other. They weren't into men. They went down the road and came running back telling me they seen a creature on 2 legs running. And I laughed. I said it's probably a bear. Then the next day I go where they sighted the creature because they took me to the spot and there was no dead animals. Well, the next day I came back, there was dead animals scattered all over the place. A young terrier dog, I believe. I mean, they were badly fucking mutilated. I'm sure the coyotes got what was left of the animals, you know, ripping the legs off and stuff. But, man, I mean, you could tell some of them animals been dead for a while. Bigfoot in these cryptids, when they eat, they're clean, and they usually take their trash and they dump it somewhere, like a road, a field, you know. And that's why we're finding, you know, mutilations. And Mothman's got to eat too, you know. It's a creature. What's it eat? I don't even want to know what it's eating. But
yeah, that's creepy though. And you know, I've never really heard too many things about it.
I'm telling you, I don't. Oh, that's fine. That's enough. You know, I have a lot of other articles on it, but I don't want to take up the whole show and just focus on that. I can always go next week and talk about it a little bit more. But I wanted to read you guys. I've been getting some threats, and I wanted to read them to you guys tonight, okay? And you know, I have to do this because I run a public radio show, and, you know, we got to go public. There's no secret here. These are threats. someone by the name of Brown8814 on Gmail had sent me a message, and it says, this is the only way I could contact you. And they contacted me through Craigslist, a dating ad that I posted. It says, I want you to be careful about this and keep it a secret with you until I make space for us to see. You have no need in knowing who I am or where I am from. I know this may sound very surprising to you, but it's a situation. I've been paid some ransom in advance to terminate you with some reasons listed to me by my employer. It's someone I believe you call a friend. I have followed you closely for a while now and have seen that you are innocent of the accusations he leveled against you. Do not contact the police. Try to send a copy of this to them, because if you do, I will know, and I might be pushed to do what I have been paid to do. Besides, this is the first time I turn out to be a betrayer in my job. I took pity on you. That is why I've made up my mind to help you if you're willing to help yourself. I want you to put my employer behind bars. I will provide you with necessary information. I'm here to help you, not threatening you. Do not contact the police. Of course, I wrote the person back, and I did reply to them, and I said, I did reply, and they wrote me back and said, when should I come to your home to give you the evidence needed? And I didn't think there was a Nigerian scam, because they really don't care about where you live. They just want your bank account number, you know. So then I replied to the person. I told the person, you're not coming to my house, because I don't own a house, first of all. I live with roommates, and I'll probably live with, you know, I would love to find a girl or two that I could love to live with. I mean, why lie? I have to be surrounded by lovers or love or whatever. So, you know, I said, you ain't coming to my roommate's house, bitch. I was like, you ain't coming. I said, you want to fucking give me evidence, you put it in a lockbox at a public place like an airport or a casino. I'll pick up the evidence. And you know, if you're trying to make fucking threats, I'm gonna bust your ass, you know, because who the hell makes threats against a father of 3 kids? You know, it's just the same as the kidnapping. Who the hell kidnaps a kid and fucking puts their kid in a suitcase, or a child? Who does that? Think about it, you know. And so the person writes me back. And this is what they say to me: I will really like to help you. Okay. While I was getting that letter, I was actually talking to Millie, and another letter came through, and it said, Ferdinand Grant of the FBI. Dear Sir, I am Ferdinand Grant of the FBI. The Cybercrime Division has come to our notice that you've been exchanging emails with a man who's being wanted in over 5 states for several murders. He is known by the authorities as a cyber murderer. The man you are contacting is a sadistic killer, and as calm as you think he is, he's a ruthless murderer. You are only a victim he has decided not to kill you. We need you not to go to the authorities because you might provoke him. You can contact me via email address. All we need is his identity and the organization that gives him the jobs. Please just keep this cyber contact with him and do what he wants. We will be monitoring your emails. Okay, the FBI would contact me under an FBI government email address. I know. I've been visited by the FBI. I'm no goody-goody, you know, but I'm not a criminal either. And I work for a company that had corruption, and they wanted answers. And the FBI they don't write you under yahoo.com, you know. So I told the guy, I said, give me directions what to do, I'll do them. But I wasn't going to bring the drama to my house. So I put my life on the line here. And the guy writes me back and says, you call this a game? And I'm trying to help you here. I'll provide you with all what you need. Check back in 6 hours, and I will have a way for you to pick up. Please do not tell anyone or inform the cops. Okay. Then 6 hours later, I stayed up late to see if this person would email me, and they did email me. And this is what they said. For me to remain anonymous and for your safety, I will send details and tapes you need through the postman, putting on a red cap and blue pants. Please, no tricks with them. You'll send the money to kids suffering in Africa through MoneyGram. Here's the details of the coordinator of the charity. These kids have lost their parents in an early age. He gives me a first, last name, Lagos, Nigeria. Send the transfer details to me so I can send them to them. I am sure they'll be really happy. I don't need your money. Just want you to know that nothing goes for free, especially your life. Contact me soon. And at first I thought Nigerian money scam, but then I analyzed the letter further, and I've applicable. I mean, it's not. The Nigerians are very friendly people. You know, they're not ghetto. They're very cultural. Yes, they do scam. They're starving. I understand. You're starving. You need the fucking money. It's, you know, it's life and death for the Nigerians. It's just, that's why I'm fucking, you know, okay. But the whole threatening of my life, there's very few haters out there who people that don't like me that pretend to be the FBI and you know, there's this fucking guy. He's like 300 pounds. Yeah, he's 300 pounds, and he's Cynthia Darkness is a man, the famous fucking paranormal author, which I think she's infamous, but he, you know, pretends to be Lord Lewis, and he uses the same fucking lies. The message I pass to you are only, you know, I come to you non-threatening as a friend, because he knows if he threatens me and I forward those to the Las Vegas PD, you're going to get in trouble for impersonating the FBI. You're going to get in trouble for threats. My life was threatened, and when I stood up to them, because I was going to face them, I said, you tell me where the evidence is, I'll go pick it up. They wrote me back with this whole Nigerian fucking shit. Then it was, you know, feed the kids. They didn't want my bank account. They wanted me to send a MoneyGram all the way out there. Is it fake? I can't accuse Thomas, but I'm telling you, it's very strange that Lord Lewis or Thomas uses the same lines as what's in those letters. And that's why I read them, because you can see the line, the little bit of manipulation, like they know me, they found me on Craigslist. Who the fuck finds me on Craigslist? You know, people who are obsessed with my sex life and the women that I meet and the women that I date. People are fascinated that I had a wife and a girlfriend at one time. There's really not much fascination about it. One girl might be super sexual with you, and one girl might be super just, you know, intimate. And that's the lifestyle of a polyamorous person. Everybody has a different type of relationship to give. But these people stalk me, and they want to kill me. And a lot of people, you know, I've had threats before, but I have to take each threat very seriously that I get. Because there's a lot of, like, you get these guys out there who never get pussy. You know, they never get pussy for, like, 2-3 fucking years. And there's guys like me, you know, I'm no stud. I'm just a real deal fucking type of guy. And, you know, I might end up having sex with a school teacher and a librarian in one fucking week. And you get the guy who hasn't got laid in 2 fucking years, and that guy starts attacking my show and my groups, and it's like, man, you know, you're entitled to be your own person. Don't fucking attack me. So these are death threats I've been getting, and I stopped emailing them because I went to the meetup. Nobody killed me. Nobody attacked me. Obviously, they weren't watching good enough. And I went to the meetup, and I thought, you know, if someone pulls a gun, you know, they better have the balls to pull the fucking trigger, because I'm at my meetup to have a good time. But there are people out there. I get actual death threats. There's people like Missy. You know, she's just, it's all in her head. She's just, you know, this person's going to kill her and harm her family because she talks to me, and I just,
She
I
wanted
don't
to say that I was
believe
a stalker too.
Well, you know what? Stalking, you got to be careful how you use stalking. Stalking's not on the internet. You know, Millie, it's people that look in your windows at night, and my mom had a stalker for many years, and the guy was looking in the windows and fucking scaring her for many years. And he tried to rape her one time. She threw out the trash, and he fucking grabbed her hair and raped her out in the backyard. There are sick people that do things like that, you know. And we don't live. Like I said, the world needs to end because mankind's overstayed his welcome. Man does not deserve to live on this planet. Man wasn't here when the dinosaurs were here. Now man's here. We don't deserve it. We do not deserve to live here. This was a fluke, a fucking accident. Human beings do not deserve to be here. And it's the truth, and it's not inhumane to say that. Look at what human beings do. The wars, the stealing, the rape, the pillage, the, you know.
Pollution.
I am so dumb.
Look in the past few months how many people have killed their entire families and themselves. That's happening now more often than it ever has. In like 1 week, it happens more time than it used to happen in a whole year.
Yeah, it's I have to agree with you on that. There's a lot of killing going on. Like the couple weeks ago, I read the story that the brother killed two of his sisters. One, it was her 5-year-old sister. It was her birthday, and he decapitated her right after she blew the candles on the cake. Her own brother. See, I've been a guy that I've never had really family. I don't got no family. I got my kids, and that's all I got. I would like my members to become more like family with me. I would like some of the women like Millie and Jeannie and to be involved in my life because you don't. When you're like me, you start to realize that when you don't got family, it's not blood that matters. It's the people that care around you, And there's these people going around and they're just fucking killing off their families. They're shooting their families or chopping their sisters' heads off. It's very sick. In society is going mental. I don't care what anybody says. The genes and the DNA have reproduced way too much. There's too many mixes. Interracial like Asian and white and are very beautiful children. The children are very beautiful, but they also say that sometimes the DNA in society has been repeating itself for thousands of years, and most people in their chromosomes are mentally ill. I don't consider myself a mentally ill person. I have to stay level-headed to be able to survive on my paranormal investigations. You can't go hiking in the middle of nowhere and have no knowledge. You can smoke as long as you got control over yourself. You can never, I didn't like, when I went to surgery, I got pissed because I lost self-control. They injected me with this white shit that made me go to sleep, and I didn't like it because I was sitting there thinking to myself, God, I'm losing control. It's making, I fizzed out. I don't remember my eyes even closing, And I remember waking up, and I don't even remember, I didn't have no dreams. It was just the end. When they do anesthesia, it is the end. It is death. There is nothing. There is no, you don't even feel spirit. You feel nothing. You're out cold. So I don't like to lose. Yeah, you wake up, and it's the weirdest feeling. It's not, it's like waking up. It's
have
like
you
Millie,
heard when
it's like
people
you're
get
drunk.
anesthesia and they wake up during the operation or something? I've heard of that happening, and I don't know if it's an actual dream that they're having. Maybe they're having a dream that they're waking up, or maybe they actually are waking up during the operation. I don't know. It's something that I was actually I was reading about that, and I've seen reports about it too.
I woke up, and it was very weird. It was like being woken up from a hangover, or like you've been drinking all night, and then all of a sudden you wake up, you're like, whoa, you're dizzy, It was funny because I went in for surgery, but I was laughing the whole time. I was stoned. I was lost in the hospital. I had the cutest. This girl had to be an escort. Maybe she wasn't, but this girl had a yellow mini skirt and sat right next to me. Tan skin, she's probably Hispanic or a girl that goes tanning a lot. Long brown hair, could have been in Playboy, and she sat right next to me, And I thought this hospital visit is going to be great, but when you lose control. When you drink and drive, you have no control. You lose control of your car. Same thing with anesthesia. They inject you, and you could wake up during an operation, but it's very unlikely because based on the dosage they give you is based on how long you're knocked out. And they gave me just enough dosage to be out for like an hour, I think an hour and a half later I was awake, and then about 5 minutes later I was like joking around with the nurses, and I got dressed, and that's when I grabbed the camera and took a picture of my gown, which is in the photo up in the chat room right now. That was taken right after the surgery. Like I just had it done, I just woke up, and I snapped the fucking picture, and I'm like, geez, this is one of the best pictures I've ever taken. I'm like, I actually look good in this. I should go for surgery all the time, But I stayed positive, and I just laughed the whole time through it. I just joked around when I just talked to the nurses and everything, But it's really hard when you get a professional nurse that asks you, what do you do for a living? Well, I chase ghosts, and they look at you, and either two responses comes out. They want to date you because now they're fascinated. Everybody's so fascinated with the paranormal. Or, they're just like, oh, that's cool, because they're scared, because as a child, the boogeyman used to scare them and go, blah, 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 fucking just scary shit growing up that was traumatizing. My kids don't get traumatized. My kids are fascinated. They want to see more and more and more. It's like you guys are getting in fucking deep because you guys are seeing fucking ghosts and hearing ghosts. I'm not hearing much of anything. I'm eating my stir fry, smoking my weed, and fucking going about my business. It's like it must be nice to be a kid if I can see ghosts looking in the windows at night and shit. God.
A creepy story about kids and being able to see things that the rest of us don't see. 2 years ago, when my mom was dying, she was dying of cancer, and she wanted to die at home, no hospitals involved. Hospice was involved and was coming daily. But anyway, her bed and everything was set up in the family room. There was a big, patio doors in front of her and a sunroof, whatever you call it, skylight up above the bed. So there was a lot of sunlight in the room, which she liked. And my twin girls, they were about 2 months old at the time, not quite 2 months. And this was the day before my mom died. And I was in the room there with them, and they'd been fussing, and all of a sudden they both stopped. Like, this is, baby's not even 2 months old. They stopped crying at the same time.
The older you get, the more in tune you get, too. Like, for example, if you're 80 years old and you're in a nursing home, even though, you might be mentally with it, but your body's not able to handle itself. And a lot of older people see ghosts and angels, And for some reason, a lot of older elderly like me. That's why I'm running for president, Angel. Because the elderly like me, because I'm trying. The thing is that I would love to run for president, but my own members aren't even signing the petition. And it's not like they're voting. They're just giving me a chance to run for president and see what I got to say on television. But they don't want to give me the chance. They'd rather vote for a corporate leader, have to pay more taxes, and they goddamn know. You put me in office, I'll legalize weed, I'll fucking come down hard on kidnappers. I'll do things that'll help other people. And, the elderly like me because I would like to lower the retirement age because I don't think it's fair that people 68 years old should be working. Truthfully, I really don't work. I suffer from a lot of medical problems. I'm not on any disability. I struggle. It's very hard, I work as an author and as a parapsychologist, and I run the radio show, which, we get screwed over a lot. We get people who want to put us on TV, and they fuck us over, and they put some other group on. I get fucked out of money. I promote people, and then they fuck me. I got fucked tonight. I got fucked, I get fucked left and right. But I suffer from, a lot of medical problems, and that's one of the reasons I had the surgery, because they had to take biopsies inside of me because I could have cancer. I could. Who knows? I don't know. I'm very weak a lot of times, I'm strong. I work out and stuff, but I'm also very weak. And when you get to a certain point and you have chronic pain, I can only imagine what elderly people go through. I suffer from arthritis, too. And I've had a lot of injuries on my investigations, so I'm very beat up. My body's extremely tired, and I'm very, I've probably slipped a disc here and there and sprained ankles multiple times. And so I'm always in a lot of pain. And so I thought about running, I'm not thinking about it. I want to do it is run for president. And it's because, elderly people, if elderly people are in pain, and I'm at my age feeling pain, I know what they're going through. This society shouldn't be like that, But again, back in the 70s, 80s, it cost you 99 cents a gallon for gas, 89 cents a gallon for milk. And, you could sit there and spend $5, go to the lake for the day, have a picnic, smoke a little bit of weed, and fucking come on and fucking catch All in the Family, you know what I'm saying? All in the Family. And those we don't live in those times, man. But I was speaking about California girls earlier, and I was doing some research, and I couldn't find much, And the Beach Boys, of course, they sing, I wish they could all be Californian, and that is true. And I found something funny by some guy that he wrote, and his name is Joyita, and he posted, how do you identify a Northern Californian girl? Number 10, she wears a Northern California shirt across her bosom. Whatever, I can't pronounce. 9, she surfs, hikes, boxes, climbs trees, snowboards in Yosemite, and can kick your ass. Folks, this is the bearded lady I was talking about, okay? No comment. 8, she can give you directions from Red Bluff to San Diego and in between. 7, she frequents good vibrations and has studied seismology or whatever. Seismology, he's got it written. 6, she doesn't wear a lot of makeup. 5, she is epicurious and went wine tasting in Napa at the 15th, or at 15. That is true. At a young age, they drink wine out in California. 4, she is more into substance than image. That's a positive thing because I'll tell you what, I got 16 tattoos. I better find a girl who likes substance, 3, she is not fazed by small earthquakes and laughs at the out-of-towner friends who act like pussies. I ain't no pussy, man. You put me in an earthquake. We'll have sex in bed during the fucking earthquake, okay? As long as it's not a 10 and the ground ain't fucking opening up. Number 2, she was here during the 1989 quake. And number 1, she calls the P-wave earthquakes rabbit fuckers. Those fucking, Northern California girls are great, but, some of them, I don't know. I heard from what I hear from a lot of Northern Californians or Central Californians is that all these small towns have a lot of tweakers, a lot of people doing crack. And I was in Jackson, and there was people doing crack, and there was a prostitute that hit on me, And this is a small town. It's the only event they got going on a Friday night is they got the little historic pub open with the DJ, and there was fucking one night there's some fucking girl showing her pussy and her ass and her fucking tits, and I'm out there drinking a beer. This is some hillbilly fucking town, Everybody knew who I was. I walked, they'd give me a ride, Everybody knew, people knew I was running Angel of Thy Night radio from the park. I had people surrounding me. I had an audience, Times change. And, California is a place where it's just endless adventure. Vegas is too, but, this is a place where people die. I do not want to die in the desert. I am sorry, but I don't want to die with sand up my goddamn rear end. All right, fuckers? No way. But anyways, California girls. Yes.
Right. Angel got disconnected. Yes,
what is that? What?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, thank you for telling me. Angel, you're back. You're back, Angel. I apologize about that.
It's okay.
You have a,
it just
what
cut
do you
me
have
off
in
again.
the room here? What is this? Black and white photos?
Yeah, someone took them.
What is that?
They're really nice.
Artwork?
Yes, it's like it's a kimono. Someone dressed in a kimono. Anywho,
and
I
this
have
one
to,
is called Interesting artwork. I'm trying to play them because I'm trying to be, I'm trying to get everything in the show. We've had a lot of graphics come up tonight, and I've been trying to put them up, including some. Oh, this is artwork too. Very interesting. I'm very curious about this artwork that's right here. Did you sketch that yourself or
Who? Oh, it was someone.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That is.
She's on the chat room right now.
She's got some good. It's pretty good, I love when people can share a part of themselves. And you know what? Like I said, tomorrow, since our show didn't play on our sister network, and I know I'm doing very well. I got 20,000 hits in a month. Okay, that's pretty good for Angel of Thy Night Radio. I'm going to have to go ahead and rebroadcast this over at our sister network tomorrow. and that way people can catch the rebroadcast, and we can pull in another 10,000 hits. But it's been, it's been very.
Will the videos and graphics be available?
Today. There hasn't been a lot of callers. I didn't, caller 203 had called in. Say what?
The graphics and the video, I haven't had, my computer died like 5 minutes into the show, so I haven't been able to see any of the graphics or videos or anything. So are those going to be available in the rebroadcast or no?
I don't think so. No, because they're being pushed
the video
live, and the rebroadcast is going to be in live video, so that's going to be a different
format. If I upload the video, it'll stay.
Okay.
Anywho, I have to hang up right now.
Yeah, well, there's, I mean, you can upload whatever you want, and you can check it later under your account. It'll still be there, or you can go under her account and you can watch the videos or see the pictures. If I upload something, it stays under my account, And of course, I'm going to go ahead. I think when I can go ahead with my rebroadcast on my sister network, and I can use Anytime camera, and I can turn my radio broadcast into a movie, and I can play it as a movie tomorrow. I could play 8 hours of radio as a movie. So it doesn't matter that we're not broadcasting tonight on our other sister network. It would be nice, because there's a lot of people that were there that did not get to hear our show tonight. If you don't keep up with all our profiles, you don't know who, you don't get to see our widgets and our different things going on. But one of the benefits of you being in the chat room right now where you're at is you can go ahead and you can send in your photos. I don't care if you send in pictures of yourself. I don't care if you want to send up some sexy photos or like your own sketches. That's fine. I'm laid back. I'm chill. I'm here to have a good time tonight. And of course, when Howard Stern, some of you might listen to Howard Stern. When he started out, a lot of people laughed at him, and I was trying to a couple of weeks ago talking about how great he is, because he puts out hours upon hours of radio a week, and imagine what we do. We do 2 episodes a month. They're long, but that's nothing in comparison to what this guy does. This guy is doing it every day, sometimes 5, 6, 7 days a week he's doing radio. It's really hard for, to keep, he's married to a model right now. I guess good things come for certain radio show hosts, But it's very hard, because when you do a radio show, you don't have that much time. I spent 2 hours working on the show. I have stuff that I could still keep going into, but, like I still have Mothman articles and stuff, because there's just so much content out there. But the sketches look good that are in the room. And, I was looking, here's another one that I'll play. I mean, it's,
so Rick,
I don't have a steady hand. I have actually very shaky hands, so it's hard for me I do sketch our own logos. Yeah, there's definitely some cool sketches. And, caller 203 had called in earlier, and I wasn't trying to be rude and blow off Wolfinator or him, but it's very hard for me to talk to 5 callers at the same time, and that's what it turned into tonight. We had 5 callers, 4 or 5 callers, and I can talk to you as a group, but I cannot talk to you individually sometimes. That's why we got a co-host, because it allows her to pick up the slack when I'm taking a break. But anyways, are you still there, Angel? I see you're still here with us.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Rick, I have to go.
That's okay.
All right.
I was going to go ahead and I was going to tell some jokes, but at least, Millie, you were able to get in the videos and a few things. You've done an outstanding job tonight in the chat room. An outstanding job. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to tell these jokes. If Angel, if you want to butt in, you can go ahead and butt in. I try to go to there's a couple sites out there with a lot of dirty jokes, you know, and I always like dirty jokes. I don't know about you guys, but there's a lot of jokes out there that a lot of people don't get wind of, and I try to get wind of those types, you know, because I mean, we're all dirty old bastards to a point, you know. And anyways, the first joke is a man and a woman are at a bar having a few beers. They start talking. Soon they realize they're both doctors. After an hour, the man says, "Hey, how about if we sleep together tonight? No strings attached." The woman doctor agrees. She's like, "Yeah, okay." Well, they go back to her place. He goes in the bedroom. She goes into the bathroom. She starts scrubbing up like she's about to go in the operating room. She scrubs up for 10 minutes. At last, she goes into the bedroom and they have sex. Afterward, the man says, "You're a surgeon, aren't you?" She's like, "Yes," says the woman. "How did you know?" "I could tell by the way you scrubbed up before we started," he says. "That makes sense," says the woman. "You're an anesthesiologist, aren't you?" "Yeah, how did you know?" asked the man. The woman replies, "Because I didn't feel a thing." You know, that's horrible, man. There's like girls on Craigslist, they want 12-inch cocks, you know. I can never understand the mentality behind that. I had some girl like email me a week ago. She goes, "How big's your cock?" And she wanted a certain amount of inches. And it's like, lady, you only can fit so much cock in your mouth. You only can fit so much cock in your fucking holes. So what the fuck? What is with these girls that want like fucking 12 inches, man? I just don't understand it, you know. Now, how big it is, folks, is how you use it. That's to make the men out there feel a little bit more better. Anyways, a man returned home from the night shift, went straight up in the bedroom. He found his wife with a sheet pulled over her head, fast asleep. Not to be denied, the horny husband crawled under the sheet and proceeded to make love to her. Afterward, he hurried downstairs to get something to eat and was startled to find breakfast on the table and his wife pouring coffee. "How'd you get down here so fast?" he asked. "We were just making love." "Oh, my God," his wife gasped. "That's my mother up there. She came over and complained of having a headache. I told her to lie down for a while." Rushing upstairs, the wife ran to the bedroom. "Mother, I can't believe this happened. Why didn't you say something?" The mother-in-law huffed and said, "I haven't spoken to that jerk for 15 years, and I wasn't about to start now." You know, these mother and daughter situations are fucking hilarious, okay? Because I once went on a date with this girl in Vegas many years ago. And this girl's mother was like coming on to me, man. She was like, "Come over, watch movies." We're sitting on the couch holding hands, and like the mother's fucking like diving in my lap and shit. It's like goddamn society has gone insane once again. But anyways, another one. Bill and Marla decide the only way to pull off a Sunday afternoon quickie was with their 10-year-old son in an apartment was to send him out on the balcony and order him to report on all the neighborhood activities. The boy began his commentary on his parents, and they put the plan into operation. "There's a car being towed from the parking lot," he says. "An ambulance just drove by. A few moments passed. Look, like the Andersons have some company," he called out. "Matt's riding a new bike, and the Coopers are making love." Mom and Dad bolted upright in bed. He said, "How do you know that?" The startled father asked. "Their kid is standing out on the balcony, too," the son replied. I don't know about you people, but, you know, if you've been married as long as I have, which I'm no longer married, I just, want to clear that up, or I'm no longer with my ex, but if you know, when you try to have sex and you got a lot of kids, you're like, what the fuck do I do with the kids? You send them outside to play football. You know, you keep them busy, you know. You're like, "Son, I rented this game from Blockbuster. You take turns on this game, and, you're trying to have sex, Because when you're married and you got kids, it's a little tougher to have sex unless you're, like, crafty like me, and you're like, we're in the laundry room. Let's just fucking do it here. Fuck it, I don't know. You just got to keep an open mind, But you know how it is when you're a couple and you just, you got your kids around and you're like, damn, I can't do it right now. Yeah. I think the joke of the night, that I'm going to be telling, this is good, so pay close attention. In a mental institution, a nurse walked into a room. Sees a patient acting like he's driving a car. The nurse asked him, "Charlie, what are you doing?" Charlie replied, "I'm driving to Chicago." The nurse wishes him a good trip, leaves the room. The next day, the nurse enters Charlie's room just as he stops driving his imaginary car and asks, "Well, Charlie, how you doing?" Charlie's like, "I just got to Chicago." Nurse is like, "Great." Nurse leaves Charlie's room and goes across the hall to Bob's room. Finds Bob sitting on his bed, furiously pleasuring himself. Shocked, she asks, "Bob, what are you doing?" Bob says, "I'm screwing Charlie's wife while he's in Chicago." Fucking lunatics, man. You know, that's how it is when you go into the insane hospital. That's the shit that goes on, okay? You got guys pretending to drive cars, and you got the fucking... You know, I rode the bus with a group of mentally handicapped people in Florida, and they had this guy giving, like, fight. There was this girl, this retarded girl, and there was two guys that were retarded, and they were both fighting over a retarded girl, and the one guy's like, "She's my girlfriend," you know, and the one's like making all kinds of sounds and stuff, and I mean, it's like, how do you not laugh? I mean, it's just, it was like the drama unfolding. Two retards are fighting over a retarded girl, and every time I see him on the bus, the one retard would be like, "She's my girl, she's my girl, she's my girl," be repeating himself, "She's my girl," and the other one would be like, "I'm stealing her from you," you know, and it's incredibly crazy, man. And, you know, people that worked in mental asylums, you know, you got to understand that it's just, I mean, it's a wild experience. I don't know. I've gone into mental asylums to investigate ghosts, but, you know, I don't think I could see myself in a straitjacket when I know there's nice green bud waiting for me, you know, and wacky Craigslist women and, you know, just crazy shit.
Well, did you see that article in the news about in Texas, about the homes for the mentally challenged adults in Texas? The people who work there were staging fights between the people who lived there, and like were bribing them with food and stuff to get them to fight each other, and they were betting on these fights, and then they were recording them on their camera phones. Mm-hmm. On the one hand, it's just horrible to think of abusing, you know, people who are mentally challenged that way, and, you know, the people who are supposed to be taking care of them. But on the other hand, that's funny as fuck to think of that happening. I mean, as terrible as it sounds, that's friggin' hysterical, you know?
You know, you know what I hear? This is what I hear. I hear that in prisons, in mental hospitals, that a lot of the girls are getting raped. I'm very against that, you know. I have very mutual sex with women, you know, mutual whatever you want to call it, but these doctors go into these mental hospitals, and you find a girl who's like, you know, 19, 20 years old, has mental problems, and these doctors are raping these girls. They're going in the room acting like they're giving therapy, and they're going in and having sex with these girls. It happened a lot back in the older days, and some of them people spent their whole entire lives.
5 years ago, there was this girl who was a vegetable who ended up pregnant in a hospital. I think it was in Ohio.
Yeah, they would wind up pregnant, most of the girls. They actually had a kids ward for the girls that got pregnant and wanted to have kids. They'd have kids roaming around the asylum. That's why I found a dollhouse at the Buffalo Psychiatric Center, or the Richardson Complex, when I did an investigation. They had old wood dollhouses, children's clothes. Most of those women were being raped, and they were having kids, and they had, you know, and they would care for the kids right at the asylum. And I'm telling you, it's not a joke. It really did happen. And guys like me are the ones who go out there, and we bring you guys the history. We bring you the past. You know, I was raw and I was dirty earlier, but I'm pretty serious right now. And that kind of stuff does happen. And there are good people out there, but it's like, how about the guy, you know, the guy going around, there was a guy who was raping all the women in the nursing home. You know, and then, like, I talked about a serial killer a few weeks ago, busted in, a very famous one. He busted in the house, tried to kill the guy, and tried to rape the old wife that was like 73 years old. You know, it's people are just, you got to understand that people are just not with it. You know, and I mean, it's like my radio show tonight. Okay, I advertise this show to about 10,000 people, maybe more. Every forum, our PHP boards, our paranormal groups. Look how many showed in chat. You know, people can come to the show just to chat with other members, and they can ask me a question, and they're gonna get a good answer. They really will. But extreme radio is something new. It's very new, and people are not used to it yet. You know. But anyways, I got another joke. And this one, I don't know what the title's called, but it's called it says that a little rabbit is running happily through the woods when he comes across a giraffe rolling a joint. He runs up to a giraffe and says, "Hey, giraffe, you shouldn't do that. Think of your health. You should come running in the woods instead." The giraffe looks at the rabbit, looks at the spliff, shrugs his shoulders, tosses the joint over his shoulders, runs through the wood, and follows the little rabbit. After a while, the giraffe and the rabbit come across an elephant about to do a line of coke. The rabbit says, "Oh, elephant, you really shouldn't do that. You should come running with us in the wood. It is much better for you." The elephant looks at the rabbit, looks at the line of Charlie, shrugs his shoulders. Then he runs off into the wood with the giraffe and the rabbit. Shortly, they come across a bear about to shoot up heroin. The rabbit runs up to him and says, "Hey, bear, you shouldn't do that. Think of your health. You better be running in the woods with us." The bear looks at the rabbit, looks at the syringe, spoon and stuff, shrugs his shoulders, kicks a whole lot away, runs off with the rabbit, giraffe, and the elephant. After a while, they come across a tiger, drinking his way through a six-pack of beer. The rabbit runs up to the tiger and says, "Hey, tiger, you really shouldn't do that." And tiger immediately jumps up and starts beating the living shit out of the rabbit. The giraffe grabs the tiger and pulls him off the rabbit and says, "What the fuck you doing, man?" The tiger gets one more kick in and says, "That little fucker really pisses me off. He always makes me run around the bloody woods when he's on ecstasy." Fucking ecstasy. Fucking little rabbit. Fucking like a rabbit. I'm telling you, ecstasy is a very dangerous drug. It actually leaves a spot on your brain. I've never done any ecstasy. There are certain things I've done, and there are certain things I haven't done, and ecstasy is something I won't touch. I seen a couple in Jackson go through ecstasy. When I first met them, they were only doing one pill every couple days, and then they increased it to like 8 pills a day, and they were just so fucking. They were so bad. The withdrawals, it cost him $10 a pill to do the ecstasy, and he'd buy about 8 pills a day. Actually, more than that, $40 a pill sometimes. So he was blowing like thousands of fucking dollars on it, And I always tell people, smoke bud. It's the best thing you could ever do. It's you don't really have the dangerous health effects that you do as opposed to a chemical drug like ecstasy. They say the sex is better, I don't have a problem in my sex life. I'm one of these guys that, I enjoy being with a woman in all different ways. And a lot of guys, I guess, need ecstasy to get to certain levels. I really don't know. Play psychological games with you. There was a
I had a friend that was addicted to ecstasy. It was really sad. She got busted for stealing over $30,000 worth of merchandise from work over a 6-month period. And then I found out she'd stolen from me too. Mm-hmm.
Yes, the ecstasy. People will do anything for ecstasy, Speaking of that, in 2029. Well, yeah, it ruins drugs like that ruin your life, I mean, I've been called by people crackhead and all kinds of stuff, and I don't touch crack, and I never have. I've never touched crack pipes or anything, I'm an herbal guy. I like shrooms. I like herbs, a couple pills for the back and a cold beer. That's healthy for you, in my opinion, it is. It's important to relax, but you got people who abuse things like ecstasy and crack, and it's such an addiction that they blow their life savings. It's like the nurse, She's like, she admitted to me. She says, "I got a gambling habit." She goes, "I work at the hospital here." She goes, "To gamble." the sickness, and that's what ecstasy is. It's really bad. It's a bad drug. You don't want to mess with it. It leaves a spot on your brain. Every pill you take leaves a spot on your brain. I didn't have the full article. It's my fault, but it's called "Experts Are Keeping a Close Eye on an Asteroid." We did a special episode on Apophis, however you want to pronounce it. I pronounce it Apophis. Some people pronounce it Apophis. No, that wouldn't sound too good. Apophis. Anyways, the asteroid in 2009 is going to come closer than any satellite. It will be visible with the naked eye. It's going to pass Earth in 2029. The problem is they don't have a trajectory because in 2036 it's going to swing back and probably hit Earth. The asteroid, I think, is 700 feet. It is not a man killer. It will not cause the die-off of mankind. But if it hits the ocean, most coastal cities would be wiped out. If it hits land, it will probably take out one continent. And all that history, if it hits Europe, all of Europe's history would be lost. Rome. Think of it. Rome, Paris. I mean, just Spain, all these beautiful countries, the castles, the history, the 500-year-old pubs, it would all be wiped out with this asteroid. It's either 1,700 feet. I don't think it's 1,700 feet. I think it's like 900 feet long, 900 feet. But they said that when Siberia was hit with an asteroid, that asteroid was only like a couple hundred feet. And, you know, if you guys remember, when Siberia was hit many years ago, it wiped out a couple hundred miles. Actually, it wiped out like 800 miles or something, and that was only a couple hundred feet big. So if this thing swings around in 2036, we're all doomed. We don't know where it's going to hit in 2036. If it hits the United States, the fact is that you guys, a lot of you probably, so you're going to have people in your life who are going to die. You know, it's obviously not 5 miles big like the one that hit the Gulf of New Mexico. The one that hit the Gulf of New Mexico, that one wiped out the dinosaurs. That one, that crater kind of goes for hundreds of miles, and the Gulf of Mexico is there now, and it's filled with water, a mile deep. So that's an asteroid you don't want to fuck with. But this, think of the asteroid hitting outside New York City in the ocean. Think about the skyscraper. I mean, think about the wave it would create, 1,000 feet high. It would knock over buildings. It would wipe out entire cities, and people are going to die. It's probably going to hit. They don't want to cause panic. They're just kind of, I guess the solar storms are starting to redirect asteroids towards our planet. It's, one way or another, mankind's doomed. And, you can look it up. Type it in. Apophis. Apophis. It's the biggest story. It's been over and over and over in the news. Because they're reminding people, 2036, man, even in 2029, it's coming so close to Earth. Who's to say that the trajectory would not get changed? UFO hitting it, solar storm coming by, Earth's gravitational field. I don't like that. You look at 2029, you're like, shit, that's 20 years from now. 20 years from now, most of us are going to be elderly. The sad thing is about 20 years from now, is that half of you listening to my show, at least a third of you will be dead from heart attacks, from disease, from illnesses, from murder, from car accidents. A lot of you, 20 years from now will not be here with us. And that's just what I don't understand is when people come in here hating. It's like, man, you're listening to me, but what if I died? What if tomorrow I died? What if there was no more Angel of Thy Night radio? What if there was no Paranormal Ghost Society? No more Lord Rick on his crazy adventures, looking for ghosts and stuff. What if? Of course, life goes on, but, everybody makes a mark in a certain person's life, and nothing lasts forever. The soul does. The soul lasts forever. But the human body is actually quite fragile. An asteroid will wipe you clean slate. There's no, you can't survive such heat within even 50 miles of it. It's clean. It's pretty much wiping your ass, See ya. Are you still with us, Angel? I just want to make sure you didn't get disconnected because I don't really pay attention to the room.
I'm here, but I'm going to have to get going soon. I'm East Coast.
I got a few more things I'm going to cover.
Okay.
Yes, you are East Coast, and it's very late there, and it's okay because because I'm going to be wrapping up the show. I'll probably talk about a few things. I don't make up. I don't let people. If they want to go, they can go because people can always catch the rebroadcast. We probably get. I notice on my sister site, people catch the rebroadcast more than they do listening live. Yeah, when they're live, they're there for maybe 20 minutes in the chat room, 10 minutes. But with the rebroadcast, people actually go in there and they listen to clips, or they download the episode. Paul, he'll download the episode and he'll put it on his iPod. And he'll listen to Angel of Thy Night radio at work. Because it's just, there's so much, we cover so much. This episode is good for 2 weeks. This episode's good for 2 months, we do such a long radio show. And I know Millie had to get off, and Jeannie never called back. I don't know what happened to Jeannie. You've stuck it through since the beginning. We had a problem. See, Bobby T streams our show, and Bobby T didn't show tonight, and I found out Bobby T was running a show. I don't know. The rule is we're not supposed to compete. Our ally shows are not supposed to compete. I'm not going to assume things, but, people talk about me. They're sitting there talking, and it's like, what's the deal? What's going on tonight? Because I got to be able to have people come through for me. Because we got new bands, new things going on. We only host a show every couple of weeks, so it's not a lot to ask for people to help out the show. And we're always adding staff onto our show because, this show can go places. Our show doesn't have to stay, within our limits of the internet. We can take the show to a much further place in the future. And folks, you're listening to Angel of Thy Night Radio. This is your host, Lord Rick. Some people on the East Coast might have to get going. I probably will just wrap it up with a few things, and I'll play Winter's Thrall. Sorry the sound don't sound that good. You can check them out, wintersthrall.com. Even if this, next week and 2 weeks, I'll try to put a different speaker system in that I have here, and it'll probably sound a lot better because we can generally turn it up. And we can just keep the microphone, nearby or whatever. But right now I didn't switch it out because I didn't think about it. I was thinking about what could I talk about on the show. I have 100 news articles right in front of me right now. I have 10,000 news articles in front of me actually, but I have certain ones I like to cover, and sometimes I don't. The show goes so long I don't get to cover them all. So I'm going to try to cover a couple quick things, and I'm going to wrap up the show with Winter's Thrall. Thank you, fans, for listening tonight. You're listening to Angel of Thy Night Radio. Here's an article I read that how Bigfooting is not a science. I was kind of offended, It says, no one will be shocked to hear that Bigfoot research is not actually a science. Most researchers probably think it's nearly one, but it isn't even close. And it's never been. It's always been the kind of semi-organized posse element that old pictures of Roger Patterson and his rodeo get-up evoke in the field of full mavericks. It continues to be this way for the most part without much sign of change. There are efforts to bring researchers together, however, these notable mostly for their lack of success. But as I say, it's always been this way. I was shocked when I read various accounts of Fred Beck's Ape Canyon episode and found that no two of them agreed with each other. And despite this, no one in 40 years of research since these first started appearing seems to have bothered to compare the accounts. And if anyone did and remarked on it, it had seemed to me nearly a ripple in the little pond of Bigfoot research. None of the most celebrated authors seem to have read what others were writing, and they certainly don't seem to have been comparing notes. That's true, but that doesn't, make Bigfoot not a science. That's about as far from science, and at least science ought to work as you can get. Science progresses by agreement, by sharing data and the mastery of the material that makes up the accepted body of work, these elements that are conspicuous by their absence in Bigfoot research. This needs a change. Maybe it's starting to. At least people are starting to look into the history of Bigfooting and take note in facts and discrepancies. I mentioned my own work with Ape Canyon incident, which you can see here, and he gives a link. If you have and he's like, if you have stomach for it, and here's something I ran across, and it's called Oregon, and they spelled it wrong, but it looks like Oregon Gonorrhea Research. You know what? I'm stoned and drunk.com, whatever. Anyways, discussing the recent kerfuffle concerning whether Roger Patterson's beard proved the Patterson-Gimlin film was a hoax. Knowing the literature as the writer, the research that was done revealed possible answer to the problem that those who didn't know the literature were likely discovered. And this guy really is talking out of his ass because his article made no sense. I know people aren't going to agree. It's paranormal. You're going to have your theory. I'm going to have mine. We know Bigfoot's real. It is a science. We have to learn about what he eats, who he is, what is he smarter than us? Where does he come from? There is biology to this, and it is a science. And even when I chase Bigfoot, like going back to California, I'm going to be. I hate to tell you guys this, but when you're hiking in California and you camp like 3 miles in the middle of the woods, in the middle of nowhere on some mountain. They're out there, man. There's like 20, 30 of them out there in the middle of the night watching. You see the eyes, you hear the screams. They're out there. They are out there. That's pretty scary. When you think about it, you're sitting by your fire, you're smoking, you're doing night hikes all night long. You go back to the fire, you eat, you party with your friends. Then you start hiking again, and things start following you in the woods. Ba-boom, 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 and you're like, it ain't no fucking animal. You don't want to face the reality that something else is living in those woods watching you. Very smart creatures, and I have respect for them, and I know they won't hurt me, but when you're dealing with something that's 10 feet tall, 11 feet tall, the eyes are glowing red at night, it's, if it finds you to be very threatening to its territory, they've been known to break necks or push a person down. It's just like any other animal, but I mean, these things can run 45 miles an hour. They're fast. You know how strong an orangutan is? Well, these things are like 10 times stronger. They're all muscle, and they can rip you limb from limb if they really wanted. But anyways, here's another one. A 100-year-old woman rolls into bowling history. And I guess in Reno, a 100-year-old woman from New Jersey has become the oldest competitor in the history of the United States Bowling Congress of Women's Championships. And, it just goes to show you that you're not too old for anything. But I was pretty shocked because I was like, good for her because, in life, people do amazing things in life. It's almost like this show. I consider my show pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing that we've hosted tonight over 6 hours of radio. And, I'm still here, and I'm still going strong. And we've had, I'm used to have, honestly, I could say from my widgets, there's probably about 20,000 people listening. But, like, tonight we've had an average of, like, 8 to 9 people in our chat room. How many on the widgets? Who knows, But our show is very amazing, and we have talent, what we do, and we put on a very entertaining show, and we don't get paid to do it, and it's very amazing. And, there's just a lot of amazing people and a lot of amazing things, but I've never been a good bowler. I've always bowled like 150. I went bowling one time. I had a couple turkeys, where I got 3 strikes in a row. I generally like to get ripped and bowl. I'm like, I don't care. Let me have a few beers. Let me smoke a little bit. Let the girls wear short skirts. We'll just fucking bowl the night away. Moonlit bowling. It's the funnest thing. But some of these people, they bowl like fucking out of a score of 300, they're bowling 280s, man. It's like they're like knocking strikes down. entirely, and that's what this woman did. I believe she almost bowled a perfect game, or probably a perfect game. It's just amazing. It's like, I'm sure she wasn't rolling the ball very hard, But it's like, man, you must be not senile if you're fucking hitting them pins, 100 years old. But anyways, I don't know if she's in here still. Vahera, I know she joined my group recently, and, I wanted to actually thank her for coming in and posting some photos and participating, And I wanted to thank Millie. I know Millie's not here, but Millie usually doesn't stay up too late. And then we got caller 203. He's still in the room with us. He always has some wonderful points. I always enjoy having him on the show. But Angel, you've been this is the second show you've co-hosted, so now you know the routine. And
yep.
It's hard when you're on East Coast time, so it's very hard, I'm sure.
Plus, I have a professional job, so I'm at work at 8 o'clock every weekday. And I have children.
Yeah,
but I'm here.
You have some normality. You have some normality in your life, and there was something I was going to talk about tonight. Well, besides Jeff Rentz being fired, I heard Jeff Rentz was fired because he talks about conspiracies and a lot of splashes with politics, and I guess he was fired because he made a statement about some news. Or posted some news, and he's like, I can't get fired. I don't get paid for this. Same with me. I can't get fired. I don't get paid for any of this either. We just go out there. We post our theories and our information, and we're blunt and we're brutally honest, which generally offends a lot of people, And I find out that some people, they can't take our honesty, so they never watch our show again, and they don't understand what our real our message is about. There's always a message that comes with each show, But I'm going to talk about one more article. I'm going to play 2 songs by Winter's Thrall, and I'm wrapping up this show. And I'm probably going to eat myself a stir fry tonight. I'm going to go in the kitchen. I'm going to cook where it's haunted. Got a haunted kitchen. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to cook tonight, and I'm going to relax. I'm going to see what I had some people, say that they sent me emails and stuff. I wanted to apologize for the people who are on my sister network over there at Live Video. I'm sorry that, you guys weren't able to see a show tonight. I don't, like I said, I don't want to assume. I don't know what happened to Bobby T. I was told he was running his own show. I don't know. People get mad at me for a lot of stupid reasons. If I don't make their show, they don't want to come to mine. And it's like, you got to understand, I got 3 kids, man. I got 3 kids. I had surgery. I have medical problems. I'm on a lot of medication. I sleep most of the time, and I just can't make other people's shows. Doesn't mean I don't love other people's talent or shows, but if you come to my show, I will promote you. If eventually, when I update my website, I will put your widget on my website. I will do things like that for you as long as you continue. If people continue to participate. And Angel, it's really hard because you can't please everybody. If I find out that a lot of people just don't want to come to my show or the meetups because they don't like who I am. They're like, oh, this Lord Rick guy's got long hair, he's got tats, he's got this, he's got that, he fucks 2 women at the same time. And that's all the wrong reasons. You meet the people you come across in your journeys, you're supposed to meet because you're supposed to gain something from it. And these people aren't coming out from my paranormal group, and they can learn a lot. Tonight we discussed a lot more paranormal, including my investigation and just a lot of paranormal. And we're successful. We're getting the EVPs. We're getting the photos. We're seeing things out in the desert. We heard voices. We hiding in near this abandoned house out in the desert. We hiked in some canyon with weird rock formations, and there was this weird whistle and movement, and she was scared, and she, we hiked. She stayed with me the whole time, but It's just every investigation I take her on, it gets more and more intense. I don't know if she's coming tomorrow. I would have loved for her to call on the show. I'd have loved to tell her where we're going tomorrow. It's a pretty spooky area. It's in the middle of the desert. I've been told it's haunted. I don't know if we'll go that far. If we do go that far, we'll be on the border of California tomorrow. There's a couple ghost towns and things out there, but if not, we'll hit a couple places, and we'll be bringing you guys the report in a couple weeks, I want to thank you fans out there for listening to Angel of Thy Night Radio. This is your host, Lord Rick, and your co-host, Angel, on the air. It's about 4 a.m. It's about maybe 5 a.m. on the East Coast. It's about 2 a.m. here in Las Vegas on the West Coast. What we're going to do is, I don't know what went on. Like I said, a lot of people treat me differently, and I can easily get my show up to 100,000 hits in the next fucking 2 weeks. I can hear Angel of Thy Night Radio 24 hours a day from either of our sister networks. And I hate to say it, guys, but you guys know I can do it, man. I only air every couple weeks. But imagine if I aired reruns all fucking day long for the next fucking 2 months. Imagine the amount of listeners and the people. I mean, I'm not in the competition mood, but I don't like people talking about me. I don't like people trying to, they get mad because my show gets more hits and I only host every couple weeks. We're all in this together. Your show is my show is your show. We're all in this together. We help, we do what we can when we can. And, I want to thank those people out there who support us. Like Jerry Springer says, take care of yourself and each other. But no, at least I won't be moving in a mobile home and be called Farmer Lord Rick, She wanted me to shovel horse shit and take care of a farm and pay for all kinds of stuff, and I'm just like, it's kind of good because maybe now I can get in a less rural place in California, and I can get you guys some good investigations, We got people in California who want to go with us. They want to journey with us. And I'm sure we're going to be adding co-hosts onto our show. I'm sure we'll have one or two. I don't think Shanna's going to be doing this anymore. She had gotten threats, and her boyfriend told her to cool down because people were mocking her out, and there was a lot of drama. So she stopped co-hosting for me too. All her co-hosts have stopped. I do see your loyalty, Angel. I do. You're very loyal to our group and to me. Same with Millie, and anybody who stayed in the room the entire night. All of them were females that stayed in the room except 203. He always sticks it to the end. He doesn't say nothing, but I'm sure he probably just drinks a few beers and just chills and listens. So, it's been great. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play Winter's Thrall. I'm going to play probably 2 songs, and then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to close out the show. You're listening to Angel of Thy Night Radio. This is Lord Rick. Do you have any last thoughts, Angel, for any of our viewers or fans, anybody? Because I'm going to be playing the rebroadcast, definitely, and we'll get a few hundred just off that alone, or a couple thousand. Actually, we'll get about 10,000 when I do the rebroadcast. So, We'll
just keep an open mind, and be sure to check out winnersthrall.com.
Yeah. Make sure you check it out, because the music doesn't sound that good here. We don't have state-of-the-art equipment, and it's still, the songs are good. And I'm going to go ahead tonight, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play Cold, and I'm going to turn around and play November, and then that's it. I'm going to close. I'm just going to shut off the show. We've had a great night. I've never seen this few of listeners. I was a little disappointed because I spent 2 weeks advertising it constantly, and it's just, people, like I said earlier, people are just not open-minded enough. They're not, you gotta come out, you gotta open up your mind, and then you understand what the show is about once you do, of course. But I love all my fans. You can check us out on YouTube. I uploaded videos from our meetup that I was talking about with the Russian girl, and I didn't upload her video. I didn't want to be rude, but I did take some video footage of her. She's, But you can check us out on YouTube, and you can check us out at the ParanormalGhostSociety.org. www.paranormalghostsociety.org. You can check us out. On our sister network, you can check us out here. If you're in the chat room, we have multiple radio show pages. We have over 20 paranormal forums, 50,000 photos on our site. Our radio show has been going for over 2 years strong. 2 weeks from now, we're going to be celebrating Sneezer's birthday. I'm going to have Sneezer here in the studio. I don't think I can get a live feed. So what I'll do is I'll just, we're going to, I'm going to cover a lot of funny humor that happened with Sneezer, because Sneezer, when I was homeless, Sneezer was homeless. And we're going to cover some special things in a couple weeks. But I want to thank you all for coming out. We discussed the Mothman prophecies tonight. We played a video. It was choppy. You can view it in Millie's profile anytime. It's still there. We've covered some paranormal blotter, the investigations, and my first surgery. Really, you can't really tell oral surgery is surgery. You just take out your teeth and you're just like you're wide awake for the whole thing and chilling. Surgery is when they put the white stuff in you and they knock you the fuck out. That is surgery. That's as real as it gets.
I had surgery and I was awake, though.
And slapping, and you can slap a few nurses on the ass too. So that's the real surgery. But you did. You can have surgery awake, but honestly,
I had my cesarean awake.
You had what?
Cesarean. The twins were cesarean, and I was wide awake for that.
Wow. Well, you know what they say about women. Women are a lot stronger than men. Women can actually take more pain than men. I don't know what it is about women, but women fascinate me. I love women to death. It's very hard in my life right now because I kind of got a few women that are very special to me, and it's like you can't just choose one. It's like you just love all of them. It's like if you don't love one and you love the other, it's like children. If my sons get mad, I live with my roommate's kids, and the one kid hugs me all the time, and my son sees it and gets so mad. He just like jumps and runs and gets in front of them, and they fight over my attention. And women are like the same way, but women are very intriguing. See, because during my work, I've met a lot of good women in my life. I met Millie like 5 years ago because of my group. And of course, I've a lot of people I meet because of my work. I met you probably in a way because of my work too. Because we see each other's interest and they're the same. I meet good people through this. There's good people out there. There's a lot of bad people too, like the Craigslist killer we talked about. There's a lot of bad people, or people who make bad decisions. Angel, people would screw me over in a heartbeat, and they think they've won because of what I symbolize. They think that they defeated an empire and shit. And it's like you've just made yourself look like an ass, death threats and everything else. I'm a guy that doesn't get paid. If I did this show at a casino, they'd pay me $5,000-$10,000 to do tonight's show. I would be paid $5,000-$10 with our skits and our humor and everything. It's $5,000-$10,000, but the thing is that when people don't come out, you guys stop showing your support for us, man. And when you stop showing your support and you stop showing your love, it's very sad for whether it's musicians, bands, artists, entertainers like myself, guys who go on these paranormal investigations like myself who, we risk our life just to fucking see a goddamn UFO so we can tell you guys. And it's, times are changing. And internet radio is the new revolution, but it's one of the hardest things to keep your viewers. Some people will listen for the last 2 years. Some people haven't missed an episode, like Paul, like Millie, you now that you're listening to it. You won't miss an episode. But there are a lot of people who, they would rather listen to George Norway of Coast to Coast, and it's just so mainstream. It's just a couple guys bragging about who's right, this is the Mothman, this is the way it is, blah, blah, blah. We don't do that game here, we can debate, but you know what? I just tell it the way I see it. And this is Lord Rick giving you a dose of reality. I'm going to go ahead and close the show with Winter's Thrall. I want to thank you, Angel, for coming out tonight and helping me co-host the show. And in a couple weeks, we'll come up with some interesting stuff, I'm sure. And it would be a good time to start early within the first week. Or early to start in the first week so we can work on more of what we're going to talk about in the next couple weeks. And, you know, we can get a system going. I don't know what happened with Bobby T. If he's not going to stream the show, we might have to figure out how to stream it ourselves. And
I could do that from here.
I mean, I'm sure you could do it. I can never do it. I don't run high-tech computer equipment. I don't have enough memory and all those things. That's why I have Bobby T doing it, and he's helpful, and I want to thank him. And I don't know what went on with you, bro. I mean, I jumped to conclusions because I don't trust people at all. It takes a lot for me to trust a person. I've been burned. I've had people say, hey, give me your password, then they change my account or delete my account. Or, they let me down because they don't want to communicate with me if something's bothering them, or something. If I didn't promote them enough, let me know and I'll promote you some more. I'll promote you 10 times, but I can't do it if you don't work with me. And, of course, all these other radio shows, bless your hearts, man. I hope all your shows work out. But I can't make all your shows because I'm a father and a very busy father. Kids get older and the busier I get. The little one kicked me in the balls the other day, and then I had like 3 of them jumping on my back, And I'm just a busy guy trying to find myself the woman of my dreams, trying to raise my kids. I cook dinner. It's homework. It's Sneezer jumped off the roof. I'm chasing him down the street. It's just, I'm such a busy founder.
Normal everyday stuff.
I run 20 paranormal forums, Angel, and I'm so busy. I have to keep the spammers out. I got a day I get like 100 emails from people with paranormal questions. I have some lady who needs advice on love. She's heartbroken. Her husband suffers from Parkinson's disease, and he told her, you can have sex with other guys, I'm cool with that. Well, she fell in love with one of the guys she was having sex with, and she's heartbroken because she didn't feel it was right to leave her ill husband, so she dumped the guy she was falling for, and she came to me for advice. And I get people all day long that come to me for advice, and this is what I do. I help people. I don't get paid for it. And then these people turn around and they can't even shake my hand at a meetup, They can't have a drink with me. They can't come to the radio show and just stop in and say hi. I passed this number out to 10,000 people tonight. And the only people who called is you, Millie, Jeannie. We also had caller 203, and we had the Wolfinator. And the Wolfinator always calls and says hi, which is great. It's a courteous thing to do. If I'm going to give you the number to call in the show, call in the show, And we have a new band, and we'll keep promoting Winter's Thrall, and there's benefits to it because anybody who emails me and says, what's that band, I'll give the link right away, And if you can donate to Winter's Thrall, people, these musicians work hard. They don't get paid. I don't get paid. I have a paid.
I would like to get him on for an interview.
Huh? I'm going to have him on for an interview. I would like to have him on in a couple weeks for an interview, and I think we're going to do it. I think we'll have Jez on, because it is. I would like him to be able to promote some things, And you can't complain. Internet radio. Some people's music shows clear because they stream it right through their computer. I don't do that. We just do things the old-fashioned way. I got the music playing here in the studio. It may not sound the best, but you can hear it. And if you like any of the beat or anything, go ahead. Check them out, wintersthrall.com. And we'll go ahead. We'll bring on Jez in a couple weeks, and we'll also celebrate Sneezer's birthday. We'll have a kick-ass episode in a couple weeks. And I may be doing a music episode. It's called Nightfall. It depends if I can run. I may be able to actually run the music from Skype so that it sounds a little bit more clear, but I don't know yet. I'll have to look into that a little bit more. But I guess I can say to finish off the night, I'm sorry on our sister network you didn't get to hear the show. If you came by here, there were some discrepancies. I don't know what went on. I'm going to probably run a rebroadcast. It depends. I may not do it tomorrow because I got an investigation, and I really do need to rest if I'm going to go hiking in the middle of the desert. But sometime this weekend I'm going to try to get the rebroadcast. I'm going to stream it through. Actually, I'm going to use Anytime Cam, and I'm just going to play the episode, so that other people can actually just hear what went on in our radio show and everything else. But thanks for calling in, Angel, and for all the listeners who stuck it through. We had actually quite a few people that stopped in. They just stopped in real quick. I want to thank you people. I want to thank you people for coming out. I want to thank caller 203. Always calls in. Caller 203 likes to pick on me a little bit. It doesn't matter who he is or where he's from. He calls in. That's the main thing. And so do you, and so does Millie, and that's what makes it a wonderful show. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna play Winter's Thrall. I want to wish everybody a very good night. We have actually had tonight 7 hours of radio. That's really phenomenal. It's we're at a professional level. Let's just leave it at that. That is a professional. That's professional radio right there. Anywhere from 5 to 8 hours of radio is as good as it gets, folks. This is Angel of the Night Radio live in Las Vegas. This is your host, Lord Rick. Co-host Angel. We're going to go ahead and play the song November, and then we're going to go ahead and play the song either Dust or Cold. WinterThrall.com. Check them out. Have a good night, folks. And, of course, if we can get our sound system up and working, we'll go ahead and we'll play November. It's a really kicking song. And here we go. And about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And it's still not playing. I usually always offset. It usually takes 10 seconds between songs. It depends on what we use or how we play them. But yeah, we're gonna play. I think November is gonna be a very big hit, even with a record company. I think Winter's Thrall can capitalize on November. That is a top song, metal and goth. It's phenomenal. And actually, you know what? I don't even need to play another song tonight. I'll play November because it's almost 10 minutes long. Good night, folks. I give you November by Jazz of Winter's Thrall.